Chapter 793. If it was in the past, Li Zixuan wouldn't have minded his students coming over to help Xiaoyu settle the score. On the contrary, he would have been more than happy to do so because it could give his students some social experience. After all, Yanhuang Academy cultivated practical talents. But now, Chang Yaojin was probably brutally training the students, but he went to call the students away. How could this be? It's an emergency, so it won't take up too much of their time. Presumably, missing half a day of training won't have much of an impact on the students, right? Regarding the military training at Yanhuang College, the ministers in the imperial court more or less knew a little about it. Some of them even went to watch it live. Xiaoyu had also been there. It was undeniable that when they saw a group of weak scholars marching in an orderly formation on the field and shouting loud slogans, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Starting from the Western Zhou dynasty, the official courses were divided into national studies and local studies. There were also primary school and university levels. The university level used the 6 arts as the standard curriculum. Etiquette, music, archery, driving, calligraphy, and mathematics were the 6 basic skills that students needed to master. Archery and driving were the most primitive forms of military training in ancient times. The teachers were usually directly appointed by military officers. During the Qin and Han dynasties, the importance of military training for students gradually decreased, and the military training in schools began to decline. As Confucianism was regarded as orthodox, the 6 arts became the 6 classics of Confucianism. The content of military education disappeared, and the function of military training weakened into a ritual program. During the Sui dynasty, martial arts and literature began to greatly reduce military equipment. The focus of national education changed from martial arts to literature, and the imperial examination gradually began to become mainstream. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the national policy of emphasizing martial arts in wartime and literature in peacetime was established. At this time, the method of selecting scholars was still biased towards the imperial examination. The school became an accessory to the imperial examination, and military training was abolished. In addition, Confucianism began to germinate, and gradually the educational concept of emphasizing reading over practice and meditation over activities gradually formed. During the Empress Wu Zetian, the civil and military examinations were separated. The civil and military examinations were not tested on martial arts. In order to obtain fame, the students had no time to study military courses, and military training was gradually abandoned. Therefore, even though he was shocked, Xiaoyu still disapproved of Yanhuang College's military training. However, the college was run by Li Zixuan. As an outsider, he couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, he didn't raise any objections from beginning to end. Li Zixuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Of course, missing half a day of military training wouldn't affect the students much. However, today's timing was a little special. Old Chang had just gone to the academy in the afternoon. He could imagine that the group of brats in class 1 of the academy were probably in so much pain under Old Chang's evil claws that they wished they were dead. If he went to pull the students over, Old Chang would definitely go crazy. Elder Xiao, missing half a day of military training is of course not a big deal. However, today is a little special. Lu Guogong is conducting special training for the students. If I were to disturb them at this time, I'm afraid it would be very inconvenient. When Xiaoyu heard this, he immediately blew his beard and glared. Outrageous! Is Cheng Jijia's special training more important than collecting business taxes for the imperial court? Go and get the students to come over. If Cheng Jijia isn't convinced, he can come and reason with me. Li Zixuan suddenly felt helpless. Since he had already said this, he had to be a living bodhisattva today and rescue the students who were in deep trouble. Ahem, Elder Xiao, please wait a moment. I'll send someone to the courtyard to inform the students to come over. Yanhuang College. As Li Zixuan expected, ever since Chang Yaojin, the big devil, came to the academy in the afternoon, the students' training suddenly increased by more than 50%. Today's weather was so hot, but the students of each class could still be seen running tirelessly on the field. Large beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. The camouflage uniforms on their bodies looked as if they had just been fished out of the water. A gentle twist could probably wring out water. Chang Yaojin held a bamboo stick and followed behind the students of Class 1, as if he was herding sheep. Huff huff. I'm so tired. You say, hi Duke Liu, don't you know how to rest at home if you have nothing better to do? Why did you come to the academy to join in the fun? Sigh, if only father could cancel the rest period. Yes, just temporarily. Let us endure this period of military training first. The little fatty was sweating profusely on the field. As he ran, the fat on his body jiggled. Therefore, according to the theory of physics, if he ran the same distance, he would need to do more work and consume more energy. In addition, his foundation was weak to begin with. Naturally, he would be more tired than others. At this time, Li Tai wiped the sweat on his forehead and muttered in his heart. It couldn't be helped. Old Devil Chang was really too abnormal. When he came in the afternoon, he made them run as if their lives depended on it. Those who couldn't run were directly thrown into the small dark room to fend for themselves. He was simply too cruel. General Chang, General Chang. At this time there was a shout from the back of the team. Turn right. Enter the field. Chang Yaojin looked back and saw Emozhong running in his direction. He led the students from the track into the field and then shouted again. Stop! The students of Class 1 immediately stopped in their tracks. What's the matter? Can't you see that I'm in the middle of military training? Chang Yaojin turned around and glanced at Emozhong as he said with some dissatisfaction. General Chang, Yamacho asked someone to send a message. He wants a class of students who are proficient in arithmetic to temporarily stop their military training and go to the pier outside Plum Village to wait for orders. Emozhong felt a little guilty when old Devil Chang looked at him like this. However, he still relayed Li Zishuan's order. When Chang Yaojin heard this, he began to look at Emozhong strangely. If he didn't know him well, he would have suspected that Emozhong was a spy sent by a student to deliberately spread false information. Why does Shaoxian want students who are proficient in arithmetic? Emozhong cupped his fists and said, I don't know. I only heard that it was the order of the Minister of Civil Affairs, Elder Xiao. That old fox Xiao Yu? Chang Yaojin frowned and didn't say anything. The eyes of the students on the field suddenly lit up. Their chance had come. As long as it wasn't military training, they were willing to do anything. Moreover, they had to know arithmetic and he was the Minister of Civil Affairs. This meant that this job must be related to accounting. In this case, they had to go. Quickly agree. Counting makes me happy. This king wants to go and settle accounts. Li Tai stood upright and looked at Chang Yaojin's back from the corner of his eyes as he madly muttered in his heart. As if he had heard his thoughts, Chang Yaojin paused for a moment and said, Then let them go first. I'll go and train the students of Class 2 in the afternoon. The students of Class 1 were ecstatic when they heard this. However, they were afraid that extreme joy would lead to sorrow, so they didn't shout out loud. At this moment, they were extremely grateful to Xiao Yu, the Minister of Civil Affairs. Chapter 794. On the pier. Li Zishuan was talking to Yan Lide and the others when Wang Runbiao came back. He first greeted the two leaders of the imperial court, then looked at Li Zishuan and said, Little Xian, I've already prepared the small boat. I'll take you to the big ship to see the goods. Okay. Li Zishuan nodded and was about to leave with Wang Runbiao when Xiao Yu suddenly said, Mark Kyungen, do you have goods on the Wang family's ship? Li Zishuan didn't know what Xiao Yu meant. He turned around and answered, Yes, before the imperial court's fleet went south, I asked Runbiao to help me bring back some specialties from Nanyang. Xiao Yu twirled his beard and laughed. Haha, that's great. You can ask your students to help you settle the accounts. I'll let your goods reach the shore earlier. Take it as repayment. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect Xiao Yu to open the back door for him. This was good too. He didn't have to wait for half a day at the pier. Haha, thank you Elder Xiao. Li Zishuan thanked Xiao Yu, then followed Wang Runbiao onto the boat and went to the Wang family's main fleet. Xiao Xian, come and take a look. Is this the rubber you need? The boat followed the Ba River and rode for more than a mile before reaching the Wang family's fleet. From this, one could see how many ships were waiting to dock. If Xiao Yu didn't open the back door for Li Zishuan, they would have to wait for an entire afternoon. After boarding a large ship, Wang Runbiao said to Li Zishuan behind him. Li Zishuan responded, his heart full of anticipation. Many modern industrial products required rubber, and he really needed it. A person who seemed to be in charge of the ship led the two of them into the cabin. They saw that the huge cabin was filled with rows and rows of wooden barrels. "Young Master Marquis, this is the rubber we brought back from Nanyang. Please take a look." The guide bowed and smiled at Wang Runbiao and Li Zixuan. At this time, Li Zixuan couldn't be bothered to exchange pleasantries with others. He took a big stride and arrived in front of a wooden barrel. He deftly opened the lid and saw that it was filled with a white glue-like liquid. When he sniffed it carefully, he could smell a faint fragrance. What else could this be but natural rubber? Oh no, it should be called natural latex. In Li Zixuan's previous life, when he was in university, one of his university classmates opened a factory that produced latex pillows and mattresses. The rich second generation generally liked to show off. When he was in his second year of university, that guy invited everyone in his class to visit his factory. That was the first time Li Zixuan saw what natural latex looked like. It was also from that visit that Li Zixuan learned that natural latex didn't have a pungent smell. Instead, it had a faint fragrance. Some people bought natural latex pillows from the internet, but when they bought them, they would come back with a pungent smell. This meant that you bought a fake product. It was synthetic rubber, not natural. "Little Xian, how is it? Is this the rubber you need?" Wang Runbiao asked worriedly when he saw Li Zixuan staring at the wooden barrel for a long time without saying anything. Yes, this is rubber. This is the rubber I need." Li Zixuan recovered from his chaotic thoughts. His voice was unusually excited. "Runbiao, it's all thanks to you this time. How much rubber did you bring back in total?" From his voice, Wang Runbiao could hear a trace of expectation. This made Wang Runbiao a little surprised. One must know that this young man in front of him held a high position at such a young age. Moreover, he had a huge family fortune. It was really hard to understand that he had something to look forward to. Wang Runbiao looked at the manager beside him, indicating that he should answer this question. The middle-aged manager didn't dare to be negligent. He cupped his hands towards Li Zixuan and said, "Replying to Marquis, we found the rubber on the island. The island was full of rubber trees. We filled 20 boats, but we didn't finish loading them. However, in order to not fall behind the team, we only brought back 20 boats of rubber. Each boat was loaded with about 50,000 pounds of rubber. If each boat was 50,000 pounds, 20 boats would be 1 million pounds. Li Zixuan's breathing suddenly became hurried. 1 million pounds, that was more than 500 tons. I'm rich. I'm rich. There were only 3 words in Li Zixuan's mind right now, and that was to strike it rich. Such a huge amount of rubber was enough for him to do a lot of things. That's great. Runbiao, I won't beat around the bush, but I'll remember this kindness. I'll have someone send the money to your house now. Get someone to row these boats upstream for another 3 li. That's the new workshop of Strange Taste Pavilion. Just move the rubber there." According to the original agreement, if the Wang family's fleet found rubber in Nanyang, Li Zixuan would have to pay 400 strings of cash for each boat of rubber. Of course, the 400 strings of cash was a price of friendship, because a boat of spices from Nanyang would definitely cost more than 400 strings of cash. The main reason was that Wang Runbiao was looking for Li Zixuan to buy a large number of compasses to ensure the safety of the Wang family's fleet. It could also be said that it was an exchange of interests. "Haha, Xiaoxian, you're too kind," Wang Runbiao replied with a smile. At the same time, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After this incident, the relationship between the Wang family and Li Zixuan was even stronger. This was more valuable than anything else. After all, this young man in front of him had become a founding marquis before the age of 15. His future achievements were simply immeasurable. After exiting the cabin, Wang Runbiao ordered the steward on the boat to start sailing. They bypassed the boats in front of them and headed straight for the dock. Such a blatant act of cutting in line would, of course, anger some people. However, after seeing that it was the merchant ship of the Wang family of Taiyuan, most people shut their mouths. The reputation of the Wang family of Taiyuan was not just for show. There were also people who weren't afraid of the Wang family of Taiyuan. However, after seeing Li Zixuan at the bow of the boat, they all hesitated. After a while, 20 fleets full of rubber arrived at the front and began to dock. Xiao Yu was a man of his word. He had already sent officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs to wait at the dock to calculate the total value of the goods on board. Perhaps it was because Li Zixuan had now been promoted to a marquis, or perhaps it was because Li Zixuan had sent people to set up sheds for the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs at the dock and even sent ice cubes and iced water. The officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs who came to receive the goods were so enthusiastic that Li Zixuan was a little uncomfortable. However, facing the buckets of white gelatinous liquid on board, the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs who came to receive the goods couldn't help but feel troubled. How should they value this stuff? How much should they charge? Chapter 795. Marquis, what is this thing? How much should we tax it according to the market price? The middle-aged official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs looked at the white latex in the wooden bucket in the cabin. He reached in and touched it, then put his hand next to his nose and sniffed it. In the end, he still couldn't recognize what it was, so he walked behind Li Zixuan and asked with an awkward expression, "Oh, I call this thing rubber. As for the market price, I really don't know. After all, this thing has never appeared in Chang'an City." Li Zixuan didn't make things difficult for the official and answered truthfully. According to the rules, we have to collect tax based on 10% of the total value of the goods. What should we do now? The middle-aged official suddenly frowned and said. Li Zixuan glanced in the direction of Yanlai and Xiao Yu, then smiled and said, "If you can't make up your mind, go and ask Elder Xiao. However, I can give you a reference price. I bought this rubber from the Wang family's fleet. It's 400 strings of coins per ship. Alright, you can go and ask." He didn't mind paying more or less tax, but it was obvious that he was following the rules. If he paid more or less, what would the people behind him do? Yes, this official understands. Thank you, Marquis, for your advice. The middle-aged official cupped his hands to Li Zixuan, then turned and left. Not long after, he turned back. Marquis, Elder Xiao said that the tax will be based on the price you bought the rubber from the Wang family. In fact, Xiao Yu knew very well that since Li Zixuan valued rubber so much, it meant that its value was definitely extraordinary. At least it was definitely worth more than 400 strings of coins per ship. But so what if he understood? Only Li Zixuan could make use of this thing's value. The others didn't even know how to use it, so it was difficult to appraise its actual value. It was better to be straightforward and do Li Zixuan a favor at the same time. Alright, send someone up to take a look. There are a total of 20 ships worth 8,000 strings of coins, which is the tax of 800 strings of coins. If there's no problem, I'll write you a note later. You can take this note directly to Yunshan to get the money. Li Zixuan smiled without batting an eyelid, then said to the middle-aged official. In his heart, he was thinking that Elder Xiao was quite considerate. At least he didn't help just now. Yes, Marquis. Please wait here for a moment. This official sent someone to check the ships. The middle-aged official responded and went to arrange it. It didn't take long for the inspection to be completed. Li Zixuan wrote him a note for 800 strings of coins and asked him to go to Yunshan Villa to get the money. He wouldn't carry so much money with him. He wasn't crazy. The fleet full of rubber left the dock and sailed upstream along the Ba River. As soon as Li Zixuan got off the ship, he saw a group of students in camouflage uniforms coming from the north. Who else could it be other than Li Tai and Chang Chumo? Yamacho. Yamacho, what orders do you have for us to come here? The group of students also saw Li Zixuan. They immediately rushed over and asked. Li Tai didn't say anything. The little fatty was so hot that he was panting. Besides, he also knew why Li Zixuan called them over. Didn't they see so many officials at the dock burying their heads in writing? Anyway, for him, escaping from Chang Yaojin's evil clutches was the best thing to do. Meng Wenhao looked at the densely packed ships on the river. His face was full of excitement, but there was also a trace of uncertainty in his eyes. At this time, Li Zixuan looked at the students and smiled. The fleet that was previously organized by the imperial court to go south has returned today. His Majesty ordered the Ministry of Civil Affairs to collect tax from all the ships. Because the amount of money involved is huge, it's more troublesome to calculate. Elder Xiao wants you to come over and help collect the tax as soon as possible, so that these ships can dock and unload as soon as possible. As soon as Li Zixuan's voice fell, the students suddenly became excited. Many of them were familiar with accounting because a few months ago, when Yanhuang Academy was being built, they also went to help for a while. Most of them were at the construction site to help Yan Xiaoning calculate the materials, consumption, and so on. When Meng Wenhao heard Li Zishuan say that these ships were the fleet that went south, his body finally couldn't help but tremble. This was because he knew that his father was in one of the ships on the river. After so long, it was the first time that he and his father were so close to each other. He really wanted to find his father right now, but where could he find him with so many ships? Moreover, he still hadn't completed the task that Li Zishuan gave them. Mother, quick look. Isn't that my brother? Not far away, among the group of people who were welcoming their relatives and friends, a little girl suddenly accused the group of students in camouflage clothing behind them, and said to the middle-aged woman beside her, "Yeah, don't talk nonsense. Your brother is still studying at the academy." The middle-aged woman didn't believe her. She patted her daughter's little head and said, "This pair of mother and daughter were Meng Wenhao's mother and Yaya. Mother, that's really my brother. Yaya didn't lie to you." Unexpectedly, after being reprimanded, Yaya still pulled Meng Wenhao's mother and said. Meng Wenhao's mother turned around suspiciously. When she looked in the direction of her daughter's finger, she was suddenly stunned. On the other side, Li Zishuan brought more than 40 students from Class 1 to Xiaoyu's place. Xiaoyu personally assigned them tasks. Li Zishuan seemed to have noticed Meng Wenhao's abnormal mood. He walked over and patted the latter's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Your father has profited from this disaster. Your family's good days are coming soon. After the Feng Jihua's fleet docks, you can leave first to reunite with your father. But don't forget to return to the academy before dark." Meng Wenhao obviously didn't know that his father had been promoted to an official, but this didn't stop him from being grateful to Li Zishuan. "Thank you, Yamacho." He clasped his fists at Li Zishuan excitedly. The waiting time was always long. At around 5 in the afternoon, it was the Feng Jihua's fleet's turn to dock. Meng Wenhao's eyes were sharp. He took the initiative to follow the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs to welcome them. After a while, he saw the man on the ship whose blood was thicker than water. "Father." Because the weather was too hot, Meng Yuliang was shirtless at the moment. In this way, the dozens of scars on his body were exposed. When Meng Wenhao saw them, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but sour. Why are you here? And Ya Yulan, why are you all here?" It was Meng Wenhao's mother and daughter. At this moment, when they saw the Feng Jihua's fleet docking, they also followed. The family that had been separated for nearly 5 months was now reunited at the murky harbor. Chapter 796. Not far from the dock of the Ba River, there was a tea shed. It was specially designed for merchants to rest and quench their thirst. A few hundred steps to the east, one could see some restaurants, shops, grocery stores, and so on. It was like a small market dedicated to the dock of the Ba River. "Husband, the injuries on your body." In the shabby tea shed, Meng Wenhao's family of 4 was sitting around a tea table. When Meng Wenhao's mother saw her husband gulping down 2 bowls of herbal tea, a trace of heartache flashed through her eyes. She paused for a moment before asking. In fact, according to Feng Jihua's original intention, Meng Yuliang could take his wife and children directly home for a reunion, but Meng Yuliang refused because the goods on Feng Jihua's ship had not been unloaded. He felt that he could not leave yet. However, he did not want his family to suffer with him, so he led his wife and children to the tea shed next to him to rest for a while. After that, he planned to go back alone and continue to work. At this time, hearing his wife's words of deep concern, Meng Yuliang hurriedly interrupted. "Those are just some minor injuries. It doesn't get in the way. When going out, how could there not be any bumps and bruises? Don't make a fuss and scare the children." He did not intend to tell his family about the encounter with the pirates at sea. Even if it was dangerous at the time, now that he had returned safely, what was the point of mentioning it? Mentioning it would only make his family worry. There was no benefit at all. But he did not know that Meng Wenhao, who was sitting quietly on the side, already knew the complete story. "Father, after you come back this time, don't go out to sea again, okay? The sea is stormy and there are many bad people. It is easy to encounter danger. Although it is said that wealth comes from danger, your son can now support himself and the family. Don't take the risk of going out to sea again, okay? When Meng Wenhao saw that his father was deliberately covering up the scars on his body, he instantly understood what his father was planning. Considering his mother and sister's tolerance, he didn't expose his father's lie on the spot. However, what he said hinted at something. Meng Yuliang heard this and looked at his son with some uncertainty. What did he mean by "the sea is stormy and there are many bad people"? Did his son know about the pirate attack that night? That was impossible. Logically speaking, his son was just a commoner. How could he receive news from the sea? "All right, I promise you." Looking deeply at Meng Wenhao, Meng Yuliang replied with a firm expression. He had just escaped death not long ago, so he knew better than anyone else the dangers of the sea. To be honest, after experiencing this life and death crisis, he didn't want to go out to sea again. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, but he was afraid that no one would take care of his wife and children after he died. Oh, great. That's great. Daddy finally doesn't have to be away from home for so long in the future. Otherwise, Yaya will think badly of you. Of course, Yaya couldn't understand the code between her brother and her father, but she could understand that her father would never go out to sea again. Just this point alone was enough to make the little girl happy for a long time. Haha, is that so? Yaya misses Daddy that much? Hearing his daughter's innocent words, Meng Yuliang laughed in a carefree mood. Yes. Yaya missed Daddy a lot when Daddy wasn't around. Yaya nodded and said crisply, Haha, Daddy also misses Yaya. Yaya, wait for me. Daddy will bring you delicious food this time. I'll give it to you when we get home tonight. It was said that a daughter was her father's lover in his previous life. This point was really not wrong. Meng Yuliang wanted his son to succeed, but he doted on his daughter endlessly. He stroked Yaya's little head and laughed heartily. After all, the little girl was still young. Hearing that her father brought her delicious food, her two little eyes suddenly curved into a small crescent moon. She sweetly said, Thank you, Daddy. Meng Yuliang smiled, then stood up and prepared to go back to the dock to work. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion from the docks. The few of them followed the sound and saw 4 people dressed in green, round-necked, narrow-sleeved robes. They seemed to be the eunuchs of the palace. Where is Meng Yuliang? Where is Meng Yuliang? Come quickly to receive the decree. Faintly, Meng Yuliang seemed to hear the leader of the eunuchs calling out his name. He wondered if he had misheard, or if there just happened to be someone with the same name and surname as him on the docks. Otherwise, how could a nobody like him enter the eyes of the nobles in the palace? Father, they seem to be calling you. Obviously, Meng Wenhao also noticed the situation there. He pulled Meng Yuliang's sleeve and said. At this moment, the words that Li Zixuan had said to him half an hour ago suddenly echoed in his mind. Your father has profited from a disaster this time. Your family's good days are about to come. After a while, when Feng Jihua's fleet docks, you can leave first to reunite with your father. But don't forget to return to the academy before dark. Profited from this disaster? Good days? Eunuchs in the palace? Connecting all the signs together, Meng Wenhao's heart suddenly had a bold idea. Oh no, it should be a bold guess. How is this possible? I guess they are not calling me father. Meng Yuliang heard his son say so. He was shocked and doubtful and stuttered. Father, it's you. Look, that's the Yamacho's people coming here. I think they are calling you over. Meng Wenhao's eyes were sharp and saw Emozhong rushing over. He could not help but confirm the guess in his heart. Master Meng, the angels are coming. Quickly go and receive the edict. Just as they were talking, Emozhong had already run over and said in a hurried tone. Meng Yuliang trembled and quickly waved his hand. I am not a master. You can just call me Yuliang. But when he heard the second half of Emozhong's sentence, he could not help but be stunned. Those eunuchs were really here to find him? And they were going to give him an imperial edict? A peasant like him was going to receive an imperial edict one day? Why did it feel like a dream? Father, don't worry, it must be a good thing. Go quickly. Don't be late and let the angels wait impatiently. Meng Wenhao saw his father in a daze and quickly went forward to push him and urged him. Oh, good. Father will go right away. Meng Yuliang returned to his senses and hurriedly followed Emozhong towards the docks to receive the imperial edict that had descended from the heavens. Chapter 797. Oh Marquis, why are you still here? Meng Yuliang and Meng Wenhao had just walked to the dock when they heard the eunuch shouting at Li Zishuan. Marquis? When Meng Yuliang and Meng Wenhao heard how the eunuch addressed Li Zishuan, they couldn't help but be surprised. They secretly wondered when Li Zishuan became Marquis. One of them had just returned after drifting on the sea for several months, while the other had received closed military training in the academy. They had no way to know about the news from the outside world, so they didn't know that Li Zishuan had been conferred the title of Marquis today. His Majesty conferred Yamacho the title of Marquis of Yong, and in the morning court. This news had already spread by noon. Although the father and son of the Ming family spoke softly, Emozhong was a martial arts expert in the Qi transformation realm, so he naturally heard it clearly. Therefore, he explained to the two in a low voice. Yamacho has been conferred the title of Marquis? That's really great. Meng Wenhao was sincerely happy. Although Li Zishuan was strict with his students, he was always full of kindness behind his sternness. The other students of Yanhuang College might not know this, but the group of students who used to study in the mathematics school all wanted Li Zishuan to be well. At this time Li Zishuan asked, "What does this little eunuch mean? If I'm not here, where should I go?" The little eunuch hurriedly trotted to Li Zishuan's side with a flattering face and said, "Marquis Steward Zhao left the palace with us to deliver the decree. He's probably looking for you all over the Yunshan mountain right now. Quickly go back and receive the decree." Li Zishuan suddenly realized that the official decree to confer him the title of Marquis of Yong and hadn't been issued yet. Therefore he bid farewell to Yen Lide and Xiaoyu, and told Li Tai and the rest to work hard and not be lazy. Only then did he get on his horse and gallop towards the Yunshan mountain. The crowd at the dock all knew that Li Zishuan had been conferred the title of Marquis after hearing the explanations of some insiders. Heartfelt congratulations immediately filled the air. Li Xiannan has been conferred the title of Marquis. This is really great. Yes, Li Xian, no, it should be Marquis. Marquis of Yong. And so kind and considerate of the common people should be conferred the title of Marquis and have a long life. Yes, with Marquis Yong the Marquis? Who knows, maybe it will be our family's turn. Look, compared to our villages, Marquis are, as compared to heaven and earth. Yes. It's just that I don't know how big Marquis Yong'an's fief is. It would be great if my family could become one of his farmers. What this person said was exactly what the others were hoping for. Li Zishuan was already famous for treating the people of his fief well. The Marquis of the Han village and Marquis of Plum village were now rich, and had become the model villages of the villages near Chang and City. They were often talked about with great interest and of course were also the targets of envy. Hey, I know this. Marquis Yong'an's fief is in Lantian County, and there are 600 households living there. Our Lu village is definitely in there, haha. In the future, the farmers of the Lu village will also be able to live good lives. 600 households? His Majesty is truly generous to Marquis Yong. One must know that Duke of Lu Changyaojin only had 700 households living in his fief. Duke of Yiqin Qiong also had 700 households living in his fief. Duke of Wei Lijing only had 400 households living in his fief. And Li Zishuan, as a marquis, actually had 600 households living in his fief. Among the marquises of the Great Tang Empire, Li Zishuan's fief was definitely at the forefront. One must know that it was 600 households living there. What did 600 households mean? It meant that in the future, Li Zishuan would truly be sitting on thousands of acres of fertile land and become a super landlord. In the future, even if he didn't do anything, he would still be able to live a life of extravagance. Why is it in Lantian County and not in Xinfeng County? There is no hope for our stone village now. Instantly, there were sounds of regret from the surroundings. Meng Yuliang, listen to the imperial edict. After seeing Li Zishuan leave, the little eunuch looked at the father and son of the Meng family standing at the side and then shouted with a sharp voice. Meng Yuliang's father was so excited that he almost knelt down. Fortunately, Meng Wenhao knew the rules and knew that he didn't need to kneel down to receive the imperial edict. He quickly pulled his father and the two of them faced the direction of the imperial palace and bowed. Meng Yuliang said in a trembling voice, Meng Yuliang respectfully listens to the imperial edict. The surrounding people turned their attention back to the two of them. They looked at Meng Yuliang and his father with a trace of doubt in their eyes. Obviously, they didn't understand why Li Er would give an imperial edict to a commoner. The Emperor of the Great Tang Empire decrees. Meng Yuliang, the crew member of the southbound fleet, loudly warned at the critical moment when the fleet was attacked and prevented the merchant ship from falling into the hands of the bandits. Moreover, your loyalty and bravery are unparalleled. At the moment of life and death, you forcefully changed the direction of the burning ship and saved the main fleet. I have decided to confer you the title of Xuanje Commandant of the 8th rank and reward you with 100,000 yuan and 100 bolts of silk and satin. Imperial Edict. As the little eunuch's voice fell, the crowd was in an uproar. The man in front of them, who looked incomparably humble, was actually conferred the title of Xuanje Commandant of the 8th rank by the emperor. This made countless people envious and jealous. The person involved, Meng Yuliang, was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he would be conferred the title of an official. Official for the previous Meng Yuliang was so far away. He only hoped that his son would study hard and in the future, he would be able to enter the imperial court as an official. He never thought that he would be one step ahead of his son to become an official. How is this possible? He is just a peasant who doesn't know how to read and write. Meng Yuliang's mother, who was worried about her husband, came to observe. At this moment, after hearing the imperial edict on one hand, she was shocked that her husband was conferred the title of an official. On the other hand, she was frightened and sad because the imperial edict mentioned the bandits and the words of life and death. Meng Yuliang's mother instantly understood how those scars on Meng Yuliang's body came about. Almost subconsciously, the image of a fierce battle in the sea appeared in her mind. Her husband was seriously injured and on the verge of death. The tears in her eyes suddenly burst out. "Mother, why are you crying?" Yaya felt a chill on her arm. She raised her head and saw that her mother was actually crying silently. The little girl immediately felt grief from the bottom of her heart and asked in a hoarse voice, "Mother is fine, mother is fine?" On the other side, Meng Wenhao saw his father in a daze and quickly shouted, "Father, father, quickly go and receive the imperial edict." Oh. Meng Yuliang suddenly came back to his senses. He put his hand on his body and rubbed it hard as if he wanted to shed a layer of skin. Then he went to the side of the little eunuch and respectfully clasped his fist and said, "Meng Yuliang receives the imperial edict, thank you." The little eunuch squinted his eyes and handed the imperial edict to Meng Yuliang. According to reason at this time, he should offer the wedding money, but Meng Yuliang's mind was full of confusion at this moment. How could he think of this? Fortunately, Feng Zhihua heard the news and rushed over. "Happy event. Very happy event. This little eunuch has worked hard all the way. Just take it as the tea money. I hope little eunuch will accept it." Chapter 798. Seeing the Meng family at a loss, Feng Zhihua could only take out a small pouch with a few golden beans and hand it to the little eunuch. The little eunuch squinted his eyes and looked at Feng Zhihua. Then he quietly stuffed the pouch into his sleeve and said with a fake smile, "It is indeed worthy of celebration. Lieutenant Meng, don't forget to report to the Ministry of Personnel later." Only then did Meng Yuliang come back to his senses. He wanted to personally present the wedding money, but this time he only brought a total of 12 copper coins. Moreover, the little eunuch had already received the wedding money from Feng Zhihua. If he were to present the wedding money again, it would be very inappropriate. Therefore, he put on a smiling face and stepped forward. "Thank you for your reminder. I will go to the Ministry of Personnel tomorrow to report." The little eunuch faintly said, "N." Then he took out an imperial edict and shouted with a sharp voice, "Where is Feng Zhihua?" Feng Zhihua, who was standing next to Meng Yuliang, suddenly opened his eyes wide and murmured in disbelief, "This eunuch, this one is Feng Zhihua. Are you calling me?" The little eunuch looked at Feng Zhihua in surprise. He didn't expect that the person who just gave him a red packet was the main character of the second imperial edict. However, he still had a good impression of Feng Zhihua, who was very discerning. "And that's right. Xiu, come forward and listen to the edict," the little eunuch said in a feminine voice. "Ah? Listen to the edict?" Listen to the edict? Oh, okay. Feng Zhihua, listen to the imperial edict. Some people can maintain a very clear mind when they are bystanders. However, once something happens to them, their mind will immediately become chaotic. Feng Zhihua belongs to this kind of people. Now his heart is still in a mess. He even stuttered when he spoke. The Tang Emperor decrees, southbound merchant Feng Zhihua, who values friendship and righteousness, when the pirates attacked the fleet, he didn't panic in the face of danger. He joined hands with the crew to turn the tide and prevent the main fleet from suffering a huge loss. He is awarded the title of Righteous Merchant. He will live with the country for generations to show his appreciation. Wow! As soon as the little eunuch's voice fell, the surrounding people suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Feng Zhihua was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. Feng Zhihua accepts the decree. Thank your majesty for your kindness. Since ancient times, the status of merchants had always been low, and they were often exploited by local officials. Moreover, after being exploited, they had to swallow their anger, and no one would seek justice for them. This was because the hierarchy of agriculture, industry, and commerce firmly nailed the merchants to the ground, and they would never be able to move. But now that he had the title of Righteous Merchant, at the very least when he walked around the local government, he would encounter fewer difficulties. To Feng Zhihua, this title was as valuable as gold. More importantly, the imperial edict had stated that this title of Righteous Merchant would last for as long as the Great Tang existed. This meant that as long as the Great Tang existed, Feng Zhihua would always enjoy the treatment of a righteous merchant. Even if he died, this title would be passed on to his descendants. This benefit was simply too good. It could be said that Feng Zhihua had now become the object of envy of all merchants in the world. At this moment, Feng Zhihua trembled as he stepped forward to receive the imperial edict. Of course, it was inevitable that he stuffed a gold bean into the little eunuch's hands. But to Feng Zhihua, money was a small matter. This imperial edict was priceless. All right, the edict has been passed. We should return to the palace. The little eunuch brushed his sleeves, turned around with a smile, and left with his entourage. He was rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he was not going to pass on the imperial edict to Li Zishuan. Otherwise, how could he get so much money? It was not that Li Zishuan was stingy, but he did not dare to accept the money given by Li Zishuan. Take care, eunuch. Meng Yuliang and the others hurriedly bowed to the back of the little eunuch. After the little eunuch left, this place suddenly became a sea of joy. Boss Feng, thank you for just now. I will return the money to you later. Meng Yuliang said. Feng Zhihua was obviously very happy. His old face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. He waved his hands and said, "Haha, you don't need to return it? How much money can it be? It's not a problem. Yuliang, now that you have an official position, this is the most joyous thing. I didn't expect that you would be an official one step ahead of your family's Wenhao. This is really beyond my expectations." In the end, without waiting for Meng Yuliang to object, he continued with a smile and said, "Oh, let's quickly finish unloading the goods. After unloading, this old man will treat all of you to wine to celebrate for you, Yuliang, and of course for me." How can this be? How can I let Boss Feng spend money? Feng Zhihua pretended to be angry and said, "Hey, why can't this be? Yuliang, now that you have an official position, you don't want to have any dealings with this old man?" Meng Yuliang hurriedly shook his head and said, No, Boss Feng, what are you talking about? How can I, Meng Yuliang, be a villain who only cares about profits and forgets righteousness? I definitely don't mean that. You misunderstood. Feng Zhihua laughed and said, "Since you don't mean that, then you sister-in-law, your son, and your daughter can go together later. You are not allowed to refuse." "Butler Zhao, how have you been recently? The previous incident was my fault. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone berserk during cultivation and caused your realm to drop." At the Yunshan residence, Li Zishuan had already received the imperial edict and was chatting with Zhao Song, whom he hadn't seen for a few months. "Sai Marquillon, please don't say that. The matter of compressing my qi for cultivation was purely voluntary. You have already explained the risks involved. If something happened in the end, it can't be blamed on you. A while ago, I heard that His Majesty blamed you because of this. I felt very apologetic in my heart, and have been wanting to visit you to apologize. As for the drop in realm, so be it. We can just cultivate again. Zhao Song was drinking tea. When he heard Li Zixuan say this, he hurriedly put down his teacup and said. Li Zixuan smiled knowingly. He thought to himself that Zhao Song was an open-minded and straightforward person. One had to know that the realm of martial arts was the lifeblood of many martial artists. A drop in realm was equivalent to taking away one's life. If this happened to others, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't resent it. With Butler Zhao's state of mind, it's only a matter of time before you break through to the great Grandmaster realm. Let's not blame this and that. If Butler Zhao is free in the future, I will treat you to wine. More haste, less speed. In order to break through to the great Grandmaster realm, not only did one need to make a breakthrough in strength, one also needed to make a breakthrough in one's state of mind. Li Zixuan felt that the current Zhao Song looked more mature and reserved than before. In such a state, the chances of him breaking through to the great Grandmaster realm were undoubtedly higher. Thank you for your auspicious words. Zhao Song pursed his lips and smiled faintly. Oh. Chapter 799. We haven't seen each other for a few months, but I feel that Duke Yong'an's martial arts have improved again. In the Yunshan residence, Zhao Song could not help but squint his eyes at the mention of the realm of martial arts. He took a good look at Li Zixuan and was immediately surprised. He could vaguely feel that the sword will on Li Zixuan's body was sharper than before. This was hard for him to accept. The young man in front of him had just broken through to the guru realm. Oh, really? I've been thinking about a new sword technique recently, and I haven't been practicing it deliberately. Li Zixuan hadn't paid much attention to his own realm. He just combined it with the Dugu family's solitary wind swordsmanship to improve the 9 strategies beyond the swords in his free time. To him, improving his martial arts realm wasn't the most important thing. He didn't want to improve his realm too quickly and cause his foundation to be unstable. Zhao Song was speechless. He hadn't practiced much, but his martial arts had improved so quickly. How could he, who had been practicing hard every day, endure this? He wanted to ask what kind of sword technique it was that it had such magical power, but he thought that it was taboo to inquire about other people's martial arts, so he didn't say anything. Duke Yong'an is really talented. No wonder he was valued by spiritual master Lingxiu and accepted into the sect. Zhao Song sighed and then got up to leave. It's getting late. We have to go back to the palace. If we have time in the future, we'll talk about old times with Duke Yong'an. Li Zixuan got up and said, Take care, Butler Zhao. Hey Wenhao, I heard that your father was promoted to an official. Congratulations. With the help of Class 1 of Yanhuang College's students, the ships at the dock were finally unloaded before dark. Meng Wenhao didn't go to the banquet with his family because he had to rush back to the academy before dark. In the Yanhuang College's cafeteria, Li Tai, Sun Zifan, Cheng Chumo, and the others all congratulated Meng Wenhao. Although they were busy with the accounts in the afternoon, they had also noticed the movement over there. It was just that they didn't have time to care about it at that time. Thank you. In the face of these congratulatory words from his classmates, Meng Wenhao politely responded with a forced smile. However, in his heart he was bitterly laughing. Was this really worth congratulating? Meng Wenhao felt that this was not worth congratulating. He even felt that if he could, he would rather not have this Xianjie chaplain as long as his father was safe and sound. Haha, tomorrow is Friday, it's finally the holidays again. Wenhao, you've become a rich man now. You have to treat us to a meal when the time comes. Cheng Chumo laughed heartily. This time, Li Er not only rewarded the Meng family with a Xianjie commandant, but also a lot of money. That was why he said that Meng Wenhao was now a rich man. That's how it should be. In the past, Wenhao has received a lot of care from all of you. It's time to treat all of you to a drink. Although Meng Wenhao's mind wasn't here, he still replied. The sharp-eyed Li Tai noticed the change in Meng Wenhao's emotions, but he didn't say anything. Hey, speaking of which, this is the 3rd week, right? The 1-month military training period is about to end. We can finally relax. Now I finally understand how blissful it is to sit in the classroom and listen to lectures. Sun Zifan, the little fatty, said with a face full of emotion. Calling him a little fatty now wasn't very appropriate. After such a long period of military training, his physique was now at an average level. He couldn't be considered fat at all. At most he was a little sturdy. As for Li Tai, he had also lost a lot of fat. However, Li Tai was much fatter than Sun Zifan before, so he still looked a little fat now. However, it was much better than his previous round appearance. Sigh, Sun Zifan, I say, let's think about how we're going to spend tomorrow. This afternoon, because we helped the Ministry of Civil Affairs settle the score, we escaped a calamity. However, we can't escape the calamity forever. I heard that this afternoon, the people of Class 2 were badly scolded by Lu Guogong. Now they're all lying on the sports field. Wang Meng, who was sitting at the next table, glanced at Sun Zifan, who was in a happy mood, and said mercilessly, that's true. When Sun Zifan heard this, he immediately lost his spirit like a frosted eggplant. He muttered in a melancholy mood. When we left in the afternoon, I felt that Lu Guogong was not in a good mood. We are bound to be unlucky tomorrow. I say, Chonyo, can you ask your father not to come tomorrow? It's not so bad for the academy. We can have a break every 5 days, but the ministers only have one break every 10 days. It's not easy. Your father should be resting at home while the imperial court is on holiday. Yes, Zifan is right. Chonyo, you have to persuade Lu Guogong. Li Tai also voiced his agreement. Chung Chumo said with a bitter face, do you think I don't want to persuade him? But my father is so stubborn. How can I persuade him? In fact, Chung Chumo knew that the reason why his father came to the academy as a military training instructor, other than helping Li Zishuan train the students, was to help him improve his state through military training. But now that more than half of the military training was over, his martial arts state was like Mount Tai, not moving at all. So compared to Li Tai and the rest, he was the one who was under a lot of pressure. That's right. This prince can still take leave. Today, Lu Guogong wanted to scold us, but because of the fleet from the imperial court, it was all for naught. Tomorrow he will definitely reprimand us even harder, so tomorrow won't be easy. This prince must take leave tomorrow. Li Tai's mind suddenly flashed. He remembered that before school started, Li Zishuan had asked him for help twice. In return, he had given him 3 days of leave. But it had been so long that he had forgotten. Thinking of this, he immediately smiled proudly. Tomorrow you guys go and accept the training. I'm not feeling well, so I'll ask for a few days of leave from the Yamacho. Sun Zifan stared and carefully looked at Li Tai, then said in disbelief, I say, Qingke, aren't you overthinking it? Looking at you now, who would believe that you're sick? Even if you're pretending to be sick, you should at least pretend. If you go to the Yamacho, you'll definitely be seen through by the Yamacho. It'll be a miracle if you can take leave. Chung Chumo echoed. Zifan is right. Qingke, you should save it. Shaoxian will definitely not allow you to take leave. He might even punish you for lying. Li Tai smiled mysteriously and said, Zifan. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Let's bet on whether the Yamacho will agree to my request for leave. Sun Zifan said without thinking. Okay, let's bet. Qingke, just tell me how you want to bet and what you want to bet on. The world was ignorant. They always thought that they were the smartest, so there was gambling in the world. Chapter 800. Neither of us is short of money, so gambling is boring. How about this, if I can really apply for leave from Yamacho tomorrow, you help me wash footwear for a month. If I can't apply for leave, then I'll help you wash footwear for a month. How about that? In the Yanhuang College cafeteria, Li Tai's eyes rolled twice, and then he looked at Sun Zifan and said, the so-called footwear was the socks worn by ancient people, also known as footbacks. It first appeared in the form of lace socks during the Xia, Shang and Zhou dynasties. During the Qin Han Three Kingdoms and Wei and Jin dynasties, the form of socks also changed a lot. The form was more and more similar to modern socks. Of course, until the Tang dynasty, the word socks had not officially appeared. According to reliable records, the word socks first appeared in the ancient and modern Chinese annotations, written by Ma Huan of the Liang dynasty. F***ck Qing, you win. But who's afraid of who? I'll take this bet. Sun Zifan's appetite suddenly became bad when he thought about washing someone's smelly socks on a hot day. But how could he be afraid at such a critical time? Moreover, in his opinion, Li Zishuan would never agree to Li Tai's request for leave. So he looked at Li Tai and agreed decisively. Okay. Then it's a deal. The little fatty was suddenly happy. He thought to himself, there's really someone who isn't afraid of death. For the next month I won't have to wash footwear at all. It's a deal. Sun Zifan also said loudly. He didn't think he would lose. Husband, what are you busy with? After receiving the imperial edict in the afternoon, you've been hiding in the house and didn't come out for dinner. Mother even asked about you. At night, Yunshan Villa. Han Yushi walked into the bedroom on the third floor with a wooden food box in her left hand and a candle in her right hand. She put the food box next to Li Zishuan, who was hunched over the desk, and then turned to change the candle on the candlestick that was about to burn out. She asked Li Zishuan softly while changing the candle. Oh, nothing. Your husband is still pondering over some things. If it were someone else who asked this question at this time, Li Zishuan, who was in deep thought, might not pay attention to them at all. However, Han Yushi was different. He had always doted on his wife very much. It was not an exaggeration to call him a wife-doting maniac. He lowered his head and drew something while answering Yushi's question. What are you thinking about? After changing the candles, Han Yushi curiously walked behind Li Zishuan. She glanced at the white paper in front of him that was filled with various symbols and asked, Hey, wife, come and sit. Li Zishuan stopped writing when he heard this. He laughed and pulled Han Yushi into his arms. Then he explained, I'm not sure. Wife, you also know that we bought over 1 million caddies of rubber latex from the Wang family this time. Your husband is thinking of a way to refine the latex. Otherwise, wouldn't the nearly 10,000 strings of coins be wasted? Han Yushi glanced at Li Zishuan. She did not believe that her husband worked so hard just to not spend a few thousand strings of coins in vain. By the way, husband, I still don't know the use of this rubber that looks like soy milk. The ancients also drank soy milk. The inventor of soy milk was Luan, the king of Huainan in the Western Han dynasty. It was said that Luan was a filial son. When his mother was ill, Luan would make soy milk with soaked soybeans every day for his mother to drink. Mother Lu's illness quickly recovered. Since then, soy milk gradually became popular among the people. Hey, this rubber has too many uses. Let me tell you, although this rubber latex looks like soy milk, once it is refined, it will become something soft and elastic. The simplest use is to use it on wheels. The outer wheels made of rubber are much faster than wooden ones. Of course, this is only the simplest use. Your husband still has some complicated tools that must use rubber. Oh, by the way, rubber can also be used to make a very interesting thing. In the future, your husband may be able to discuss it with my wife. Li Zishuan was still serious when he said the first few words, but in the end, his tone suddenly became extremely wretched, and his hands began to become dishonest. He was grabbing at a certain part of Han Yushi's body. Ah, husband, you can slowly think about it. I won't disturb you anymore. The weather was hot now, and Han Yushi was wearing thin clothes. How could she withstand such teasing? She was so scared that she quickly stood up and retreated far away in an instant. She wasn't the least bit interested in the interesting thing that Li Zishuan had mentioned. Although they had been married for so long and had experienced a lot of things in bed, Han Yushi still couldn't help but be shy when it came to it. Moreover, she didn't want Li Zishuan to be obsessed with these things and neglect the proper business. Therefore, except for the first few days after they got married, she had always been extremely restrained in this aspect. Li Zishuan touched his nose gloomily when he grabbed nothing. However, the fragrance of Han Yushi's body inevitably came from his hand, which made his heart restless again. But when he saw his wife retreating far away as if she was guarding against a pervert, walking to the bedside and beginning to embroider, he knew that now was not the time to do that kind of thing. Thus, he dispelled the evil thoughts and began to work honestly. After about an hour, Li Zishuan finally stopped writing. He raised his head and stretched lazily. He looked at the food box that Han Yushi had just brought over. He shook his head and did not touch the food. In front of a beautiful woman, who was a feast for the eyes, why would he need any food? This guy chuckled, then rubbed his hands and walked toward Han Yushi, who was sitting by the bed and doing needlework. Ah, husband, don't. Let me finish the rest of the embroidery first. Someone's bear hug completely disrupted the rhythm of the needlework in Han Yushi's hands. Han Yushi exclaimed and quickly said, This was not an excuse on purpose, but this embroidery really only had a little work left. Oh, okay. Wife, you do it. I'll hug you and not move. It won't affect you. Li Zishuan responded in a muffled voice. Then he wrapped his arms around Han Yushi's waist from behind and buried his head in her neck. Feeling the hot breath on her neck, Han Yushi suddenly blushed. She thought to herself, how can I do it with peace of mind when you are like this? After sighing helplessly, Han Yushi forced herself to calm down and began to do the unfinished work. Ah, wife, this won't do. The light at night is too dim. Needlework hurts the eyes. Let's not do it. Let's sleep. After a while, Li Zishuan felt that it was still difficult to do embroidery with the weak candlelight in the room, so he spoke up. At the same time, he wondered if he should find a way to install electric lights in the courtyard. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient. Oh. Chapter 801. Once a person's dream was achieved, it was easy to become lazy, and this laziness would continue until a new goal appeared. Li Zishuan was like this. When he first came to this dynasty, he dreamed of becoming a marquis and then waiting for death to come. Life was short, and he still had a wealthy family and a beautiful wife. He had to enjoy it as soon as possible. So the next day, Li Zishuan slept very late and didn't wake up. Of course, part of the reason was because he had slept rather late last night. In any case, his habit of getting up early for the past half a month was suddenly interrupted. However, this made someone suffer. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Yanhuang College, Guanghua Building. 10th floor of the Central Twin Towers. Li Tai did not go to the cafeteria after finishing his morning run as usual. Instead, he went straight to Li Zishuan's office and banged on the door with all his might. However, there was still no movement after banging on it for more than 10 times. Li Tai's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. Qing Ke, are you looking for Xiaoxian? At this moment, someone suddenly walked out from the staircase. It was Yan Xiaoning, who had just come to work and heard the commotion. Li Tai was quite familiar with Yan Xiaoning in the past. He quickly said, "That's right, Brother Xiaoning. Do you know where Xiaoxian Yamacho is?" In the past, Xiaoxian would have already arrived at this time. However, you still haven't opened the door after banging on it for so long. This means that he didn't come today. Yan Xiaoning thought for a moment and replied. Li Tai panicked when he heard this. Then, Brother Xiaoning, do you know where Yamacho is now? Yan Xiaoning said helplessly. How would I know? Qing Ke, if you have something urgent to look for him, you can ask Mo Zhong. He should know. As soon as Yan Xiaoning finished speaking, Li Tai disappeared in an instant. He was so fast that even Yan Xiaoning was a little surprised. Seems like this military training is still useful. Yan Xiaoning muttered softly as he looked at Li Tai's back, which was obviously much thinner than before, and his vigorous steps. Mo Zhong, where's Yamacho? Li Tai ran to the gate of the academy, found Mo Zhong, and asked. When Mo Zhong saw that the person asking the question was Li Tai, he hurriedly replied, Yamacho hasn't come today. He must have something to do, or he's still at home. Li Tai widened his eyes. How could he do that? If he couldn't get leave soon, he would have to continue the military training with Sun Zifan and the others. Then he would lose the bet. According to the agreement, he had to wash Sun Zifan's footwear for a month. Wasn't this asking for his old life? Hey, Your Highness, what are you trying to do? You cannot go out. This is the academy's rule. Li Tai was anxious and wanted to go out to find Li Zishuan. Mo Zhong would not let him go and quickly stopped him. Out of the way. I really have something urgent to talk to Yamacho about. Fortunately, this was the academy. If someone dared to stop him in any other place, Li Tai would definitely be angry. Even so, the little fatty's tone was impatient. Mo Zhong knew that this young master in front of him was not an easy person to deal with. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He was still thinking of a countermeasure. When he saw that Li Tai was about to explode, he hurriedly said, How about this? Your Highness, please calm down first. I will help you find Yamacho. You cannot go out. The Academy's rules cannot be broken. When I find Yamacho, you can talk to him face to face if you have something to say. Li Tai thought about it and felt that it was feasible. He waved his hand impatiently and said, Okay. Go and come back quickly. I will wait here. After saying that, Li Tai did not even go to the cafeteria. He went straight to the guard booth at the academy's entrance and sat in Mo Zhong's seat. Mo Yun was shocked and did not dare to sit with Li Tai. He quickly came out to stand guard. Mo Zhong, on the other hand, ran in the direction of the Cloud Mountain Resort. About half an hour later, the little fatty was anxiously waiting because there was only a little more than 15 minutes left before the morning military training. At this time he finally saw Mo Zhong and Li Zixuan coming back. Qing Ke, I heard that you have something urgent to talk to me about. What is it? Do you have to say it now? Li Zixuan looked at Li Tai and asked expressionlessly. In fact, he was very unhappy. No one would be in a good mood if they were woken up by a shout downstairs while holding their wife in their dreams. After waking up, he heard Mo Zhong say that Li Tai had something urgent to talk to him about. Li Zixuan snorted and thought, what kind of business could this little fatty have? So he came over very reluctantly. Yamacho, let's talk as we walk. Li Tai quickly walked out of the guard booth and said. The two walked on the cement road of the academy. Li Tai continued, Yamacho, I want to ask for a 3-day leave from you. You promised me that you would allow me to take a 3-day leave during the military training period. Plus the 2 days of rest during the weekend, I can take a total of 5 days off. Damn, this little fatty woke me up early in the morning just to ask for a leave? Li Zixuan's face suddenly looked like he had been hit by a dog. After thinking about it, he decided to tease this little fatty. When did I promise you? I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Li Zixuan pretended to be surprised and then threw a set of 3 consecutive denials at Li Tai. Li Tai was waiting for Li Zixuan to agree, so that he could announce the victory of the bet to Sun Zifen. In the end, he was stunned by Li Zixuan's 3 consecutive denials. But after being stunned, he panicked. He immediately became anxious when he thought of the consequences of losing the bet. Hey, Xiaoxian, as a Yamacho of Yanhuang College, you can't go back on your words. You allowed me to take a 3-day leave when I helped compile the geography textbook and asked my father to give you a plaque for the academy. Did you forget? You can't go back on your words. Li Zixuan found it funny when he saw Li Tai so anxious that his face was flushed red, looking like he was about to fight to the death with someone. However, he pretended to be enlightened. Oh, I remember now, it seems like there was such a thing. But when Li Tai heard that Li Zixuan remembered, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. However, when he heard the damn turn of events, his heart immediately jumped to his throat. But what? You can take a leave if you want, but not today. Lu Guogong wanted to come over yesterday to give you extra training, but because of the fleet he made a wasted trip. So the students of Class 1 can't be absent today. Although Li Zixuan didn't know about the bet, he could guess that Li Tai wanted to take a leave at this critical moment to avoid being tortured by Demon King Cheng. So he immediately refused. Li Tai was dumbfounded when he heard this. He was King done for. Chapter 802. Yamacho, when you promised me 3 days of leave, you didn't say when I could ask for leave and when I couldn't. Now there are so many additional conditions. You're going back on your word. Li Tai sat unwillingly on the cement road in the academy. Li Zixuan spread his hands and pretended to be helpless. Qing Ke, when I made the promise to you, how could I have expected this situation? Anyway, no means no. Even if I agree, Lu Guogong won't agree. If you really want to ask for leave, then delay it for a few days. I can't delay it. I have to ask for leave today. Li Tai couldn't accept the suggestion of delaying it for a few days. He shook his head like a rattle drum. Yamacho, is there really no room for negotiation? No. Qing Ke, do you have to go this far? Lu Guogong will at most increase your training load by 40%. Look at how scared you are. It's not like you haven't experienced it before. Seeing Li Tai's unrelenting attitude, Li Zixuan glanced at the little fatty and said with a strange expression. At the same time, a trace of suspicion arose in his heart. Logically speaking, Li Tai wouldn't force himself to do it even though he knew it was impossible. Li Tai wanted to say that if he didn't ask for leave today, he would have to wash Sun Zifen's feet for a month. However, he swallowed the words back down because he felt that if Li Zixuan knew the truth, then it would be even more impossible for him to ask for leave. After interacting with Li Zixuan for so long, he knew that Li Zixuan liked to trick him the most. I'm not feeling well today. I have to ask for leave. After hemming and hawing for a long time, Li Tai finally made up an excuse. However, he forgot that this excuse was the worst excuse for Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes and looked Li Tai up and down. Li Tai suddenly felt uncomfortable being looked at. Li Zixuan saw this and knew that things weren't as simple as he thought. "Qingke, you're not feeling well? Where are you? It just so happens that I know a little about medicine. Come, let me take your pulse." To be honest, how could this guy know how to take a pulse? He was just bluffing. However, Li Tai was really bluffed. After all, Li Zixuan's medical skills were well known. No, Qingke, are you hiding something from me? Li Zixuan's eyes were fixed on Li Tai as he indifferently said, "Ah? I'm not, Yamacho, don't talk nonsense." Li Tai felt guilty under Li Zixuan's penetrating gaze. In a moment of desperation, the little fatty actually used Li Zixuan's 3 consecutive denials and threw them back at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was speechless when he heard this. Speaking of the 3 consecutive denials, the I'm not, don't talk nonsense emoji from his previous life subconsciously appeared in his mind. It was really funny. At first he wanted to tease the little fatty, but he didn't expect that he would be the one being teased in the end. Thinking of this, he suddenly became angry out of humiliation. "Alright, don't talk nonsense with me, there's no room for discussion. It's almost time, why aren't you going to military training? If you're late, you'll be punished again." Li Tai looked at Li Zixuan with a tragic expression. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, "Can't you make an exception? I can use those 3 days of leave in exchange for today's day, is that okay?" Li Zixuan hesitated when the little fatty said this. But why was this kid willing to put in so much effort? Was there something fishy about this? Then tell me first, are you hiding something from me? Otherwise, there's no need to talk about any conditions. Li Tai didn't know what to do in the face of this blatant threat. He thought about it and told him about his bet with Sun Zifan. "It's like this, Yamacho. If you don't agree to my request for leave, I'll have to wash that kid's feet for a month." When Li Zixuan heard this, 10,000 alpacas ran through his heart. These 2 little bastards really knew how to play. One was the son of the emperor, and the other was the son of the top scholar. No matter who lost the bet, they would have to wash each other's smelly socks. If this spread out, Li Er and Sun Fujia's old faces would not look good. However, even though Sun Fujia was unhappy, she didn't dare to blame Li Tai and Li Er. She only pulled the hatred onto Sun Zifan. In this way, that little idiot would be in trouble. "I say, did you and Sun Zifan eat too much and have nothing to do, so you're messing around every day? Was it because I didn't let you go to military training yesterday afternoon that caused you to be so energetic and have the leisure to gamble?" Li Zixuan reprimanded with a straight face. Li Tai looked at the time, then he ignored Li Zixuan's reprimand and said anxiously, Yes, Yamacho, we know that we were wrong. The problem now is that you have to quickly agree to my request for leave. Didn't you just say that as long as I tell you the truth, you'll allow me to take leave?" Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "When did I say that? I only said that if you don't tell me the truth, then there's nothing to talk about." This was really a trap in the city. Li Tai didn't pay attention and fell into the trap. Little Fatty said anxiously, "Then what do you mean? Do you agree or not?" Li Zixuan sighed and said unhurriedly, "After hearing what Qingke said, I can't agree even more. Because if I agree, wouldn't it be unfair to Sun Zifan? If this was in a gambling house, your actions would be considered cheating. You were the one who wanted me to tell you the truth, but after I told you, you said this. I think you did it on purpose." Li Tai breathed heavily, obviously flustered and exasperated. At this time he didn't care about his tone of voice. Li Zixuan didn't get angry because of this. He thought for a while and said, "Qingke, I'm not targeting you on purpose. What I said is the truth. Now there are only two paths in front of you. 1. Lose the bet and obediently go to military training. You'll also obediently wash Sun Zifan's socks. Oh no, wash his feet. 2. I can agree to your request for leave today. In addition to exchanging 3 days of leave for 1 day today, you have to carry 20 buckets of water on Saturday. You're not allowed to spend money to hire people, or ask your subordinates to help. You have to carry these 20 buckets of water to the student dormitory's water tower. If you don't do this, Sun Zifan will definitely feel bad. Time is of the essence. Which path do you prefer? F*ck. I like your grandpa. I don't like any of the paths. You're F*king cheating me. Li Tai's face was full of grief and indignation. If he won, he really wanted to fight Li Zishuan to the death. How could he bully people like this? I choose the second path. Seeing that the students who had finished breakfast were walking to the field, Li Tai gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 803. Qingke, how was it? Did Yamacho allow you to take a leave of absence? On the sports field of Yanhuang College in Class 1's camp, Sun Zifan was a little guilty at first, but after waiting for Li Tai for a long time and not seeing him, he suddenly felt that this bet was as stable as a dog. At this moment, seeing Li Tai's drooping face, this guy secretly thought that he had a chance. He immediately went forward and pretended to be concerned, but anyone could see the smugness in his eyes. In fact, this amusing idiot's thinking was wrong. The reason why Li Tai's drooping face and looking unhappy was entirely because he had paid an extremely painful price to win this bet. Not only did he sacrifice 2 days of vacation that originally belonged to him, but he also had to carry 20 buckets of water. This really cost the little fatty his life. 20 buckets. Li Tai felt that he would have to carry them for a day. At this moment, when he heard Sun Zifan ask him, Li Tai raised his head and quickly restrained the dejected look on his face, revealing a victorious smile. Hee, of course. You brat, just wait to wash my feet for a month. At the end of his words, Li Tai's tone became a little vicious. In his opinion, the whole thing was caused by Sun Zifan. Li Zishuan deliberately asked for a sky-high price and deliberately cheated people. Although it was infuriating, Sun Zifan, the initiator, still had a reason to be very angry. Ah? How is that possible? Sun Zifan, who was originally winning, heard such an unexpected answer and suddenly felt a little incredulous. How could Yamacho allow you to take a leave of absence for no reason? Besides, if it's really like what you said, then why are you here now? Li Tai smiled and said condescendingly with the attitude of a victor. Oh, believe it or not, it's up to you. I just came here to tell you the result. Now that I'm done, I can start my vacation. See you later. Haha. With that said, he waved his hand. Under the stunned gazes of Sun Zifan, Chang Chumo, Li Changqian, Yuchi Baolin and the others, he walked out of the sports field. His footsteps became faster and faster. He had no choice but to hurry. The little fatty was afraid that if he met Chang Yaojin, he wouldn't be able to leave. Although this holiday was approved by Li Zishuan, if Chang Yaojin really went crazy, he would not recognize anyone. Holy such asterisk T. He really left? Sun Zifan's arms were trembling. Firstly, he was shocked. Secondly, he was scared. Once he thought about washing Li Tai's smelly socks. How could he not be scared? At this moment he felt like crying. Haha. Zifan, don't be sad. Anyway, it's only for a month. Chang Chumo walked over, patted Sun Zifan's shoulder, and said gloatingly. This idiot had completely forgotten that he had the same attitude as Sun Zifan yesterday. It was just that Li Tai didn't choose to bet with him. Sun Zifan said angrily. Get lost. Chonyo, you're really a B***tch. Xiaoxian, where did Prince Wei go? I heard from the Crown Prince that he asked for leave from you. During the morning break, Chang Yaojin found Li Zishuan, who was wandering around the sports field with his head lowered and thinking about something, and asked. Li Zishuan raised his head. He was already prepared for old Cheng's question. Yes, Qingke asked for leave from me. I heard that Her Majesty had something to do with him, so I asked him to go back first. This guy was now used to scamming people. He didn't even blink when he lied, but Chang Yaojin really believed him. Oh, if that's the case, then go ahead and ask for leave. It's just that Prince Wei will regret it in the future if he doesn't have such a substantial training like today, right? Chang Yaojin smacked his lips and sighed with regret. Faced with such a narcissistic Chang Yaojin, Li Zishuan was speechless. Would he regret missing training? He was sure that to Li Tai, it was impossible for him to regret. He would never regret it in this lifetime. Lane. It was close to noon, and the pedestrians on the road had all gone home for lunch. There was a tanned, lean middle-aged man with an exquisite package in his hand. There seemed to be a stack of neatly stacked clothes in the package. After turning 2 alleys, the man finally entered a dilapidated small courtyard. "Master, you're back. How was it? Those officials from the Ministry of Personnel didn't make things difficult for you, right?" In the courtyard, a woman saw the man enter and quickly stood up to welcome him. As the middle-aged man walked into the house, he replied, "No, I'm just going to make a report. I'm not here to ask for help. Why would they make things difficult for me?" These 2 people were Meng Wenhao's parents. That's good, that's good. Meng Wenhao's mother sighed with relief. Then she saw the bright yellow package placed on the table by Meng Wenhao's father. She was curious and asked, "Master, is this the official uniform given to you by the imperial court?" Meng Youyang's mind didn't seem to be here. He faintly said, "I just got it from the Ministry of Personnel. If you want to take a look, open it and take a look." Meng Youyang's mother was a little excited. After all, she had lived for more than half of her life and had never seen or touched an official's uniform at close range. Therefore, she carefully opened the package and saw a dark cyan round collar official's uniform lying inside. She was about to pick it up and carefully examine it when Meng Youyang suddenly stood up and only heard him say, "Mother of my child, take a look first. I'm going to Changgui's house." Meng Wenhao's mother was stunned and said, "Master, it's already noon. Why are you going to Changgui's house?" Meng Youyang stopped and let out a long sigh. "Alas! Changgui went to sea with me, but now he didn't even bring back his body. I'm his brother. No matter what, I have to send him on his way. Mother of my child, go and get me 3 strings of money. Changgui's orphan and widow are quite pitiful. We have to show our sincerity." Meng Youyang's mother immediately fell silent. Last night, under her persistent questioning, Meng Youyang had told her the details of that terrifying night at sea. Until now, she still had a lingering fear in her heart. Moreover, she was also deeply rejoicing because many of the crew members who sacrificed themselves that night were from Gui Lane. Many of them were acquainted with her family. For her husband to be able to come back alive, it really was a miracle. "Okay, master, wait a moment. I'll go and get you the money now." If it were in the past, Meng Wenhao's mother would never be willing to give away 3 strings of money. However, after experiencing this disaster, she understood that her family's safety was the greatest wealth. Moreover, to some extent, the sacrifice of those crew members also bought time for Meng Youyang. She felt guilty and grateful in her heart. Chapter 804. Young Master, you're finally here. The Audiobook Pavilion's new workshop in Plum Village finally welcomed its new owner today. Speaking of which, Li Zixuan really wasn't qualified to be the boss at all. From the beginning to the end, he hadn't asked about the expansion of the workshop at all. He had given full authority to Uncle Fu. Moreover, after the new factory was built, he hadn't come to visit at all. Therefore, when Uncle Fu saw Li Zixuan suddenly show up in the afternoon, he was both resentful and surprised. Li Zixuan looked slightly embarrassed. Obviously, he understood the meaning behind Faubert's words. "Ahem, Faubert, long time no see. How have you been lately?" Faubert looked at Li Zixuan and sighed helplessly. He knew that Li Zixuan had been busy recently, so he did not blame him too much. Moreover, Li Zixuan had always been very respectful to the elders in the workshop. Therefore, Faubert had always treated Li Zixuan as his junior. "Young master, thank you for your concern. I'm still in good health and can help you manage the workshop for another 2 years." Faubert led Li Zixuan into the workshop and answered Li Zixuan's question at the same time. After hearing this, Li Zixuan frowned. He suddenly remembered that Faubert was getting on in years. Even if he was healthy, he could only work in the workshop for another 2 or 3 years. Who would take over at that time? Who would be the one to carry this burden? Successor, I have to look out for a successor for Faubert from now on. Li Zixuan sighed in his heart. Curious Pavilion's new workshop occupied a large area of about 100 mu, which was dozens of times larger than the workshop in Chang. According to the different functions and types of products produced, the workshop was divided into 10 areas. The production area had a large factory building similar to the ones in modern times, the office area had an office building, and the living area had a dormitory. It could be said that this new workshop covered all the elements and could be considered the most comprehensive workshop in the entire Tang dynasty. Oh, by the way, young master, why did you ask people to bring in so many barrels of white pulp yesterday? Our warehouse is about to be filled with those things. Faubert had planned to take Li Zixuan to the office area to rest for a while. Halfway there, he suddenly remembered the thousands of barrels of white pulp that the Wang family's fleet had delivered yesterday, so he turned his head and asked. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "That stuff is called rubber, and it's very precious. So much rubber it should be worth more than our workshop. Don't worry, didn't I come here today to teach you how to use it?" Faubert heard this and felt a little incredulous. He had heard from other sources that Li Zixuan had bought the rubber for a total of 8,000 strings of coins. Even if the rubber could bring 10 times the profit to the workshop, it was only 80,000 strings of coins. How could it be more valuable than the entire workshop? That's great. This old man wants to see what this stuff that looks like soy milk can be used for. Seeing how confident Li Zixuan was, Faubert still wanted to take a look even though he didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. Hee. Then let's go to the workshop next door. Faubert, get someone to bring a barrel of rubber over. Oh, and bring a big pot of white vinegar as well. Li Zixuan pointed to the large factory building next to them and said to Faubert, Okay. Although Faubert was puzzled as to why Li Zixuan wanted vinegar, it wasn't convenient for him to ask. Thus, he ordered his subordinates to do as they were told. After a while all the items were ready. Faubert even brought a few old craftsmen from the workshop to observe from the side. Song Xiaoxi, Pang Feiji, pour this barrel of rubber into the stone trough. Li Zixuan pointed to the rectangular stone trough in front of him and ordered Song Xiaoxi and Pang Feiji behind him. This stone trough was originally used for annealing when the blacksmith was forging. However, due to the urgency of the situation, Li Zixuan couldn't find a more suitable container. Yes, young master. Song Xiaoxi responded and quickly lifted the barrel full of rubber with Pang Feiji. The white rubber latex immediately poured into the trough. This stuff looked as thin as soy milk. It was no wonder that Faubert couldn't think of a use for it. Pour the whole pot of vinegar in. Li Zixuan weighed the pot of white vinegar in his hand and ordered. A very important process for the extraction of rubber latex was the solidification process. In the modern rubber latex solidification process, the most commonly used solidifying agents were formic acid and acetic acid. Formic acid and acetic acid could increase the hydrogen ion content in the latex, thus lowering the pH value of the latex, compressing the electric double layer, and thinning the hydration film. When it reached the isoelectric point of the protein, the electromotive potential would be zero, and there would be no repulsion between the rubber particles. They would gather together and solidify into a block. In the 21st century, most foreign countries use formic acid as the solidifying agent, while domestic companies mainly used acetic acid as the solidifying agent. Depending on the specific acid used, the properties of the rubber would be different. Li Zixuan had learned all of this from his rich classmate's family's factory in his previous life. Otherwise, how could he have known all of this? In the Tang dynasty, formic acid definitely didn't exist, but acetic acid did. This was because the so-called acetic acid had a very common name, and that was acetic acid. Vinegar contained a large amount of acetic acid. This was all thanks to the wisdom of our ancestors, who invented vinegar. Otherwise, Li Zixuan would still be making vinegar. The two of you go get 2 hoe handles and wash them with hot water. Then, bring them over and stir them vigorously. Li Zixuan quickly ordered. Song Xiaoxi and Pang Feiji obeyed and left. After a while, the two of them each carried a smooth hoe handle and walked in. Under Li Zixuan's demonstration, they began to use the sticks to stir in the stone trough. Hey, master. It's solidified. It was like soy milk just now, but now it's turned into tofu. After stirring for about half an hour, Pang Feiji suddenly shouted in surprise. It's really turned into tofu. Come and see. Song Xiaoxi was also very excited. Without needing him to say anything, Faubert and the rest of the craftsmen had already rushed over. Seeing that the rubberized latex had turned into tofu, Faubert could not help but click his tongue in wonder. Hey, this is really strange. Isn't it just pouring a pot of vinegar into it? How did all the rubber solidify? Yeah, This is too strange, it's like a magic trick. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it would be really hard to believe. The rest of the craftsmen were also very shocked. They had never learned about chemical reactions, so they could only categorize it as a magic trick. Chapter 805. Song Xiaoxi Pang Feiji, take out the solidified rubber. Li Zixuan saw everyone's reaction, but he did not say anything. Everything was within his expectations. Take it out? Master, how do we take it out? Pang Feiji looked at the tofu in the stone trough and asked. To him, the solidified rubber latex was as fragile as tofu. Wash your hands and take it with your bare hands. Li Zixuan was speechless. After the rubber latex solidified, although it looked like tofu, it was actually much tougher than tofu. This was because the solidified rubber was sticky. Instead of saying that it was like tofu, it was more like a dough with a certain degree of toughness. Song Xiaoxi and Pang Feiji moved the rubber from the stone trough into the buckets that they had prepared beforehand. Both of you, follow me with the rubber. Li Zixuan looked at the rubber that was about to take shape. He was very happy. Although he knew the theory behind the solidification of rubber, it was only on a theoretical level. It was his first time doing it in practice. After a while, under Faubert's lead, everyone arrived at the paper-making workshop area. Faubert, where is the paper-making machine? It was difficult to find something in such a big paper-making factory. Li Zixuan asked Faubert directly. Paper-making machine? Faubert was even more confused. What did the extraction of rubber have to do with the paper-making machine? Yes, it's the new paper-making machine that we made before. Li Zixuan nodded. Seeing that Li Zixuan was not in the mood to explain, Faubert could only bring him to a big factory. Master, the paper-making machine is here. Needless to say, Li Zixuan also saw it. He said to Song Xiaoxi behind him, Xiaoxi, you two pour the rubber in. At this moment, the two of them believed Li Zixuan's words without a doubt. They poured the rubber into the paper-making machine's pulp inlet. Li Zixuan stepped forward and raised the roller of the paper-making machine slightly. Then, he asked the servant next to him to pull the donkey and start the paper-making machine. The paper-making machine's paper outlet was a thin, white film-like object that was slightly thicker than paper. This was the plasticity of rubber. It could be rolled flat like dough, and during the rolling process most of the water in the rubber could be squeezed out. Xiaoxi, find someone to cut these rubber pieces into sections. Then, just like drying paper, put them outside to dry. At this point, the process had basically come to an end. In the modern rubber production and refining process, it was generally only at this step before it could be compressed and packaged and sold all over the world. Yes, boss. After staying in the workshop for so long, Song Xiaoxi was very familiar with the paper-making process. He responded and called for the servant next to him to cut the rubber. Master, that's it? But I still can't see the use of this rubber. Seeing this, Uncle Fu asked the question in his heart. Li Zixuan smiled and replied, It's not over yet. This is only the first step. Through the steps just now, Faubert, you must have seen that the rubber is very plastic. Its most important characteristic is that it can change its shape at will. After the rubber is completely dried, we can proceed to the second step, molding. By then, Faubert, you will know the magical use of this rubber. Faubert nodded thoughtfully. Li Zixuan did not disturb him. He left with Pang Feiji and looked around the new workshop. As they were about to go back, they met two people. They were two girls. Yamacho, you're here? Sir. Different names represented different identities of the owners of the voices. They were Mo Lingwei and Little Fishy. Ink Girl, Little Fishy, why are the two of you together? Looking at the two beauties, one big and one small, Li Zixuan did not feel any joy. Instead, he felt some lingering fear. Beauties were beautiful, but beauties with the characteristics of witches were not very good. Yamacho, your memory is really bad. Didn't little Ningzi tell you that? I've been polishing the glass to make an astronomical telescope. Mo Lingwei rolled her eyes and said sarcastically. Oh. Li Zixuan suddenly realized that Yan Xiaoning had indeed told him. But now the two girls were obviously gossiping and chatting under a big tree. They did not look like they were doing research at all. Ink Girl, how's the progress on your side? Not very good. Yamacho, your craftsmen are not good at all. It's not as good as me polishing it myself. Mo Lingwei pouted and said with some dissatisfaction. Fine, she was getting someone to work for her for free, and she was being despised. Li Zixuan choked and said helplessly, "Okay, then you polish it yourself. I'll wait for your good news at the academy." Then he looked at Li Yu and asked, "Little Fishy, what about you?" Little Fishy was not as presumptuous as Mo Lingwei. Although she had a demonic nature in her bones, she only released it to outsiders. In front of Li Zixuan, she had always been more obedient. Perhaps it was because Li Zixuan had given her the capital to settle down in Chang'an City, or perhaps it was because Li Zixuan was Meng Wenhao's mentor. Hearing Li Zixuan's question, the little girl smiled sweetly and then replied, "Sir, it's Steward Ma who wants to move the editorial department of Datong Daily here. He has been busy preparing lessons in the academy recently, so he sent me here to inspect it first. A few days ago I met Sister Wire here. She told me the principle of the telescope. I feel that what she and Brother Xiaoning are doing now is very meaningful. After chatting for a while, I feel that we hit it off quite well, so we became good sisters." "Oh," Li Zixuan whispered in his heart. Of course, the witch and the witch hit it off. He actually knew about Ma Zhou's intention to move the editorial department to the new workshop, and he also agreed. Firstly, the office environment here would definitely be better. Secondly, it was close to the academy, so it would be convenient for Ma Zhou to take care of the work on both sides at the same time. "By the way, sir, I want to write in detail what Sister Wire is doing now in the newspaper. Although it looks boring if it is displayed in the newspaper, it can promote Sir's work and attract more people to join it." Li Zixuan heard this and thought in his heart, "Isn't this similar to modern academic papers?" To be honest, he really wanted to set up a top academic journal similar to the Nature and Science in his previous life to gather the best academic results of mankind. But was this really appropriate? Once he did this, it would easily cause technology leakage. This was what Li Zixuan was very unwilling to see. The modern scientific knowledge he brought could only take root and sprout in the Tang Empire. It could never be spread to foreign countries and become a weapon for foreign countries to deal with the Han people. Chapter 806. Little Yu, if you really want to write about this in the newspaper, you can't write about the principles of the telescope that Ink Girl just explained to you. You can only write about it roughly. After you finish writing, I have to look through it. You can only publish it after I give my approval. Do you understand?" In the workshop, Li Zixuan said to Li Yu with a serious face. In the modern era, there were many academic journals in every country. There were all kinds of academic papers in them. They showed the latest discoveries in various fields to the researchers. But there was one thing that had to be admitted. If these academic papers were published, it would be easy for others to imitate your latest discoveries. However, in the modern era there were patent protection laws. Even if others learned your technology, they could not steal it. They had to pay patent fees to you. For example, in the 21st century in China, every mobile phone manufacturer had to pay patent fees of hundreds of billions to the United States because of 3G or 4G communication agreements. But this was the Tang dynasty. In this era, 70% to 80% of the countries had not developed their knowledge. Who are you going to talk to about intellectual property protection? Isn't this playing the lute to a cow? Even if Tang dynasty passed the patent law, the rest of the world would not recognize it. If he published academic journals now, the ambassadors of the other countries might bring the advanced scientific knowledge back to their countries. This was something that Li Zixuan could not tolerate. If patent laws were to be passed around the world, it would have to be in an era of peace. Right now, the only thing Li Zixuan could do was to monopolize the academic field. When the Great Tang became extremely powerful, only then would he consider the issue of academic journals and intellectual property rights. Yamacho, why is that? Although Li Yu was smart, she did not think of all these. So she raised her head and asked. Li Zixuan looked at the little girl and did not explain further. He only said calmly, "I just want Tang dynasty to have fewer strong enemies. In this world, other than stealing money, books and tombs, there is another type of thief that specializes in stealing knowledge. Little Yu, just do as I say." After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left the workshop, leaving the two little girls in deep thought. Chinke, why are you still here? You haven't returned to the residence? Or did he come here again after returning to the residence? In the evening, with the sound of gongs and drums, the students of Yanhuang College were finally dismissed from school. At the same time, they also ushered in the long-awaited weekend holiday. Sun Zifen, who had been drilled by Chang Yaojin for an entire day, returned to the dormitory exhausted. He wanted to change his clothes before going home, but he didn't expect to see Li Tai in the dormitory. He immediately exclaimed. Li Tai was half lying on the bed with his head resting on his arm. He was facing the sky, oh no, facing the bedboard above him, and replied, "I'm sorry. I just came back from the prince's mansion an hour ago. I brought back the clothes that I wanted to change into, but as for the underwear, I left them here. I'm just waiting for you to come over and help me wash them." Haha. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter in the dorm. Haha. Zifen, you can be considered to have a good time now. Qingchua's underwear tsk, no, I have to go quickly. Wait for me to leave before you wash them. Chang Chumo had a gloating expression on his face. He quickly took off his camouflage uniform and changed his clothes, wanting to escape as soon as possible. Although Li Changqian and the others weren't as cheap as Chang Chumo, they also sped up their movements. Sun Zifen's face suddenly turned green and white. Qingke, can we change the conditions? After hesitating for a long time, Sun Zifen looked at Li Tai and said with a sad face, "No, don't you know that if you agree to a bet, you have to accept defeat? Zifen, don't tell me you want to go back on your word?" Li Tai replied without thinking. In order to win this bet, he had paid a painful price. At the end of the day, how could he let Sun Zifen go? Damn. Qingke, we don't have to be so ruthless, right? During the military training I helped you many times, didn't I? You should at least consider our old friendship. Sun Zifen said unwillingly. You can consider our old friendship, but you can't consider it on this matter. Zifen, just give up and help me wash my underwear. Li Tai said resolutely. Is there really no room for compromise? There really isn't. Zifen, quickly help me wash today's underwear. Li Tai said with a satisfied face as he lay on the bed with his legs crossed. This situation was exactly the same as when he pleaded with Li Zishuan in the morning. However, the person pleading was Sun Zifen, and the person being begged was himself. Li Tai felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in his heart. However, when he thought of carrying 20 buckets of water tomorrow, a thick haze appeared in his heart. Damn! You win. So be it. I'm a man of my word. Once I've said it, I'll keep my word. Sun Zifen roared in grief and indignation. Then he bent down to pick up Li Tai's underwear from under the bed. Suddenly, a stinky smell hit him in the face. Oh my God, Qingke, with your underwear in our dormitory, the 5 poisons will be avoided, demons and devils will bow their heads, and we will still be alive, unparalleled in the world. Fortunately, I brought back soap operas from home last time. Sun Zifen quickly covered his nose, took 3 steps back, and said in a muffled voice, "This guy was really funny." He actually said the stinky socks in such a literary way. The rest of the people in the dormitory who were originally disgusted by Li Tai's expired socks burst into laughter when they heard Sun Zifen's words. Haha. Then Zifen, you don't have to wash them. In the future, hang Qingchua's underwear at the dormitory door. It can also prevent mosquitoes. Chang Chumo laughed loudly. If that's really the case, won't we be unable to enter the dormitory in the future? Yuchi Baolin took Chang Chumo's words seriously and said with a face full of horror. Li Tai immediately blushed and said, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Zifen, go wash them quickly. Big brother, Chonyo Baolin, why aren't you guys going home?" Haha, I'm going back now. I hope you two have fun, Chang Chumo waved his hand and laughed vulgarly. Then, he dragged Qin Huayu and Yuchi Baolin out. Qingke, aren't you going back to Chang'an today? Li Changqian, who was left behind, stood by Li Tai's bed and asked. I'm not going back. Big brother, you go first. Li Tai stood up and answered. He still had to fetch water tomorrow. Wouldn't it be a waste of energy to run back and forth? All right then, you rest well. I'll go first. Li Changqian didn't think too much. He nodded and left. Chapter 807. Here, Qingke, your footwear is done. After they left, Li Tai lay on the bed alone, humming an unknown tune and shaking his legs, as happy as a lord. After a quarter of an hour, Sun Zifen came out of the bathroom with a pair of white footwear in his hands. He handed the footwear to Li Tai and said in a muffled voice, "Oh, it's done so quickly." Li Tai rolled like a carp and sat up. If it was in the past, with the little fatty's super fat body, he definitely wouldn't be able to do this. And not bad, not bad. It's quite clean. Ziffin, help me dry the footwear again. Li Tai went forward and carefully looked at the footwear in Sun Ziffin's hands, then shamelessly asked for a yard after getting an inch. Get lost. Qingke, don't go too far. We didn't agree to dry the clothes in the beginning. If you want to dry them yourself. I'm going out to eat. Sun Ziffin wasn't a punching bag that was easy to bully, so he immediately said angrily. Li Tai sighed helplessly. He could only get up and dry the footwear on the clothes rack in the bathroom. Cough cough. This clothes rack wasn't the modern clothes rack invented by Li Zishuan. When he was designing Yanhuang College, how could he have so much free time to think about everything? This clothes rack was a local product of the Tang dynasty. In fact, clothes racks were a type of furniture that existed even earlier than tables, chairs, and beds. There were already clothes racks as early as the Zhou dynasty. During the Zhou dynasty, etiquette was implemented. The aristocrats attached great importance to clothes. In order to meet this need, racks specially used to hang clothes appeared early on. Each dynasty had different forms of clothes racks, and their names were also different. During the spring and autumn period, a horizontal wooden pole used to hang clothes was called chong, also known as mu shi. Hey, Ziffin, you still have the appetite to eat? Hee. Li Tai was drying the footwear in the bathroom while turning his head to look at Sun Ziffin with a smirk. This sentence was quite self-deprecating, but there were only the two of them in the dorm. Anyway, Li Tai didn't care at all. Damn, Qingke, your skin is getting thicker and thicker. You have the nerve to say this kind of thing? Sun Ziffin scolded with a look of disdain, then replied, I was lectured by Lu Guogong today. If I don't eat, I'll starve to death. I'd rather die of disgust than starve. Li Tai walked out from inside and said with a smile, Heh. If that's the case, I'll take you to eat. Let me tell you, the food at the small restaurant of the Hu family at the foot of the mountain is delicious. Let's go there and try it. My treat. Sun Ziffin looked at Li Tai suspiciously and curled his lips. Han family manor? What kind of delicious restaurant could there be? Qingke, don't tell me you're trying to save money and trick me into going there? Li Tai sneered. Nonsense. Save money. Do you think I, Li Tai, am such a stingy person? It's up to you. Go or not. Fatty wasn't lying this time. Ever since Yanhuang College started, more and more people came here. Some came to visit their children, some came to inspect the environment of the college, and some came purely because of its reputation. Many small restaurants appeared in Plum Village and Han Village, and some even started to sell accommodation. Compared to the restaurants and inns in Chang'an, the small restaurants and inns here could only be described as cheap. Hey Qingke, I'll go. Wait, I'll go wash my hands first. Sun Ziffin finally realized that Li Tai wasn't lying. He quickly followed behind and shouted, He Xiao Xian. Early the next morning, Chang Chumo actually appeared in front of Li Zishuan's house. Li Zishuan had already woken up and was eating breakfast with a bowl in his hand. Seeing this idiot smiling foolishly so early in the morning, he said in annoyance, What's wrong? Chonyo, did you get caught in the door early in the morning or something? Why are you smiling foolishly? Chang Chumo almost vomited blood when he heard that. Han Yushi, who was sitting beside Li Zishuan, rolled her eyes at her husband and quickly got up to greet him. Brother Chonyo, have you eaten breakfast yet? Do you want to get someone to bring you a bowl and chopsticks? Hee. Of course. Sister-in-law is the best. Little Xian marrying you is truly a blessing that he cultivated in his previous life. Hearing Han Yushi's words, Chang Chumo didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately agreed and even flattered Han Yushi. After saying that, he sat opposite Li Zishuan without hesitation. Han Yushi smiled and asked someone to bring Chang Chumo a bowl and chopsticks. Hee. Sister Lan, a long time no see. Do you want Brother Chonyo to bring you out to play today? Laner was sitting beside Chang Chumo. He was a little embarrassed by the little girl's gaze that was obviously saying, Are you here to freeload? Hence, he deliberately changed the topic and joked. Oh, I don't want to. Brother Chonyo, your face is so dark now. It's too embarrassing to go out with you. Laner wants to go with you. He didn't expect Lan'er to be so obsessed with appearances. Her words instantly hurt Chung Chumo. This military training had caused all the students in the academy to be tanned. He wasn't the only one. Did he have to be so affected by Lan'er? Sister Lan'er, it's not right of you to say that. Previously, Brother Chonyo brought you out to eat a lot of delicious food. What porridge is this? Why is the color so strange? Why does it smell so good? Chung Chumo bantered with Lan'er for a while. At this moment, the servants brought him a bowl and chopsticks. The bowl was filled with a bowl of porridge that was slightly dark. There were also a few black things on top of it. He didn't know what they were. He sniffed hard and suddenly sighed. This is century egg and lean meat porridge. Li Zixuan replied as he stuffed a mouthful of porridge into his mouth. Century egg and lean meat porridge? Century egg? Is it the century egg that I saw the last time I came to your house? Chung Chumo felt that the name century egg was a little familiar. He thought seriously and suddenly shouted, "Yes, that's right. It's the century egg that you saw the last time. Speaking of which, you came at the right time. The century egg that I pickled last time is just ready to eat today. You came just in time." Li Zixuan glanced at him and said lightly, "Hehe, this means that I'm lucky. Let me have a taste." Chung Chumo laughed proudly. Then he picked up the small bowl and stuffed the porridge into his mouth. "Oh, ha, it's hot. It's really hot. Ha, but this century egg and lean meat porridge is really delicious. I didn't know that porridge could be cooked this way. It's really an eye-opener for me." Chapter 808. Of course there was porridge in the Tang dynasty, but the porridge people ate at that time was still plain porridge. Li Zixuan added century eggs and lean meat into the porridge, and made it into a salty porridge. It was really a new trick. "Oh, Xiaoxian, your century egg and lean meat porridge is really tender and delicious. There's also an indescribable fragrance in it. I guess it's the smell of century eggs. Tiskate. Eating a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge every morning makes me as happy as a god." It was the first time Chung Chumo had eaten such delicious salty porridge, and he ate 4 big bowls. After the meal, he rubbed his round belly, leaned back in the chair, and sighed with satisfaction. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes. "Eating a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge every morning makes me as happy as a god? Why does it sound more and more like smoking a cigarette after the deed makes me as happy as a god? Ahem, I misunderstood. Haha, but ugly ox, you just ate 4 bowls. Doesn't that mean you'll be happy for 4 days? Then you don't have to eat for the next 3 days." Li Zixuan joked with a smile. Chung Chumo choked on his words, but his skin had always been thicker than the city walls, and he was born to be a bully. How could he be defeated by a sentence? "Haha, Xiaoxian, that's not how you calculate things. A bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge can make me happy for the whole day. I ate 4 bowls, so I'll be 4 times happier for the whole day." Chung Chumo laughed shamelessly. Li Zixuan was amused by this guy and said, "Ugly ox, why are you talking nonsense now? Since you like it so much, you can bring a basket of century eggs back later. See if Uncle Chung likes them." Now that the first batch of century eggs was made, he had to promote it as soon as possible. The best way was to promote it from the people in the circle, and at the same time do them a favor. "Ha, that's good. Xiaoxian, you have to give me more later. My dad will definitely like it. Sai, I wonder how long these century eggs can be stored? The weather is so hot now." Chung Chumo finally used his brain this time. After being happy for a while, he suddenly thought of a question and asked. Li Zixuan smiled and replied, "You don't have to worry about that. As long as you don't peel off the lime sawdust on the outside of the egg, and put it in a ventilated and cool place, it can be stored for at least 3 months. The taste and texture will not change, and it can be maintained for at most 5 months. Hehe, that's good. I was worried that it would spoil before I finished it." Chung Chumo scratched his head and pretended to be relieved. Then he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Hey, something's not right. Little Xian, even if you give me century eggs, no one in my family knows how to make them." Li Zixuan said helplessly, "What's so difficult about that? You can just cut up the century egg and cook it with the lean meat. Then you can add some salt. Wouldn't it become century egg and lean meat porridge? Oh, there's another way to eat the century egg, which is to directly mix it with cold sauce. You can ask your cook to cut each century egg into 4 pieces, sprinkle some salt on it, pour some vinegar, and mash some garlic into it. Then you can eat it directly. Do you remember? Chung Chumo frowned and said after a while, I roughly remember. I'll ask my cook to try it when I return to Chang'an. He was still living in the villa in Yunshan. He still had to bring the century eggs that Li Zixuan gave him back to Chang'an and ask his cook to process them. Li Zixuan shook his head and chatted with Chung Chumo for a while. Seeing that this guy had the intention to leave, he asked someone to fetch a basket of century eggs for Chung Chumo. Chung Chumo took it and left directly. Creak, creak, creak. Huff, huff. The morning of Yanhuang College on the weekend was quiet and peaceful. Only the sounds of insects, fish, and birds in the forest could be heard, as well as the squeaking of the shoulder pole and someone's panting. Li Tai was carrying 2 buckets of well water that had just been fetched from the well in the east of the college. He was staggering on the cement path with difficulty. The clothes on his back were completely soaked in sweat. He must have started fetching water a long time ago. Huff, huff. Damn, why did the college dig the well so far away from the dormitory? Isn't this a trap? Li Tai put the buckets on the ground to rest. The little fatty put his hands on his waist and panted heavily. He looked at the dormitory that was far away in front of him, which was estimated to be hundreds of feet away. He sighed and complained in a low voice. After more than half a month of military training, his body was stronger than before, but when had he ever done such physical work? His shoulders couldn't withstand such grinding. Not to mention 20 buckets of water. Even 6 buckets of water would cause the skin on his shoulders to break. Sigh. This can't go on. After a while, there will be more and more people in the college. If they see me fetching water, won't it be embarrassing? Li Tai wiped his sweat and muttered to himself. He had specially woken up early today to start fetching water while there were still fewer people in the college. He wanted to finish his work early, but he didn't expect that he would have to waste so much energy every time he fetched 2 buckets of water. He felt that his body was about to be hollowed out. Sigh. Isn't this Qing Ke? I was wondering why you weren't in the dormitory so early in the morning. So you came here to fetch water. Did the sun rise from the west today? Our Prince Wei is actually fetching water for the college? Most of the time what you didn't want would come to you. Just as Li Tai was sighing to himself, Sun Zifen suddenly walked over from the side. After seeing Li Tai and the 2 buckets of water at his feet, Sun Zifen was shocked at first. Then, he laughed evilly and walked up to them. Zifen, don't go overboard. It's so early in the morning. Why aren't you sleeping in? What are you doing here? Li Tai's heart thumped wildly when he heard someone speak. However, when he saw that the person who spoke was Sun Zifen, he was slightly relieved, but his expression was still unnatural. Haha. Qing Ke, why aren't you sleeping in the morning? Why are you fetching water here? Sun Zifen crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood to the side with an inexplicable smile. Li Tai didn't know how to explain. If he told the truth, he would definitely be laughed at by Sun Zifen. If that was the case, wouldn't he be happy for nothing yesterday? Haha. I got it. Sun Zifen glanced at Li Tai's expression and suddenly shouted, scaring Li Tai. Sun Zifen continued. It must be Yamacho. Yamacho must have asked you to fetch water. Otherwise, who in Yanhuang College would dare to ask you to fetch water? What do you think? Am I right, Qing Ke? This little joker's analysis at the critical moment was very reasonable. He had actually guessed it right. Li Tai's heart skipped a beat. His expression changed for a while, and finally he could only admit, so what? It's none of your business. Sun Zifen wasn't angry at all. Instead he laughed gloatingly. Haha. Qing Ke, you also have a day like this? What do you think? How many buckets of water did Yamacho ask you to fetch? Do you want me to help you? Chapter 809. I don't need it. Li Tai roared angrily as he looked at Sun Zifen, who was laughing maniacally in front of him. Then he bent down, picked up 2 buckets filled with well water, and staggered toward the dormitory with great difficulty. Sun Zifen was not annoyed. He looked at Li Tai's back with a grin and then walked toward the canteen. Considering that many students were from other places, the academy's canteen still provided food on weekends. However, there was a time limit. If one was late, there might not be any food left. This was also the reason why Sun Zifen woke up so early today. Give me a bowl of porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a serving of meteoric success, Sun Zifen said to the waiter at the window when he arrived at the canteen. Hey young man, other than the plain porridge, there is also the century egg and lean meat porridge. Which one do you want? The waiter did not immediately go to get the food for Sun Zifen. Instead he asked with a smile. Century egg and lean meat porridge? What kind of egg is century egg? Why haven't I heard of it before? Sun Zifen asked curiously after he heard the waiter's words clearly. Century egg, it's... The waiter could not answer the question of what kind of egg century egg was. He stuttered for a long time, which made Sun Zifen a little impatient. Okay, give me a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge. I want to try what it is today. Sun Zifen waved his hand and said loudly. Oh, okay. The waiter laughed and went to prepare the food for Sun Zifen. After a while, Sun Zifen took the food and found a seat to sit down. Looking at the dark porridge in front of him, he frowned slightly. This was because the porridge did not look as good as the plain porridge. It smells pretty good. Sun Zifen lowered his head and sniffed. He was a little surprised. Then he picked up a small spoon and began to eat the porridge. As soon as the fresh, tender, and thick porridge entered his mouth, the unique fragrance of century egg spread in Sun Zifen's mouth and filled every taste bud on the tip of his tongue. Wonderful. 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 Porridge can be so delicious. This century egg and lean meat porridge is amazing. Sun Zifan stuffed 3 or 4 mouthfuls of congee with pork and century egg into his mouth, and then kept shouting that it was delicious. At this time, many students had also entered the cafeteria. Under the promotion of the waiter, they tasted the first bowl of congee with pork and century egg in their lives. Wow, this porridge tastes so special. It's completely different from what I've eaten before. Oh, fragrant. It's really fragrant. Is this the fragrance of the century egg? That should be the case. But what exactly is this century egg? Why haven't I heard of it before? In this way, after Changchumo, the students who stayed in the academy for the weekend were the first to taste the century egg. Most of the students were full of praise, but there were a few who were not used to the taste of the century egg. Ugh, why is there a fishy smell in this century egg and lean meat porridge? The smell is too strong. I can't stand it. No, I'd better eat plain porridge. It was normal for some people to not be used to the century egg for the first time. Fortunately, the chef of the academy was more skillful. The fishy smell in the century egg and lean meat porridge had been suppressed by a lot. Therefore, more than 90% of the students had a very good impression of this new porridge. In a few hours, the century egg would be officially unveiled in the Drunken Immortal restaurant. By then, more and more people in Chang'an City would be able to enjoy the century egg. Huff, 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 the 8th bucket. On the other side, Li Tai's progress in carrying water had finally reached the 8th bucket. However, at this time, after he poured the well water in the bucket into the water tower, he suddenly collapsed on the ground and was too lazy to even move a finger. He had exhausted all his strength. It was all thanks to so many days of military training. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to persevere until now. Thinking of his previous round appearance, it would probably be difficult for him to carry 1 bucket of water. I can't carry anymore. Huff, huff, huff. The little fatty's whole body was soaked. Some of it was splashed on him by the well water in the bucket, but most of it was from his sweat. What did it mean to be drenched in sweat? Li Tai's current situation was the best explanation for this idiom, and it was even worse. Qingke, how many buckets is this? Tiske, the breakfast in the canteen today is really delicious. While Li Tai was sitting on the ground panting heavily, he saw Sun Zifan, this little slut, walking towards him. Sun Zifan's words didn't make any sense. Yes, that's right. In Li Tai's eyes, Sun Zifan had been labeled as a little bastard. Hoo-hoo. Li Tai just glanced at Sun Zifan weakly, and did not bicker with him because he was too tired to even move his mouth. Compared to the previous encounter, Li Tai did not have the mentality of being seen by others this time. At this point, his mind was only thinking about how to carry 20 buckets of water. As for what others saw, so what? If it was embarrassing, then so be it. TSK Yamacho is really something. They actually let you carry so much water. Chinke, as your good brother, how can I just stand by and watch? I'll help you carry it. Seeing that Li Tai ignored his ridicule, Sun Zifen's eyes rolled, and then he changed into a righteous look, squatted beside Li Tai and said. Li Tai still did not speak. He glanced at Sun Zifen with doubt and confusion in his eyes, but more than that, there was disbelief. It was as if he was saying, "How can you be so kind? I don't believe you." Sun Zifan instantly understood the meaning in Li Tai's eyes. He smiled, licked his face and said, "He Ching Ke, you see, as a friend I'm already so kind. Then shouldn't you also express something?" When Li Tai heard this, his face showed a look of understanding. His eyes suddenly became clear, and he probably already knew what Sun Zifen was going to say next. Yes, that's right. You see, I help you carry water. How about you? How about you exempt me from the punishment of washing your feet for this month? Who doesn't know that every time you come to the academy, you bring a lot of clothes back home and let the servants wash them for you on the weekends? If you agree to this condition, not only will you not lose anything, but it will also be greatly beneficial for you. What do you think? At this moment, Sun Zifan finally revealed the foxtail that he had been hiding for a long time. He analyzed with extravagant words. Li Tai did not immediately refuse. After all, today was different from the past. Only after experiencing it, did he know how tiring it was to carry water. The little fatty narrowed his eyes. After a long silence, he finally said weakly, "Okay, you help me carry 10 buckets of water, and the previous bet is written off." Haha, deal. Chapter 8:10. Hey, that's not right. Yamacho seems to have said that no one else is allowed to help. Below the dormitory of Yanhuang Academy, after resting for so long, Li Tai finally recovered. However, he suddenly remembered something and his expression changed instantly. Sun Zifen, who was originally full of joy, suddenly looked sluggish. He scratched his head gloomily. Did he work so early in the morning for nothing? Did he have to wash Li Tai's smelly feet in the future? He couldn't accept it. No, Chinke, think about it carefully again. What did Yamacho say at that time? Did he say that no one else is allowed to help? Or did he say that no servants in your mansion are allowed to help? Sun Zifen scratched his ears and cheeks for a long time, then turned his head and asked Li Tai unwillingly. Li Tai, who was originally dejected, heard Sun Zifen's words, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He patted his head and thought seriously. After a moment he suddenly shouted excitedly, "I remember now. The mountain leader told me before that I'm not allowed to spend money to hire people or ask servants to help. Zifen, you're not hired by me, and you're not a servant of my Wangfu. Logically speaking, you should be able to do that." Haha. Li Tai couldn't help but laugh. In the end, he also hoped that Sun Zifen could help him carry water. That's great. Since it's a deal, let's start picking now. This agreement was a win-win for the two of them, so Sun Zifen couldn't wait to make it happen. Zifen, you go first. I'll rest here for a while. Anyway, I only have 2 buckets left. You still have 10 buckets. Li Tai shook his head and said with a long sigh. When Sun Zifen heard this, although he felt a little uncomfortable, in order to not have to wash smelly socks in the future, he would suffer a little loss. Okay, Chinke, you rest first. I'll go get the buckets from the dorm manager. Go. Li Tai smiled and waved his hand. Sun Zifen didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Li Tai leaned against the wall and looked at his back. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. He heard Sun Zifen mutter to himself, F***ck. If we were to seriously calculate this matter, both Sun Zifen and I were at a disadvantage. Not only did they not get anything, but each of them also had to carry 10 buckets of water. In the end, Xiao Xian was the only one who profited. Sigh, this king is really F***ket up. Sun Zifen and I have been fighting for so long, but it was all for nothing. In the end, the academy has benefited. At this point, little Fatty finally reacted. After all this time, neither he nor Sun Zifen had gained any advantage. They had all been tricked by Li Zishuan. But now that things had come to this, what could he say? He could only swallow this loss in silence. Sigh, the facts have proven that little Xian is a fraud. I can't trust him so easily in the future. Li Tai silently labeled Li Zishuan as a fraud in his heart. When it was almost noon, the eastern and western districts of Chang and City officially opened for business. All the shops, restaurants and tea houses opened their doors to welcome customers. Even Drunken Immortal Restaurant opened its doors. Yo! Boss Feng, long time no see. I heard that you have been conferred the title of Righteous Merchant by His Majesty. Congratulations! Shopkeeper Lu smiled like a Maitreya Buddha as he spoke to Feng Jihua, who had just entered. After nearly 5 months, Feng Jihua once again came to the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. In the past, he was a regular here and would basically come for a meal every 3 to 5 days. The main reason was that he had been delayed for too long this time. Shopkeeper Lu, long time no see. It's all thanks to the Marquis of Yong, and that I went out to sea this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have received such generous profits and the title of Righteous Merchant personally conferred by His Majesty. Feng Jihua didn't put on airs. He walked up and cupped his hands with a smile. Although he had lost a group of crew members during this voyage, he still earned at least 100,000 strings of coins after deducting the compensation for the families of the deceased crew members. It was a huge profit. Of course, to Feng Jihua, the most valuable thing was still the title of Righteous Merchant conferred by Li Er. It was an unexpected surprise and also something that couldn't be bought with money. Therefore, he was grateful to Li Zishuan for promoting the trade in the south. Hey, Shopkeeper Lu! You have something new here today. Liao Shifan and Zhang Jingyang followed behind Feng Jihua. Liao Shifan looked at the menu of Strange Taste Pavilion and was surprised to see that there were a few new dishes. Cold century egg tofu, century egg lean meat congee meteoric success. This is really a new dish. I haven't eaten it before. Alright, I'll serve some of each of these new dishes today. Thank you, Shopkeeper Lu. Feng Jihua raised his head to take a look and said with a smile. No problem. Boss Feng, you guys go ahead and have a seat. The dishes will be ready soon. Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile. After a while, Feng Jihua and the others served their dishes to the table. Sir, here are the 3 servings of congee with pork and century egg, 1 serving of cold century egg, 1 serving of tofu with century egg, 1 serving of gnawed chicken, and 1 serving of braised pork and soy sauce. If you have any more orders, please call me. The waiter said enthusiastically as he served the dishes to Feng Jihua and the others. Feng Jihua nodded, and the waiter left tactfully. Come, Brother Liao, Brother Zhang, try the new dishes of Zuaishan Restaurant. Liao Shifan said with a smile. I've eaten meteoric success before, but I've never heard of century egg and lean meat congee or century egg salad. Today I'll have a good taste of what kind of egg this is. Everyone laughed kindly. Feng Jihua used a small spoon to scoop up a spoonful of century egg tofu. Because this thing looked cool. He saw that the white tofu was dotted with some black and green. It looked pleasing to the eye. Wow! Fresh, tender, fragrant and cool. This century egg tofu is amazing. It's a must-have dish for summer. A small spoonful of century egg tofu entered Feng Jihua's mouth. First, a cool sensation filled his mouth, followed by the freshness of the tofu and the fragrance of the century egg. Feng Jihua was full of praises. Brother Feng, this century egg lean meat congee is also excellent. I've never thought that thin porridge could be made into such a fancy dish. Zuaishan Restaurant is indeed Zuaishan Restaurant. The food here is always the best in Chang'an City. Haha. Liao Shifan savored 2 mouthfuls of century egg lean meat congee and praised. Haha. Brother Liao is right. The food of Zuaishan Restaurant will never disappoint. This century egg salad is the best in my opinion. Zhang Jingyang had a strong taste and had a soft spot for century egg salad. At this moment the other diners also came to eat. They also noticed the new dishes of Zuaishan Restaurant. When they heard the praises of Feng Jihua, Liao Shifan, and the other regular diners, they were instantly tempted. Moreover, the new dishes of Wonderful Taste Pavilion were very cheap this time. Century egg lean meat congee was only 20 copper coins, century egg salad was 80 copper coins, and century egg tofu was 100 copper coins. Compared to the previously gnawed chicken and red braised meat, it was much cheaper. Waiter, give me a serving of red braised meat and century egg tofu. Waiter, give me 2 bowls of century egg lean meat congee. Give me 2 servings of century egg salad. Chapter 8:11. The reason why the congee with pork and century egg, the tofu with century egg, and the cold-tossed century egg were so cheap was that Li Zixuan wanted to sell the century egg on a large scale as soon as possible. After all, if the normal consumption of the Drunken Immortal restaurant and the canteen of Yanhuang Academy were to be relied on, the century eggs made from the eggs that Li Zixuan purchased from the Han Village and Plum Village a while ago would probably not be sold out until next year. Therefore, the low price was one thing. More importantly, the Drunken Immortal restaurant had launched a takeaway event. Dear customers, everyone has tasted the delicious taste of the century eggs. Whether you like it or not, I'm sure everyone has a plan in mind. To be honest, the century eggs are the latest food invented by my family's marquis. They are made from eggs through 49 processes in 49 days. The process is not easy. Compared to unprocessed eggs, the century eggs can be stored for a longer time. They can be stored for at least 3 months and the taste will not change. In order to let more people eat this delicious food, the Zuaxian restaurant will sell an unlimited number of marinated century eggs to the public. It only costs 5 copper coins. After buying it, you just need to peel it, cut it into pieces, and mix it with seasoning before eating it directly. At the same time, Soaring Success will also provide an unlimited supply. And this month, the Zuaxian restaurant will open 3 branches in Chang'an City. In the future, we will open branches in other provinces and counties outside Chang'an City. At that time, you may be able to eat the delicacies of the Zuaxian restaurant in your own shops. After about half an hour, shopkeeper Lu saw that most of the diners in the restaurant were almost done eating. He walked to a table and announced to the crowd with a smile. When the diners heard this, they were all overjoyed. This was the first time that the Zuaxian restaurant sold its food to the public. Some of the businessmen among them were tempted. 5 copper coins for a century egg was not expensive. It was very profitable to sell it in other places or as a dish in other places. Oh, only 5 copper coins for a century egg? And it can be stored for more than 3 months? Good. Shopkeeper Lu, please help me pack 100 of them. I'll bring some for my wife to try when I leave later. Feng Zhihua said with a smile. Shopkeeper Lu, pack 100 century eggs for me too. While you're at it, pack 2 servings of Flying Meteoric Success. Shopkeeper Lu, pack up 50 of them for me. Drunken Immortal is opening a branch? This was good news. If only it could be open near Chongren Square. At that time, I won't have to come here in a carriage just to eat. Huff huff. Not bad. The congee with pork and century egg that Xiaoxian made was really good. Madam, let's make our porridge like this in the future. This kind of salty porridge is more enjoyable. Cheng Residence, lunchtime. Cheng Yaojin finished a bowl of congee with pork and century egg in no time. He wiped his mouth and said with satisfaction. Madame Cheng rolled her eyes at Cheng Yaojin and said, Look at you, insisting that the kitchen make this congee with pork and century egg in the middle of the day. Which family eats porridge for lunch? But this cold congee with century egg is not bad. Cheng Yaojin touched his nose embarrassedly. Actually, he couldn't be blamed for this. It was mainly because after Cheng Chumo came back, he bragged that the congee with pork and century egg that he ate at Li Zixuan's house was one of a kind. That was why he ordered the kitchen to make congee with pork and century egg for lunch. Ahem. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that Madame thinks that the century egg is delicious. Madame Cheng sighed helplessly. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. By the way, old master, I heard from Chonyo that the Duke of Yong'an's family is buying eggs from their farmers in large quantities. I guess they're using them to make century eggs, right? Cheng Yaojin stroked his beard and nodded. I heard Xiaoxian mention it at the academy. It was mainly because there were so many eggs in Chang'an City that they couldn't sell them. No one bought one for 2 copper coins. The farmers of his 2 farms had accumulated a lot of eggs. Seeing that they were going to spoil soon, Xiaoxian thought of a way to find a way out for the farmers. I have to say that this child is really resourceful. He actually came up with such an idea. Besides, this century egg is to my liking. Chonyo, after we finish eating, pick a few dozen century eggs and send them to the Qin family. Cheng Chumo's mouth was still stuffed with century egg and tofu. When he heard this, he directly spoke with a lisp. Father, there's no need. Xiaoxian has already sent them door to door. I reckon that even His Majesty is eating his century eggs now. Cheng Yaojin was stunned. Then, he came back to his senses and couldn't help but laugh. Heh, this kid is really good at doing business. He's even got ideas on His Majesty? In this entire imperial court, only that old man Wei Zheng can compare with him in terms of guts. Madame Cheng smiled and didn't reply. She hesitated for a while and said, I just don't know how this child made the century eggs with eggs. They can actually be preserved for such a long time? Old master, the farmers of our farms also have a lot of eggs that they can't sell. Why don't we ask the Duke of Yong and how to make century eggs? When Cheng Yaojin heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He sternly scolded. Nonsense. Foolish. This method of making century eggs is Xiaoshuan's secret recipe. As elders, how can we snatch something from the younger generation? If this gets out, where will I, Cheng Jija, put my old face? You're scheming for a source of wealth. Seeing Cheng Yaojin throw a rare tantrum, Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuliang at the dining table quickly put down their chopsticks and quietly sat on the stools without saying a word. Madame Cheng, who was used to being domineering, didn't dare to talk back at this moment. In the end, Cheng Yaojin was the backbone of this family. Usually, Cheng Yaojin wouldn't haggle with her over small matters and would go along with her wishes. However, when it came to major issues, no one in this family dared to refute Cheng Yaojin's opinions. Old master, I didn't say that I want to snatch the Duke of Yong'an's secret recipe. I'm just asking you if we can cooperate with the Duke of Yong'an. After all, our farm is rearing a lot of chickens this year. Madame Cheng paused for a moment before opening her mouth to explain. Cheng Yaojin's expression softened slightly. He thought for a moment and said, Don't think about snatching Xiaoshuan's money. Xiaoshuan's winery has already brought us a lot of income. One must be content with what one has. Our family doesn't have to worry about money now. However, Madame's question is reasonable. This old man will go back and talk to Xiaoxian. Let's see if he can buy all of the eggs in our farm. And that's fine too. This year, the farm's grain production has decreased. This way, it can be considered as an additional source of income for the farmers. Madame Cheng nodded and said softly. Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuliang didn't care about this. When the two saw that their mother had reconciled with them, they lowered their heads and began to eat fiercely. To them, delicious food was the way of the king. Chapter 8:12. Cheng Chumo was right. Not only did the Cheng family receive the century eggs from Li Zishuan, but the Qin family, Niu family, Yuqi family, Li Jing family, Li Xiaogong family, Fang Xianling family, Zhang Sunwuji family, and Wei Zheng family all received hundreds of century eggs and a recipe for making century eggs. Some of these people were delivered by Li Zishuan himself, while others were delivered by his guards. Poor Pang Feiji and his team of marquises. They were originally civil servants in charge of maintaining the security of Chang'an City, but now they had become delivery men for Li Zishuan. Although Li Zishuan had given away so many century egg recipes, he was not worried that others would learn how to make century eggs, and cause the loss of customers from Zuaishan restaurant. That was because the most authentic way of cooking was always in the hands of Zuaishan restaurant. Just like crayfish and hairy crabs in his previous life, the recipe could be found on the internet. But why were there so many people willing to eat in restaurants? Food was not something that could be made delicious just because you knew how to make it. Therefore, not only was he not afraid of others learning, but he also encouraged others to learn. Only when everyone knew how to make century eggs and tasted the delicacy, could his task of promoting century eggs be completed. At the same time in the palace, the great Emperor Li Er also received the century eggs from Li Zishuan. Of course, Li Er did not receive them personally, but they were sent by Li Changqian. This century egg tofu is a good dish. It's refreshing and tender. Tell the imperial chef to keep this dish for lunch every day for the next month. Li Er, who was overwhelmed by a pile of troublesome matters in the morning court, suddenly felt refreshed when he ate the cold and refreshing century eggs with tofu at noon. He praised and then turned his head to instruct the palace maid next to him. Yes, Your Majesty. The little palace maid bowed and slowly retreated. Empress Zhongsun covered her mouth and laughed. Since autumn, Your Majesty's appetite has not been very good. I didn't expect that the century egg with tofu would suit Your Majesty's taste. It seems that I should thank Marquis Young. Li'er laughed and said, Guanyin maid, this is not because of that guy, but because of your good cooking. I heard that you went to the kitchen 2 hours ago to prepare. Thank you for your hard work. Empress Zhongsun shook her head and said with a happy face, As long as your majesty can eat well, everything I do is worth it. The Tang Empire cannot be left without your majesty. Li put down his chopsticks and patted Zhongsuan's small white hands. And his wife and couple had been together for more than 10 years. How could they not know each other's feelings? After a moment's silence, said, in fact, my poor appetite was not because the food was not to my taste. This year's drought caused the people's farmland to be reduced. In order to reduce the burden of the people, I forcibly reduced the burden. Later, the tax collection situation submitted by various states was calculated by the Ministry of Civil Affairs. It was found that it was not even 70% of last year's. In addition, last year, because of the Turkic Sheli's army, the Chang'an treasury was empty. I was worried that if there was another natural disaster in the Tang Empire, the treasury would not be able to continue. Haha, but fortunately, the fleet led by Xiao Gong came back at this time. Not only did they bring back a huge amount of food, but they also brought back a huge amount of wealth. The financial strain of the imperial court was greatly relieved. And just this time, the business tax collected from the civilian caravan was a total of 400,000 strings of coins. Guanyin maid, you didn't see it. After that old man Xiao Yu saw the results of the statistics, he laughed from ear to ear for a quarter of an hour. How can I not be happy? At the end of his speech, Li'er's mood became high, and a long-lost relaxed smile appeared on his face. Empress Zhongsun looked at the man in front of her with a complicated mood. She sighed and said, Your Majesty is wholeheartedly for the country and the people. You are happy for the world but also sad for the world. This is the blessing of the Tang Empire's people. But I hope that your Majesty will take care of your body. Your Majesty is not only the Majesty of the world, but also the Majesty of Changqian, Qingke, and Chang'an. Li'er understood the meaning of Empress Zhongsun. He smiled and said, Don't worry, Guanyin maid. I understand. Empress Zhongsun smiled. She pulled her small hand out of Li'er's big hand, and then used a small spoon to scoop a spoonful of century eggs and tofu for Li'er. She said, Your Majesty, eat quickly. The century eggs and tofu won't be fresh in a while. Li'er naturally enjoyed the service of the beauty with a clear conscience. He heard Empress Zhongsun continue, I heard that the century eggs were a new trick invented by the Marquis of Yong, and to help his farmers solve the backlog of eggs in their hands. This child has a lot of ideas. I don't know how many things are in his head. But this way, his farmers can earn a lot of money, and the other farmers are still worried about how to sell their eggs. Li'er had never heard of this. He frowned and asked, What? Are the eggs in Chang'an worthless now? Empress Zhongsuan's brow showed a hint of worry and replied, Your Majesty may not know, but since the imperial court issued a decree to reduce the burden of raising chickens this year, not to mention the other states and counties, in Chang'an and the nearby farms, basically every household has at least 70 to 80 chickens. Now more than 4 months have passed. The chickens raised by the people have long started to lay eggs. These eggs can't be stored for long and will spoil in less than 10 days. In order to sell the eggs as soon as possible, the farmers are desperately trying to lower the price. As a result, the price of eggs has fallen again and again until it's difficult to sell them now. Li'er was silent for a while and then said, This is indeed a problem. But now that Li Zishuan has thought of this method of making century eggs, it depends on whether he's willing to impart the method of making century eggs. If he's unwilling, we can only let him expand the production scale of century eggs. I think it should be able to alleviate the current situation. When the weather gets colder, the production of eggs will also decrease. At that time, the price of eggs will stabilize. What he said was indeed reasonable. Letting Li Zishuan make century eggs into century eggs could, first, expand the sales and second, prolong the preservation time. It was already autumn now. When it was late autumn or after winter, due to the decrease in temperature and light, the laying rate of chickens would obviously decrease until the production stopped. Hey, but this kid is really good to his farmers. In the end, Li'er added another sentence. Speaking of which, this time, Li'er didn't have any intention of getting Li Zishuan's secret method of making century eggs. The main reason was that this sea trade had fattened the imperial court. Old Li was now a rich man, and the small amount of money he earned from making century eggs was not enough for Li Er. Chapter 8:13. Your Majesty is right. The Marquis of Yong entreats the people well. Who in Chang'an City doesn't know about this? Your Majesty has given Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong'an. I heard that some of the farmers in the villages close to Lantian County all sighed when they heard the news, regretting that their villages were not the Marquis of Yong'an. From this it can be seen how kind this child is usually. In the Lijiang Palace, Empress Zhongsun heard Li Er's words and chuckled. Kind. Hearing this, Li Er suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, This kid has never been a kind person. Guanyin maid, you don't know, but the day before yesterday, this kid was still spouting nonsense in the morning court. He said that the peace of the Tang Empire was not obtained by blindly giving in, but by the soldiers using their blood and fists. The Tang people need to have pride. The Tang people are not afraid of war. Even if the entire world attacks the Tang Empire will be able to break through. Listen to this. Sometimes this kid is filled with killing intent. At such a young age he has so much hostility. It is really unbelievable. Right now, he has already been labeled as a traitor by many officials in the court. Hearing this, Empress Zhongsun was silent for a while. Then she smiled and said, This kid's personality is probably what your Majesty wants, right? And what this kid said is not wrong at all. The peace of the Tang Empire today was obtained by your Majesty leading a group of generals using their blood. After being with Li Er for so many years, how could Empress Zhongsun not understand the true thoughts in Li Er's heart? She could tell at a glance that even though Li Er was criticizing Li Zishuan in all sorts of ways, his words were filled with admiration. Haha, Guanyin maid understands me. That's right, although this kid is often muddle-headed, I admire the spirit and sharpness in his bones. In the future, when I am old, the generals of this generation will not be able to lift their swords. I hope that this kid Li Zishuan can take up the heavy responsibility and help Chengqian well. Just like the title I gave him, Yong'an protect the Tang Empire forever. Li Zishuan naturally did not know about the conversation that happened in the palace. Li Er also did not know that his precious son was being tortured fetching water in Yanhuang College. If he knew, his conversation with Empress Zhongsun would probably be to scold Li Zishuan and not praise. Speaking of which, Li Zishuan was busy going to Chang'an City in the morning to send gifts to the big shots. In order to keep smiling, his face was a little stiff from smiling. Aunt son. And then, he went to the workshop to teach Faubert's rubber. Ants. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, an uninvited guest came. An uninvited guest with unprecedented strength. It was a middle-aged man who was nearly 7 feet tall, which was over 2 meters. He had a 3-inch beard on his chin, which looked like it had not been tidied in a long time. It was messy and a bit disgusting. His appearance was ugly, and there was a scar on his face. Although his facial features were sharp and angular, no matter how you looked at it, he looked like the reincarnation of an evil spirit. He was abnormally ferocious. Children would probably be scared to tears if they saw his face. These were not important. The most important thing was that Li Zishuan felt a very majestic and turbulent power of flesh and blood from this man, indicating that this man's physical cultivation had reached a very terrifying realm. In his impression, only the golden body of Arhat of the Shaolin Temple could be comparable to it. What was worse was that the moment this man stood there, Li Zishuan felt an extremely heavy pressure. This meant that this person's martial arts realm was far above his. If they were to compare, even Zhao Song at his peak would not be a match for this man. At first glance, Li Zishuan determined that the man was a master at the peak of the master stage, or even a half step into the great master stage. His strength was not inferior to his martial uncles in Longhu Mountain. If they were to fight to the death, perhaps only his genius youngest martial uncle would be able to fight him. Wouldn't you be nervous if a ferocious-looking man with terrifying strength was blocking your door? The true qi in Li Zishuan's body quickly began to revolve, and he raised his guard to 120%. If this person really wanted to attack him, he should be able to escape with all his strength, but could he escape? No. Behind him were his father, mother, wife, and sister. Not far from where he was, there were hundreds of teachers and students from Yanhuang College. If such a powerful devil was allowed to wreak havoc, no one in Yunshan would be able to keep him in check. When did a monster with such a terrifying cultivation appear in Chang'an City? Did this man come with ill intentions or was he looking for something? Li Zixuan's heart was filled with vigilance and doubts. Senior, may I know your honorific name? Why have you come to Yunshan? Li Zixuan stepped forward slowly, saluted and cupped his fists. Previously, Li Zixuan was sizing up the man. In fact, the man was also sizing up Li Zixuan. At this moment, when he saw Li Zixuan step forward and salute, he narrowed his eyes and smiled instead of answering. You are Li Zixuan, right? The last disciple of Taoist Ling Su of Celestial Master Sect in Longhu Mountain? Not bad, not bad. Little boy, you have guts. You have not disgraced the name of Spiritual Master Ling Su. Li Zixuan's heart moved slightly. This man knew his master? This should be easy to handle. Generally speaking, as long as someone knew his master, they would give him some face. He had to admit that the name of Spiritual Master Ling Su was very useful. Senior, since you know my master, then you are an old friend. Please come in and have some tea. Li Zixuan smiled and tried to get close to the man. After all, it would be best to be friends with such a powerful person. Who knew that when the man heard this, he would actually pull out the 4-foot-long broadsword on his back. He casually waved the broadsword and then gently placed it on the ground. The hard cement floor was actually cut open like a piece of tofu. The man laughed loudly and said, "Ha? Junior, I am not here to drink tea. I am here to compete with you. I want to see how much of Spiritual Master Ling Su's teachings you have. If you can win against me, that's fine. If you lose, Xianer, this is..." Husband. Coincidentally, at this moment, Han Yushi came out with Madame Li, followed by Li Jingma and Lan. They must have heard the commotion in the front yard and ran out. Little boy, if you lose, it means that your skills are not good enough. I will clean up the house for Spiritual Master Ling Su. Don't even think about leaving a single person in your yard alive. The curly-bearded man pointed at the people behind Li Zixuan and said with a ferocious expression, "He came with ill intentions." As expected, he came with ill intentions. Now that the situation had developed in the worst direction, Li Zixuan's complexion suddenly changed greatly. His heart also sank. This old bastard with extremely high martial arts was actually here to pick a fight. Chapter 8:14. Yunshan Villa. Li Zixuan didn't hesitate when he saw that the bearded man didn't come with good intentions. He turned around and said anxiously, "Wife, help father and mother back to the house. Lana, you go back too. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Husband, Sheriff, brother, Li Zixuan said solemnly, "Don't talk nonsense. Go back quickly." Then he whispered to Han Yushi, "I'll lure this person away in a while. You guys take the opportunity to leave quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't beat this person with my worries. If you really want to help me, you can go to the academy or Chang and to get reinforcements. Don't be so wishy-washy." "Xianer," Mrs. Li muttered unwillingly in a low voice. Li Jingma pulled her away and said, "Madam, it's useless to say more. We'll only be in the way here. Xianer is right. If we really want to help him, we should hurry up and escape to get reinforcements." Seeing that his father was decisive at the critical moment, Li Zixuan felt relieved and turned to deal with the bearded man. In fact, he was bragging a lot. Even if his family left and he had nothing to worry about, he still wasn't sure he could beat this person in front of him. Although he had fought Batian, a master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, to a draw, he had worked together with the two brothers of the Dugu family to achieve such a result. Moreover, Batian was obviously not on the same level as this bearded old bastard. Li Zixuan felt that this person in front of him could fight 3 Batians at the same time. This showed how terrifying this person's strength was. "Who are you, sir?" Li Zixuan, who turned around, looked at the bearded man with a gloomy face and asked, "Ha, kid, you'll only be qualified to know my identity after you defeat this old man." The bearded man said with a haughty face, "You're King the best." Li Zixuan cursed in his heart when he heard this. Although this old fart in front of him was indeed quite awesome, no matter how awesome he was, could he be as awesome as his master? "I have no enmity with you, but you have come here to threaten me with your life. I have to say that you are really daring. The Cloud Mountain is a sacred place of learning set up by the imperial court. How dare you behave so atrociously here? At this point there was no room for reconciliation. How could Li Zixuan still be willing to address this person as senior? It was already good enough that he didn't call him old bastard. There was no need for him to be polite. The man grinned and said with a smile, "Hey, are you angry from embarrassment? Enough idle chatter. This old man is not here to bicker with you. If you want to live, quickly take out your true skills and fight with this old man." Li Zixuan knew that this battle was unavoidable, so he pretended to look at the burly man with contempt and snorted, "Since you want to fight, then this marquis will accompany you to the end. However, since you came to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble, you better think about the consequences." "Haha, there's no need for you to say that. This old man knows what to do." The bearded man chuckled nonchalantly. Li Zixuan said in a deep voice, "In that case, you wait here. I'll go get the sword." A quarter of an hour later, Li Zixuan brought the burly man to a forest in the south of the Cloud Mountain courtyard. The two stood face to face, and a bleak atmosphere began to fill the forest. Both of them were accumulating power at this moment. "Boy, show me what you've got. This old man won't bully you. I'll suppress my realm to the early stage of the Supreme Power Realm and fight with you. If you can beat me, then everything will be fine. If you can't, haha." The bearded man stood about 30 meters in front of Li Zixuan with his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "This old man wants to suppress his realm to fight with me?" This was really a surprise because if this old man went all out, he really had no chance of winning. However, if they were at the same realm, then it was hard to say. After hearing the second half of the old man's words, Li Zixuan's heart sank again. Although the old man wanted to suppress his realm, he could only suppress the amount of genuine qi, but not his experience and reaction. In other words, he was facing a master at the early stage of the Supreme Power Realm with the experience of a half-step to the Supreme Power Realm. He did not have the advantage. "Old man, since you want to suppress your realm, why don't you seal part of your meridians? Otherwise, I'm afraid that if I beat you until you cry, you'll be shameless and forcibly raise your realm to make trouble for me." Li Zixuan figured it out. It was better for the old man to suppress his realm than not, but he was afraid that the burly man would contradict him. In his impression, there was indeed a way to seal part of the meridians in Jianghu, so he said so. "Oh, boy, you're so arrogant. Well, I'll seal it. This acupoint can be maintained for an hour. In this hour, whether I want to or not, I'll only be at the early stage of the Supreme Power Realm. But even at the early stage of the Supreme Power Realm, you're not my opponent." The bearded man sneered. Then, he used his right hand to tap on his own body 3 times, and his aura suddenly dropped. The first move of 9 Taishan swords. Ride the wind to the 9th heaven. When Li Zixuan saw that the bearded man had finished sealing his acupoints, he took advantage of the fact that the bearded man was unprepared, and used the first style of the 9 Taishan swords to launch a surprise attack. At this time, he didn't have the time to talk nonsense with this old thing. 9 Taishan swords? Oh, you deserve to be his last disciple. Immortal Lingshu actually taught you the supreme sword skills derived from Taishan Sutra? But your master certainly doesn't want you to use these sword skills to make a sneak attack, right? In the face of this sudden sword from beyond the heavens, the bearded man's face did not show any signs of panic. He sneered and unhurriedly lifted up his enormous scimitar from the ground. His entire body skyrocketed, and his large scimitar fiercely chopped towards Li Zixuan's unexpected sword. Seeing that the man's scimitar had been formed in the blink of an eye, Li Zixuan knew that it was not good, because the man's reaction speed was far beyond his expectation. Moreover, the man's scimitar was obviously powerful, and he could not take it. Moreover, his wind-chasing sword might be damaged because of this. At this time it was too late to withdraw the move. Li Zixuan had an idea. He lifted his long sword and changed his move temporarily, using pushing the boat with the current. The expected collision between the scimitar and the sword did not happen. The wind-chasing sword was like a magnet, and firmly sucked the scimitar in the bearded man's hand. Then Li Zixuan's wrist moved slightly, and with 2 twists of the sword, the tyrannical force on the scimitar was immediately deflected. Sacrificing oneself to follow others, failing to lead in, pulling 1,000 pounds with 4 tails. That's right, this guy changed his move to Taiji sword at the last moment. Using this method to fuse 9 Taishan swords and Taiji sword together, one had to say that this could be considered as learning and applying it flexibly. This is not 9 Taishan swords. Kid, where did you learn this sword skill from? The bearded man raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked. Chapter 8:15. The second style of 9 Taishan swords. Fleeting Swan, Soaring Dragon. The third style of 9 Taishan swords. Snow Treading, leaving no trace in the snow, swift as a swallow. The fourth style of 9 Taishan swords. Wavebreaker, Wavebreaker. Overlord, See Thunderous Fury. The fifth style of 9 Taishan swords. Pairing Dust, Sword Pairing Dust, Bleak and Cold. Li Zixuan didn't pay any attention to the curly-bearded burly man's question at all. He directly used a quadruple annihilation, unleashing 4 moves in unison and meeting him head-on. In his opinion, the old man in front of him was here to destroy his entire family. In a battle of life and death, he would not hold back. As long as he could defeat the old man, he was willing to use more despicable means, let alone a sneak attack. By now, he had mastered the first 5 styles of 9 Taishan swords. The 4 styles in front of him were more than 40% more powerful than before. Ordinary grandmasters would not dare to underestimate them. They had to take them seriously, or they would be injured by the superimposed 4 styles in an instant. Unfortunately, this bearded man was not an ordinary master stage expert. This time, the man did not take the initiative to charge forward. Facing this extremely powerful sword that had been enhanced by the consecutive moves, he closed his eyes. Then he suddenly took 3 steps to the left and turned around abruptly. He raised his broadsword and placed it in front of his forehead. Clang! The fifth style of 9 Taishan swords, Pairing Dust, had been enhanced by the power of the first 4 moves. Its speed and strength were naturally extraordinary. The most prominent feature of this sword was its explosive power. When the tip of wind-chasing sword came into contact with the bearded man's saber, sparks flew from the intense collision. However, the man's lower body was extremely stable, as though he was a huge tree rooted in the ground, not moving at all. However, due to the inertia of the wind-chasing sword, it was still advancing towards the man's face. The entire sword immediately bent into an arc. The saber in the man's hand also began to deform from the violent collision. If this continued, it would be hard to tell if the saber or the sword would break first. The power can be superimposed. This 9 Taishan swords is indeed something. The bearded man laughed softly. Then, his 2 hands held the 2 ends of the broadsword. Then, he took the initiative to bend the broadsword inwards, gradually turning it into a reverse bow. F***ck, this is bad. In the sky, Li Zixuan suddenly felt that something was wrong, and a deep sense of vigilance rose in his heart. Just as he was about to escape, the curly-bearded burly man suddenly attacked. Ha! Kid, go back to where you came from. Li Zixuan saw the bearded man use the saber in his hand as a bow and arrow. He directly rebounded the saber and struck the blade of the wind-chasing sword. Li Zixuan was instantly sent flying along with his sword. Blood Sea Tyrant Saber. How could the bearded man let go of such a good opportunity? He let out a low roar, and his saber moved like a shadow. This saber carried a huge amount of power, and it flew in the direction that Li Zixuan had been sent flying. One advance, one retreat, this was truly unavoidable. At this time, Li Zixuan wanted to use the 6th movement of the Taishan 9 swords again, but it was useless. He had no time or opportunity to mobilize the genuine qi in his body. But was there really no other way? Of course not. The current Li Zixuan was no longer the young boy who had just left the mountain. He had a lot of trump cards. 9 solitary swords, broken blade style. At this moment of rapid retreat, Li Zixuan suddenly used a very profound sword technique, but this sword technique did not seem to be very powerful, and one could not even sense how much true qi was flowing inside. This was why the 9 solitary swords was so powerful. The Dugu 9 swords focused on sword moves, and the key point was the sword intent. It did not have much of a requirement for qi, and even a person without any qi would be able to unleash the power of the Dugu 9 swords as long as he could feel the sword intent within it. Li Zixuan was now using the 3rd movement of the 9 solitary swords, broken blade style. This was a special move that was specially used to break the saber techniques of single saber, double saber, lancet, Ghost Head Saber, Machete, and Zamadeo. When the curly-bearded man saw that Li Zixuan had actually used this kind of soft sword technique that was devoid of true qi, he couldn't help but laugh contemptuously. The broadsword in his hand slashed towards Li Zixuan with an indomitable will. But what shocked the bearded man was that Li Zixuan's soft sword technique had actually dissolved his heavy saber attack in an instant. What was even more incredible was that this saber attack had been infused with his strong inner qi, but after just touching Li Zixuan's sword technique, the inner qi that he had infused into it dissipated into nothingness. The bearded man was stunned for a moment. Presumably, he had lived for decades, but he had never encountered such a strange thing. In fact, this was also one of the biggest characteristics of the Dugu Nine Swords. No matter how strong the opponent's inner qi was, it would all be useless in front of the subtle sword technique of the Dugu Nine Swords. Moreover, the Dugu Nine Swords was stronger than the opponent. If the opponent's kung fu was not high enough, the essence of the Dugu Nine Swords would not be used. The opponent that Li Zixuan was facing right now was one of the top masters in the world. His kung fu was so strong that it had reached an unimaginable level for ordinary people. Once he activated it, the subtleties of the Dugu Nine Swords could be unleashed incisively and vividly. If Dugu Chubai came back to life, or if Feng Qingyang came back to life, they would be overjoyed to meet such an opponent. In order to use the Dugu Nine Swords, apart from being familiar with the sword technique, it also relied heavily on the swordsman's spiritual understanding. Once the swordsman reached a level where he could freely use the sword without any rules, the more intelligent the swordsman was, the better the swordsman's kung fu would be. Every competition was like a great poet who was inspired to write a good poem. The bearded man poured a large amount of genuine qi into his saber. Li Zixuan used the saber-breaking style one after another. Relying on his strong mental calculation ability, he countered the attacks one by one. After more than 40 moves, the genuine qi in the bearded man's saber had already dissipated. And in this situation, Li Zixuan had enough time to inject his inner strength into wind-chasing sword and launch a counterattack. The sixth style of the Dugu Nine Swords, Drifting Cloud. The drifting cloud is broken and drifting cloud is never returned. Once the sword was launched, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. This sword not only carried the power of the previous few moves, but also the momentum of the bearded man's saber-breaking style that was countered by the saber-breaking style. Its power was so great that it was the most powerful attack that Li Zixuan had ever launched in so many years. It had to be said that this guy was really a genius. He had just combined the Dugu Nine Swords and the Taiji sword together to counter the bearded man's counterattack. Now he had combined the Dugu Nine Swords and borrowed the momentum to launch a fatal attack on the bearded man. Fast. This extremely fast sword instantly arrived in front of the curly-bearded burly man. The curly-bearded man's pupils constricted abruptly. He actually felt the threat of death from this sword strike. Ooh! Chapter 8:16. Roar. Seeing Li Zixuan's flowing cloud sword whistling towards his heart, the bearded man first controlled his body to lean back slightly, and then let out a loud roar. A fallen leaf just happened to fall between the tip of the wind-chasing sword and the bearded man's face. What was strange was that this roar seemed to carry a huge amount of energy, causing the falling leaf to suddenly change its direction and fly directly towards Li Zixuan. The leaves were already like this, so how could Li Zixuan, a living person, not be affected? Almost in an instant, he felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. His face felt as if it had been scraped by a fierce wind, and it hurt a little. At the same time, his sword momentum also strangely stagnated for a moment. Lion's roar. Li Zixuan was a little shocked. Wasn't this lion's roar a unique skill of the Shaolin Temple? How could this old bastard know it? Could it be that he was a monk of the Shaolin Temple in the past? Damn it! A monk who had returned to the secular world actually dared to behave atrociously in Yunshan. However, even though Li Zixuan was extremely shocked, he didn't have the time to continue letting his imagination run wild. This was because the bearded man had seized the moment when the wind-chasing sword's momentum stagnated. Roar! Another loud roar, and the intensity of the roar was even louder than before. Tsunami Emperor Fist. At this moment the bearded man, who was leaning back slightly, abandoned his saber and used his fists. This was because the angle of his body couldn't condense saber momentum in a short period of time. He first formed a fist seal, and then his sleeves exploded with a bang. His arms and fists turned bronze in color, and the veins on his arms bulged. His hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and he looked like a mad demon. Tsunami Emperor Fist. When Li Zixuan heard the name of this fist technique, his heart suddenly jolted. He thought to himself, just where did this curly-bearded burly man come from? Emperor Fist, Emperor Fist. In this era where imperial power reigned supreme, to dare to add the word emperor to a technique was like lighting a lamp in the toilet courting death. Why did this curly-bearded man dare to give his fist technique such a tyrannical name? The bearded man definitely didn't know what Li Zixuan was thinking. He snorted and his aura suddenly changed. Then, he waved his fists and charged towards Li Zixuan's sword. The wind-chasing sword was spiritual master Ling Su's personal sword. It was forged by the world's #1 swordsmith, Zhang Yujiu, using extraterrestrial iron. Its sharpness could cut through iron like mud. Moreover, the wind-chasing sword was reinforced with large amounts of internal energy from Li Zixuan. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this sword could pierce a hole in the city wall. At this moment, the bearded man was actually using his fists to catch the sword. No matter how one looked at it, he seemed to be seeking death. However, Li Zixuan didn't think so. He suddenly realized that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. In this split second, the burly man's fists had already collided with the tip of the wind-chasing sword. However, the scene of the sword piercing into his body did not occur. On the contrary, the collision of the fists and the sword produced an illogical sound of metal clashing. Clang! With a boom, the enormous amount of internal energy that Li Zixuan had poured into the wind-chasing sword was completely repelled. The enormous internal energy backlashed and sent him flying. He crashed into a tree with a bang. But this tree couldn't stop him from retreating. With a kacha sound, the thick tree cracked and broke. Li Zixuan's body then crashed into a second tree and landed heavily on the ground. Pooh! After receiving such a large impact, Li Zixuan's body instantly fractured in several places. A heart-wrenching pain came from his wrists and back. What was worse was that this enormous internal energy backlashing caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Moreover, his internal energy started to become chaotic. It would be difficult for him to have the strength to fight again in a short period of time. F***ck, you old bastard. You actually broke through your acupoints on your own. You said that you would suppress your realm and fight with me, but now you went back on your word and launched a sneak attack. Are you still a **king man? Although Li Zixuan was well aware of the terrible condition of his body, he still couldn't help but point at the curly-bearded man and scold him. Even if he was going to die, he had to scold him to his heart's content. Only now did he realize what was wrong just now. It turned out that the bearded man had used his internal energy to break through his acupoints at the last minute. He had completely unleashed the strength of a peak grandmaster. Oh no, it should be the strength of a half-step grandmaster. Li Zixuan was now very sure that the bearded man was a half-step grandmaster. The difference in strength was too great. Moreover, the bearded man was not like Yin Batian, who came from a small sect. Although his realm was high, his strength was low. The bearded man's skills were all top martial arts in the Jianghu. He definitely had the guidance of a famous master. Li Zixuan knew that he had lost. The bearded man's strength had now recovered to the peak. If he attacked him now, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. His internal energy was still in disorder. If he didn't immediately sit down cross-legged to recuperate, he would definitely run the risk of qigong deviation. The bearded man had already put away his fists. It was impossible to see how he moved his legs. With a series of movements, he appeared in front of Li Zixuan in an instant. Unexpectedly, in the face of such a good opportunity, he didn't kill Li Zixuan. Instead, his old face turned red. Yes, that's right, his old face turned red. Li Zixuan didn't know why this big man's tan face would turn red. Was it his imagination? Cough cough. Boy, you're really good. The Central Plains is indeed full of talents. It's been decades since someone pushed me to this point. The bearded man stood in front of Li Zixuan with his hands behind his back, and said with the posture of an expert. It was just that there was a hidden awkwardness under his expression. It was just that others couldn't detect it. Bah! Old bastard. With your cultivation you actually went back on your words. King have an unfair advantage. Cough cough. The man coughed twice again. He didn't answer Li Zishuan's words. Instead he asked calmly, "Boy, the sword techniques you used just now, it seems that the 9 Taishin swords is not the only sword technique, right? There seem to be 2 other sword techniques mixed in with it? Hurry up and tell me." Li Zishuan didn't know what kind of medicine this old bastard had taken, but he was actually dawdling with him. Li Zishuan simply sat cross-legged on the ground and began to regulate his breathing. In any case, he couldn't beat him. If this old bastard wanted to fight, then let him fight. At this time, when he heard the question, he couldn't help but open his eyes. He rolled his eyes and said coldly, "You want to know?" "Of course." The bearded man nodded. "You want to know? Call me Grandpa and I'll tell you." Chapter 8:17. Grandpa? Regardless of whether this curly-bearded man had the intention to kill Li Zishuan or not, after hearing these words, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. "Bastard Junior, this old man is already someone of your grandfather's generation, yet you are so disgraceful." Li Zishuan continued to scold. "Hey, who was the one who called me Grandpa just now? Was it you?" Regardless of whether he was going to die today, he had to be mischievous before he died. Who asked his big brother to be the Leather Knight? "Humph. Little kid, you're so stubborn. I wanted to talk to you nicely, but you refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't blame me for being rude. Even a clay figurine had some temper, let alone a peerless expert like the bearded man." Hearing Li Zishuan's rude remarks again and again, he finally flew into a rage. Which scoundrel dares to be so presumptuous in Cloud Mountain? At this moment a loud shout came from the forest. The man's movements couldn't help but pause. Then, he saw a black-robed elder come over with a sword and slash directly at him. Faced with this sudden attack, the man didn't dare to be careless. He took 2 steps back and then tilted his body slightly, dodging the black-robed elder's aggressive sword. Ink's no sword cry, only the heart remains unmoved. Harmony of the world. Ink's no sword, you're actually the master of the Mo family? The bearded man looked at the broad-bladed sword in the black-robed elder's hand and frowned for a long time before asking in disbelief. "That's right, the person who came was the 15th generation master of the Mo family, Moy." Previously, Li Zishuan had fused 3 types of sword intents and used an unparalleled might to beat the bearded man into a fluster. At that time, Li Jingma had secretly brought Madame Li Lan and Han Yushi out of the courtyard. It was unknown whether the bearded man had deliberately pretended not to notice or if he really hadn't noticed, but he had actually let Li Zishuan's family leave just like that. The first reaction of the 4 who had escaped was of course to get reinforcements, but where could they get reinforcements? Chang'an City? There were many masters there, and Li Zishuan was familiar with the crown prince. After explaining the situation, he could ask the imperial army to help. But Chang'an was too far away, and Li Zishuan didn't know how the battle was going. The longer they delayed, the more dangerous it would be. Thinking of this, Li Jingma decisively brought Mrs. Li and the other 2 to Yanhuang College. The guards of the academy naturally recognized Li Jingma and the other 3. Furthermore, Pang Feiji was also in the academy. He had been working as an instructor in the academy and had been living in the academy's dormitory. Although he was Li Zishuan's personal bodyguard, ever since Li Zishuan moved to Yunshan Villa, he could no longer stay by his side. That was because there was no place for guards to stay in the villa. After hearing Li Jingma's explanation, Pang Feiji turned pale with fright. He hurriedly called for his subordinates Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and the rest of the followers of the school of Mo. He wanted to rescue Li Zishuan together because he knew that the strength of these followers of the school of Mo was much higher than that of the martial marquises. However, Mo Zhong shook his head and asked him to wait here. Then, he ran into the academy's Guanghua building. Just as Pang Feiji was scolding Mo Zhong for being a coward, ungrateful and cowardly, Mo Zhong walked out behind Mo Huai. Pang Feiji's eyes widened. He wanted to pull Mo Zhong over and ask him why he had brought a weak old man here. However, Mo Huai urged, "Let's go. Brotherly, tell this old man first, where did the mountain elder get into trouble?" Li Jingma naturally answered truthfully. However, everyone only felt a gust of wind blow past them, and then Mo Huai's figure disappeared. Pang Feiji and the other martial marquises could not help but be stunned. None of them had thought that this seemingly ordinary little old man was actually a hidden martial arts master. It was simply too unbelievable. In the small forest. At this moment, after hearing the words about the inky snow sword from the bearded man, Li Zixuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the side, was even more surprised. He thought to himself, "It's fine if this old man is extraordinarily powerful, but the Mo family has been living in seclusion for 700 or 800 years. How did this bearded man know about Mo's keepsake, the inky snow sword? This old man knows too much, doesn't he? Just based on his knowledge, he is definitely not an ordinary person." Of course, compared to this, what surprised Li Zixuan even more was that Mo Huai was actually a martial arts master at the peak of the Grandmaster stage. It was not that he had not thought that Mo Huai, as the head of the Mo family, would definitely have superb martial arts skills. However, Mo Huai had been in the academy for so long and had not revealed his talents. Furthermore, he had secretly tested him and concluded that Mo Huai did not know martial arts. However, the scene in front of him clearly told him that Mo Huai was not only skilled in martial arts, but was also a great master at the peak of the Grandmaster stage. It was simply shocking. Humph! No matter who you are, since you dare to come to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble and harm the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, you must give an explanation. Mo Huai was not surprised that his attack missed. He slowly turned around, holding his sword in front of his chest, and looked at the bearded man coldly. The corners of the man's mouth twitched slightly, and he could not help but say, "Nonsense. I just want to... Forget it, forget it. I have traversed the world, why do I need to explain my actions to others? I didn't expect that the Mo family, which had been in seclusion for many years, would suddenly appear. What's more, I didn't expect that the head of the Mo family would actually help a 14 or 15-year-old child on Cloud Mountain. Interesting, really interesting. Li family's brat, this old man has underestimated you. Head of the Mo family, you're not bad. Fight with me for a few rounds. It's been a long time since I had a good fight. Roar." Without waiting for Mo Huai's reply, the bearded man used the lion's roar technique again. However, this time he released it at full strength, and the momentum was several times stronger than the previous 2 times. Li Zixuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, could not help but interrupt his breathing and quickly cover his ears. This old fellow was really deadly when he roared crazily. Bloodsea Saber. This lion's roar technique was obviously just the bearded man's first move. Immediately after, he leaped to the spot where he had thrown the saber earlier. With a lift of his toes, the saber immediately landed in his hand. Then he swung the saber, rose into the air, and slashed at Mo Huai. Li Zixuan was currently regulating his breathing, while paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. He saw that the bearded man was using the exact same move as the one he had used against him just now, but the difference in power was like heaven and earth. This was clearly the true strength of a half-step grandmaster. Although this old fart is quite despicable, a half-step grandmaster is still impressive. When I reach this realm, I'll hang you up and beat you up every day. Sigh, I wonder if old man Mo will be able to withstand this slash. Li Zixuan's thoughts ran wild. He was envious of the bearded man's great strength, but he was also worried about whether Mo Huai could withstand it. Chapter 8:18. Love with impartiality and non-offense. As the saying went, one could tell whether an expert was skilled the moment he made a move. Before the bearded man's saber was formed, Mo Huai already knew that the other party's strength was above his. He didn't dare to be careless and directly used the Mo family's famous sword technique, love with impartiality and non-offense. At the same time, this was also Mo's core ideology back then. Once this sword technique was used, the saber intent in the sky instantly weakened by 2 notches. The bearded man frowned slightly, but he still swung his saber and continued to slash at Mo Huai. However, how could the Mo family's famous sword technique be undeserved? When the bearded man's saber was just a foot away from Mo Huai finally moved. No, it should be said that the ink snow sword moved. Clang! The inky snow sword, which was as black as ink, streaked across the air like a black shadow. With a clang, it instantly hit 3 inches above the handle of the long saber in the bearded man's hand at a weird angle. This was the weakest point of the bearded man's saber skill. The bearded man only felt that his heavy saber strike was easily blocked by this old man whose strength was inferior to his own. However, something even more shocking happened. The ink snow sword carried the bearded man's saber. First, it made a 30-degree downward slash and then directly lifted up. One saber and one sword directly stabbing, at the bearded man's face. This was somewhat like the meaning of Tai Chi borrowing strength to fight strength. Li Zixuan, who was at the side, was stunned. Love with impartiality and non-offense. So this was called love with impartiality and non-offense. In the Mo family's ideology, non-offense did not mean non-war. It was just against meaningless invasion and slaughter. Those who should not be killed, and those who should be killed should still be killed. This was fundamentally different from the Buddhist foolish theory of not killing. The basis for determining whether to kill or not, attack or not, and fight or not was love with impartiality, heaven's will, bright ghost, and so on. The bearded man was shocked. He hurriedly circulated his true chi, and used the strength of a half-step great grandmaster to forcefully shake off the ink snow sword. Clang! The saber and sword clashed for less than a breath's time before they separated. Both of them took 10 steps back. Obviously, they were actually tied in the first round. Good. What an inky snow sword. What a great love with impartiality and non-aggression. The bearded man let out 2 loud laughs before he raised his saber and charged forward. Emperor Tsunami Blade. When Li Zixuan heard this, he almost peed his pants. Wasn't the punch that had severely injured him just now the Tsunami Imperial Fist? How did it become the Tsunami Emperor Blade? What kind of education did this old thing receive? Could it be that he was educated by the sea? Otherwise, why were all his moves related to the sea? Maha's sword art blood ink galloping. Mo Huai pinched his sword fingers and also used his killer move. When he saw this, Li Zixuan was slightly relieved. He understood that even if Mo Huai couldn't defeat the curly bearded man, he wouldn't be defeated in a short period of time. Moreover, he could take advantage of this time to quickly heal his injuries. Thus, Li Zixuan hurriedly calmed his mind and began to concentrate on regulating the true qi in his body. In fact, his previous conditioning had already calmed down the chaotic true qi by 70 to 80%. Now, the main thing to do was to heal the injuries in his body. After about 10 minutes, Li Zixuan finally smoothed out all the true qi in his body, and the injuries on his body were almost healed. He let out a long sigh of relief. When he was about to get up, he suddenly seemed to realize something. What do you mean? Li Zixuan suddenly felt the true qi in his body become restless. It was not as chaotic and restless as before, but a kind of hunger and thirst. Yes, it was hunger and thirst. He had encountered this kind of feeling before. Am I going to break through again? Li Zixuan looked happy. He hurriedly calmed his mind and ran the 6th level of Taishan Sutra with all his strength. The true qi in his body quickly turned into white cyclones and danced happily in his meridians. The 3 sword essences of Taishan 9 swords, Taiji sword, and Dugu 9 swords flashed through Li Zixuan's mind. Today's battle was the first time he tried to fuse the 3 sword techniques. He also gained a lot. In response to the call of the true qi in his body, all the pores on his body instantly opened and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily. There were spirits in heaven and earth, and everything was born. In the past, Li Zixuan didn't think so. But ever since he inexplicably came to the Tang dynasty of more than 1,000 years ago and inexplicably obtained a body of shocking power, he slowly began to believe that there really was spiritual qi in the world. It was neither fantasy nor cultivation. He didn't know what spiritual qi was, but he was sure that there was such a substance in the air. Human beings couldn't survive without oxygen in the air. But water could carry a boat, and it could also capsize it. Without oxygen, human beings couldn't survive for more than 2 minutes. But if there was too much oxygen, it would also have a negative effect on the body, because the aging of the human body was directly related to the oxidation reaction. The so-called spiritual qi, could it be a kind of gas in the atmosphere that had the opposite function of oxygen and could make the human body full of vitality? He didn't know why, but Li Zixuan's mind suddenly had such a strange thought. In his previous life he had seen such a report on the internet, billions of years ago, Oxygen didn't exist in the Earth's atmosphere. This was because oxygen was very unstable and prone to chemical reactions with other substances, such as iron, copper, and other metals, forming rust and verdigris. In today's Earth's atmosphere, there was basically a stable 21% oxygen near the sea level, so this oxygen must have a continuous source. If we look back at the history of Earth, we will be surprised to find that the origin of life had nothing to do with oxygen. The origin of life on Earth didn't rely on oxygen. The general idea of this report was that oxygen was a chronic toxic gas that human beings had to rely on. His argument was mainly that oxidation would cause more and more lipids, proteins, DNA fragments, and other key components of cells to be damaged, and eventually damage the tissues, organs, and even the body's functions. Starting from birth, gradually growing up, and in the process of aging, the oxidation in the body has always been damaging our key components until our body can no longer take it. But at present, human beings haven't been able to find a product that could replace oxygen to prolong life. Oxygen's negative effect on the prolongation of life was still the least. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan suddenly felt his mind clear. He entered the legendary state where he forgot about everything. The amount of spiritual qi in his body was constantly increasing. His hair was moving without wind, and the tattered clothes that were torn in the battle just now also began to dance. It made him look like a celestial being from heaven. There was a spirit in heaven and earth, and he wanted to take the spiritual qi in it. Chapter 8:19. Just ahead. Hurry up. In the forest, Mo Huai and the curly-bearded man were in the midst of a fierce battle when they heard a flurry of footsteps coming from the northwest. The curly-bearded man's expression changed. It wasn't fear in his eyes, but a trace of impatience. Yes, it was impatience. A trace of joy flashed in Mo Huai's eyes because he was not confident that he could hold the man in front of him back if the battle continued. At this time he glanced at Li Zixuan, who was sitting on the ground, out of the corner of his eye. He was so scared that he almost dropped his inky snow sword. Forgetful? Is Yamacho going to break through again? Mo Huai was really doubting his life at this moment. Li Zixuan's godlike advancement speed had caused the martial arts worldview that he had maintained for so many years to collapse. Want to leave? Ma's sword technique. Stick to the rules. However, Mo Huai noticed that the bearded man wanted to escape. How could he let him escape? The sword moved with the shadow. Mo Huai waved the inky snow sword like a black whirlwind, covering the area of 1 foot around him and the curly-bearded man without leaving any gaps. Chi, I just don't want to trouble you. Juzi, do you think I'm afraid of these guards? The bearded man sneered and said arrogantly, what if I join in? At this moment, Li Zixuan had already dashed over to them with the wind-chasing sword in hand. You've broken through to the Grandmaster middle stage? You're wrong. The bearded man pointed at Li Zixuan in shock at first. Then, he seemed to find something unusual in Li Zixuan, and his shocked expression suddenly turned into confusion. Yamacho, you've broken through? Mo Huai stopped his sword and looked at Li Zixuan. His face was full of surprise and a little complicated. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mo. Li Zixuan politely cupped his fists at Mo Huai. Logically speaking, if it wasn't for Mo Huai's timely arrival today, even if he didn't die, he would probably be beaten up even more. Therefore, he was very grateful to Mo Huai. Of course, what made him even happier was that there was now an additional Grandmaster overseeing Cloud Mountain. In the future, he wouldn't have to be afraid of some Jianghu people coming to the academy to cause trouble. As for him, he could be even more at ease as a hands-off shopkeeper. As for his current realm, he was indeed at the Grandmaster middle stage. But in addition, he felt that there was another change in his body. His limbs and bones were full of endless vitality. He didn't know what kind of state it was, but it was very cool. He didn't know if other people at Grandmaster middle stage or above would have this kind of change, but judging from the bearded man's expression, it shouldn't be the case. Bang bang bang. While the two of them were talking and the bearded man was still in a daze, Pang Feiji's guards and the followers of the school of Mo from the Yanhuang Academy finally arrived. There were about 40 of them and the empty space in the forest suddenly became crowded. Yamacho, are you okay? Marquis, how are you? Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and Pang Feiji hurried forward and asked. I'm fine. Li Zixuan glanced at them and said with a smile. After all, it wasn't their fault that they were late, and he had no reason to blame them. Marquis, is this the assassin? I'll take him down right away. Li Zixuan didn't blame them, but it didn't mean that others would feel at ease. Peng Feiji, of course, blamed himself in his heart. He saw the bearded, ferocious-looking man with a long saber next to him and immediately drew his sword and said. Li Zixuan curled his lips. He wanted to let Lao Peng go up and fight with the bearded man, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Until now, the bearded man's intention was still unclear. It would be bad if Lao Peng lost his life because of this. Stop. All of you stand at the side and watch. Watch how the person who came to Yunshan Mountain to cause trouble is dealt with by me and Mr. Mo. Watch carefully and learn well. If anyone comes to the mountain to cause trouble like him in the future, you will do the same. Do you understand? Li Zixuan stared at the bearded man, but his mouth was speaking to Peng Feiji and the others behind him. Yes, Marquis. Although Peng Feiji was unwilling, he still obeyed the order. These few days, the military training wasn't only for the students of Yanhuang College, but also for the instructors. Therefore, he understood that it was the duty of a soldier to obey orders. Oh right, send someone back to the academy and call all the students who are still in the academy over. Let them come over and watch. No matter how powerful they are, there is only one outcome for them if they come to Yunshan Mountain to cause trouble. That is, they will be beaten up until their mother, even their mother, can't recognize them. Let them know that the academy has the ability to protect their safety. Li Zixuan instructed Peng Feiji again. He had just broken through and was a little arrogant. Of course, he did have the right to be arrogant. Previously, he was able to force the bearded man to break through his acupoints by force with the 3 supreme sword techniques. Although the bearded man's strength had returned to half-step to Great Grandmaster, the situation on the battlefield was no longer the same as before. Now that his realm had increased by 1 level, and he had the help of Mo Huai, a master who could exchange dozens of blows with a half-step Great Grandmaster, he was confident that he could defeat the bearded man. Yes, Marquis. I will send someone back to the academy to gather the students now. Peng Feiji had been in the Li family for so long. He knew that Li Zixuan was going to start showing off again, although he didn't know what that meant. He quickly responded, Junior, do you think that you can defeat me with just the 2 of you? The bearded man saw Li Zixuan's arrangement and immediately felt humiliated. He raised his long sword and said angrily, Haha, what do you think? It's not too late for you to beg for mercy now. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you die a better death. Li Zixuan said happily, What's the point of being all talk? Let's see who's the real deal. The bearded man said with a dark face. His face was already dark, but this made it even darker. Mr. Mo, today, the 2 of us will meet this half-step Great Grandmaster. Who knows, we might even be able to create a martial arts legend. Li Zixuan raised his wind-chasing sword and invited Mo Huai. Mo Huai smiled and nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. I haven't fought in a long time. Today is a good day for me to exercise my muscles and bones. Peng Feiji, who had just arranged for someone to pass the message to the academy, was scared out of his wits when he heard their conversation. Half-step to Great Grandmaster? Damn, I almost fought with a martial arts senior who was half a step away from the Great Grandmaster realm just now? Thinking of this, old Peng's back was immediately covered in cold sweat. Chapter 820. There's such a thing? This Zhang Zhongjin is too presumptuous. Ganlu Hall. Li Er, who had just finished his lunch at Empress Zhangsuan's place and was resting on the couch, was jolted awake by Zhao Song, who rushed over to report. After hearing the news, Li Er frowned and said unhappily, as long as one was an emperor, no one would like people like the bearded man who often used force to break the rules. Li Er was the same. Moreover, in Li Er's eyes, the strategic significance of Cloud Mountain was extraordinary. How could he not be angry that the bearded man came to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble? As for how Zhao Song found out about the news, was there a need to ask? Li Er valued Yanhuang College so much. How could he not leave some backup plan in Cloud Mountain? Your Majesty, in my opinion, this Zhang Zhongjin should have no ill intentions towards the Marquis of Yong'an. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have delayed for so long. Zhao Song lowered his head and said softly, "Oh, how strong is Zhang Zhongjian?" Li Er raised his eyebrows and asked. Zhao Song thought for a moment and replied, "Your Majesty, he had already reached the peak of Grandmaster 10 years ago. His strength must have only increased now. The Marquis of Yong, and had just entered the Grandmaster realm not long ago, so it would be difficult for him to be a match for Zhang Zhongjian. The reason why he could hold on until the Yanhuang College's guards came to his rescue must be because Zhang Zhongjian held back." Li Er nodded thoughtfully. After a moment he said, "Go to the Duke Wei residence and tell this news to the medicine master. Let him deal with it." Zhao Song's eyes narrowed as he hurriedly bowed and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. Quick, go to the forest in the southeast. There's a show to watch. Heh, I wonder who's the one who dares to come to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble." "You can't say that. Didn't you see the Academy's guards and the Yamacho's personal guards all moving out? This means that the person who came to cause trouble is very powerful." At 3:30 in the afternoon, an Academy guard rushed into the Academy and went straight to the student dormitory to inform the students of Li Zishuan's instructions. The students were excited to hear the news, and the entire dormitory area was in an uproar. On the other hand, Li Tai and Sun Zifen, who had just finished fetching water and were lying in the dormitory like two dead pigs, were dumbfounded. "What is it? Why is it so noisy outside?" Li Tai, who wished he could spread all the meat on his body on the bed, heard the commotion outside. His body remained motionless, but his mouth muttered. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but he was too tired to move. In the morning, he only needed to carry 2 more buckets of water, but Sun Zifen was too slow, so he shamelessly begged him to carry 2 more buckets. In this way, he had carried a total of 12 buckets. It was good enough that he was still breathing. From what they said, it seems that there is a commotion outside the academy, and it has something to do with the Yamacho. "Qingke, should we go and take a look?" Although Sun Zifen was also very tired, he was not as tired as Li Tai. Firstly, his physique was much better than Li Tai's, and secondly, he only carried 8 buckets of water in the morning. Therefore, this fellow still had the strength to stand up and open the door to look outside. "I'm not going. What's there to look at? I want to rest." When Li Tai heard this, he refused without hesitation. Sun Zifen didn't persuade much. He went to the inner room to drink 2 mouthfuls of water and went out directly. After waiting for a long time, he didn't see him come back. Li Tai couldn't help but scold this guy for not being loyal. He said he would leave. Who knew that at this time Sun Zifen actually came back? "Humph, why are you back again?" Li Tai glanced sideways at Sun Zifen and snorted. In fact, the little fatty's mood was obviously much better after seeing Sun Zifen come back. What do you mean by back again? I didn't even leave, okay?" Sun Zifen looked at Li Tai strangely and then said excitedly, "Qingke, I just went out to ask an instructor for information. There is really a big commotion in the forest southeast of the academy right now. The Yamacho and Mr. Mo are working together to fight against a Jianghu master. Let's go and take a look. If we're late, we won't be able to see anything." Taiji Sword Technique 19th move. Green Dragon out of water. Taiji Sword Technique 23rd move. Rock Spreading Wings. Dugu Sword Technique. Breaking Sword. Taishian 9 Swords 1st move. Riding the Wind. Riding the sword to the 9 heavens. Mahis Sword Technique. Painting Border Mozho. Mahis Sword Technique. Regular Mozho. In the forest, Li Zishuan and Mo Huai were carrying out an all-round firepower suppression on the bearded man. He was mainly attacking while Mo Huai was defending. In the past, Moz had spent his entire life trying to stop wars between countries. His dream was to stop wars. Therefore, the Mahis sword technique that he created was mainly based on love and non-offense. Although its attack power was not outstanding, in terms of entanglement and harassment, there was absolutely no sword technique that could surpass it. Therefore, under Li Zishuan's entanglement, the bearded man was simply exhausted. Every time he made a move, he would be severely restricted, as if he was trapped in a swamp. This created an excellent space for Li Zishuan to attack. And Li Zishuan did not disappoint. The full-attack version of Taiji sword combined with Taishian 9 swords and Dugu sword technique was frightening. Even he himself was not willing to face such an attack. In a short 15 minutes, the bearded man's clothes were torn with dozens of small holes of different sizes and shapes. There were also traces of blood on them. Obviously, he had suffered many injuries in this battle. Although they were not fatal, a half-step to great grandmaster like him had been injured on Yunshan Mountain. This was enough to shock many people. After all, in this era where great grandmasters were declining, a half-step to great grandmaster was already considered the top martial force in Jianghu. The shadow of the sword flew, and the light of the sword flashed. This was a feast for the eyes. At the same time, it was also an excellent learning opportunity for Pang Feiji and the rest. After all, the world was at peace now. Such a top martial force duel was really something that could only be encountered by chance. Stop, stop, stop. Li Zixuan, stop. I am Zhang Zhongjian. Today, I am only here to test your martial arts. You can stop now. No one would have thought that the previously majestic and insufferably arrogant bearded man would actually call for a stop at this moment. He even introduced himself and the purpose of his visit. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed as if he was admitting defeat. Zhang Zhongjian? Li Zixuan was still using his sword, but his mind was spinning rapidly. He felt that the name Zhang Zhongjian was very familiar. Fengshan 3 Heroes Zhang Zhongjian? While Li Zixuan was deep in thought, Mo Huai, who was beside him, stopped his sword and asked. Although the Mo family had been living in seclusion these years, they had always been paying attention to the major events in the world. Chapter 821. Yes, 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 it's me. The bearded guest was on the verge of tears. To think that he, an expert of the four seas, the great island master, would actually be defeated in a small place like Cloud Mountain. Furthermore, he even took the initiative to admit defeat. If this happened 2 hours ago, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. However, he had no choice but to admit defeat. From the start of the battle until now, the more he fought, the more unbearable he felt. After all, the combination of Mo Huai and Li Zixuan, one defending and one attacking, was really a bit of a bug. He felt as if his hands and feet were tied up and he was at the mercy of others. The most frightening thing was that the more he fought, the more his vital energy depleted. On the other hand, Li Zixuan fought more ferociously, as if the vital energy in his body would never dry up. It was really unimaginable. If this continued, he might really end up like what Li Zixuan said earlier. He would be beaten to the point where even his own mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. How could this be? As the island master of the 72 islands, Zhang Zhongjian also wanted his face, alright? Hence, he took the initiative to reveal his identity. Actually, the reason why Li Zixuan was getting more energetic the more he fought was mainly because of his previous breakthrough in enlightenment. More accurately, it was related to the heaven and earth spiritual energy that he had just captured. He had already named the unknown gas in his body as heaven and earth spiritual energy. Although he didn't know how to use heaven and earth spiritual energy, this thing in his body could make his limbs more flexible and full of energy. Furthermore, during the battle, every sword move he released would consume less vital energy than before. According to Li Zixuan's understanding, the so-called spiritual qi of heaven and earth was like the lubricating oil in a machine. With the lubricating oil, the friction between the various parts of the machine would be reduced. When the machine was operating under the premise of doing the same work, the consumption of fuel would be less. Similarly, he was now in a very fuel-efficient state. His endurance time was longer than the bearded guests. This could be considered his unique trump card. It was very difficult for others to reach his level of achievement, because no one understood the qi of heaven and earth better than him, and no one was more scientific than him. At this moment, Li Zixuan, who was in the middle of the battle, couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the conversation between the two. Zhang Zhongjian, the curly-bearded guest. This legendary hero who had left his mark on the Great Tang's history had actually been defeated by him? Oh my god, why is this so unreal? Of course, Li Zixuan had heard of the bearded man's story in his previous life. There was even a period of time when he regarded him as his idol. After all, not only was this guy's martial arts extraordinary, he was also the first person to carry forward the pirate cause and make it the strongest. In the end, he became the king of the sea. What a carefree and unrestrained life. What a carefree life. Any man would be envious. And now, his former idol was actually beaten down by him. Li Zixuan found it hard to accept for a while. However, Li Zixuan was instantly enraged when he recalled the scene of the bearded man blocking his door. Testing his martial arts skills? Is it necessary to use the lives of my family to test my martial arts? The safety of his family was Li Zixuan's bottom line. No one could touch it, not even his idol. If I didn't say that, why would you try your best? If you didn't try your best, how could you have broken through to the middle stage of Grandmaster? Speaking of which, you should thank this old man properly. The curly-bearded man fumed and glared at Li Zixuan, making him sound like an ungrateful and heartless lover. In fact, the curly-bearded guest also felt that he had been wronged. Initially, he thought that he would lure Li Zixuan out for a duel, and then use his superior martial arts skills to intimidate the latter. Then, he would casually give a few pointers. Li Zixuan would be so grateful that he would shed tears. Then, he would bring up the matter of the sea map. Wouldn't that be a sure thing? Who would have known that the final outcome would be like this? All the actors didn't follow the script. Even if I want to improve my martial arts skills, I don't want to use such a method. Li Zixuan didn't appreciate it at all. In the end, it was the curly-bearded guest who had blocked the door to start the duel and threatened his family's lives that had buried a thorn in his heart. If he didn't take the opportunity to remove it, it would be difficult to resolve the hatred in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, the 30-second move of the Taiji sword technique, White Tiger grabs the tail, smashed fiercely toward the curly-bearded guest. Kid, don't push your luck. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. He was humiliated by a 14 or 15-year-old junior. It would be a lie if the curly-bearded guest said that he wasn't angry. However, when it came to fighting, was it really useful to be angry? He was just angry because he was powerless. So what if you're impolite? This old man will still hit you. Li Zixuan snorted coldly and continued to press forward. Seeing this, Mo Huai hurriedly used the Mahe's sword technique and rejoined the battle. Wow! There really are martial artists who came to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble. Damn! Mr. Mo is actually a martial arts expert? This is unbelievable. Yeah, I didn't expect the usually gentle and weak Mr. Mo to be so powerful. Looks like I'll have to study hard in Mr. Mo's classes in the future. Otherwise, who would be able to withstand this attack? At this moment, the Yanhuang College students who were watching the show finally arrived. They couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the people flying up and down in the arena. Whether it was the students who knew martial arts or those who didn't, this was the first time they had seen such a top-notch martial arts duel. Therefore, most of them felt that it was very novel. I've heard that Yamacho was a martial arts expert before. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's really amazing. Yeah, look at that bearded guy. He's being beaten up so badly by Yamacho that he can't even tell north from south. Yamacho is mighty. Yamacho is mighty. Although many of the students didn't quite understand, they could still see that Li Zixuan had the upper hand. Therefore, they cheered in private. We're finally here. At this moment, Li Tai and Sun Zifan finally caught up with them. Perhaps because they ran too fast, the two of them were panting a little. Wow! Chingy, look. Mr. Mo and Yamacho are fighting together. This fight is so *king exciting. Sun Zifan glanced at the situation in the arena and immediately tugged at Li Tai's sleeve and exclaimed, "Gulp!" Needless to say, Li Tai also noticed the three people fighting fiercely in the arena. Although he was a prince, this was the first time he had seen such a scene in the pugilistic world. In shock, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. So Shaoxian, Yamacho is so powerful. Even Mr. Mo has such skills. Damn! What kind of academy did this prince enter? While the other students were exclaiming how mighty Li Zixuan was, Li Tai was lamenting how dark their future would be under the leadership of a great demon like Li Zixuan. Yamacho. Would they be like that big guy in the arena? Beaten up so badly that they couldn't even tell north from south? Chapter 822. Kid, I'm still your elder. Is this how you treat your elders? On Cloud Mountain, the bearded man was in a sorry state as he struggled to deal with Li Zixuan's attacks. His aura was no longer as strong as before. On the other hand, Li Zixuan was panting, but his mental state was still very good. This made the bearded man a little confused. Heh, I don't have an elder like you, Li Zixuan said as he fought. In fact, the three of them no longer had the intention to fight to the death. After all, they had already spoken. The reason why they were still fighting now was mostly to vent their anger. Therefore, although the bearded man looked miserable, he wasn't seriously injured. Ow! Kid, don't hit people in the face. Don't go overboard. Li Zixuan's Taiji sword technique slashed at the bearded man's forehead. He flipped the blade and used the body of the sword to slap the bearded man's forehead. The latter's forehead immediately swelled up, looking as if it had grown a horn. The bearded man couldn't take it anymore. You went overboard first. If you didn't threaten me with my family's life, would I feel sorry for you? Moreover, Cloud Mountain is an important place of study in Yanhuang College. No one is allowed to cause trouble here, not even you. Li Zixuan replied coldly. The bearded man was flustered and exasperated. I just wanted to teach you martial arts. You really don't know how to appreciate my good intentions. If I really wanted to make things difficult for your family, would they have had the chance to leave just now? I was just joking with you earlier. Humph. You can't even joke. Take this. Li Zixuan snorted and threw out another sword move. Mo Huai sighed and stopped his actions. Firstly, this battle had been going on for almost an hour, and his inner force had long been exhausted. Secondly, he didn't need his help now. Li Zixuan alone could suppress the bearded man. As expected, the student has surpassed the master. Mo Huai stood at the side and lamented. While they were fighting fiercely, the academy guards, instructors, and students around them were also watching with great interest. Gui, so Marquis is actually so powerful. He can even fight with a martial arts expert who is half a step away from martial grandmaster. He's too powerful. Peng Feiji lamented. The two brothers, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, looked at Li Zixuan with solemn expressions. At the same time, there was a trace of relief in the depths of their eyes. They recalled that when they had just arrived at the academy, they had even fought with Li Zixuan. Now that they thought about it, they were lucky, or else, Qingqiao, this bearded man doesn't look very powerful. He's being beaten by Yamacho alone. Sun Zifan looked at the situation on the field and said. Li Tai pursed his lips and said crossly, What the hell do you know? Didn't you hear what the bearded man said? He was Zhang Zhongjian, one of the Fengchan heroes. The one can be counted to 10 to be beaten once beat. You actually said that he's not very powerful. Sun Zifan opened his mouth and said in surprise, Fengchan 3 heroes Qingqiao, you're saying that that Yamacho is too powerful? He can actually beat. Li Tai nodded and said, Yamacho is indeed powerful, but this will be troublesome. Zhang Zhongjian has a good relationship with Duke Wei and Auntie Hong Fu. Seeing this, they will definitely find trouble with Yamacho. Sun Zifan suddenly understood. Oh, that's true. The three of them are the Fengchan 3 heroes. Stop. Coincidentally, right at this moment, a tender voice came from outside the arena. Immediately after, the crowd felt a gust of wind blowing over their heads. Then they saw a red shadow rushing towards Li Zixuan and the bearded man who were fighting in the arena. Just as Li Zixuan's sword was about to strike the bearded man's body, it suddenly slowed down. It was actually entangled by a section of the whip. Then he felt someone come to his side. He turned his head and saw that it was a familiar person. After he married Han Yushi, he went to Duke Wei's mansion and saw her, Hong Funu. Auntie Hong Funu. Li Zixuan saw the anger in Hong Funu's eyes and couldn't help but turn his neck and greet her. Only now did he remember the relationship between Hong Funu and the bearded man. He sighed bitterly in his heart. This was really one trouble after another. What auntie? Call her grandmother. Brat, you have no respect for your elders. Hong Funu looked like a young girl in front of Li Jing, but once she came out, she was no different from an ordinary person. At this moment, she glared at Li Zixuan with a hint of anger in her voice. Han Tianhu's father was Li Jing's cousin, and Li Zixuan married Han Tianhu's daughter Han Yushi. Logically speaking, he should call Hong Funu grandmother. Li Zixuan was dumbfounded at first. He didn't know why he suddenly had a grandmother. However, when he saw Hong Funu's serious face and didn't look like she was joking, He thought about it seriously. Finally, he thought about it seriously and remembered the relationship with Han Yushi. He instantly felt a little awkward because this Hong Fu-nu in front of him looked like a 27-year-old girl. He really couldn't call her grandmother. Am renting mother. After hesitating for a long time, Li Zixuan stammered. Humph. Hong Fu-nu snorted and ignored Li Zixuan. She hurriedly looked at the bearded man beside her. Hey big brother, don't go. Little sister and brother Jing have been looking for you for a long time. The bearded man felt that his current image was too terrible, and was a little embarrassed. When he saw Hong Fu-nu coming, he immediately fled. Chu-chen, live well with the apothecary. Big brother is happy to see that you are living well. Why do you insist on meeting? The bearded man covered his face and ran out of the forest as he shouted without turning back. Hong Fu-nu stomped her feet angrily and directly used her qinggong to grab the bearded man's back. Big brother, since you are in Chang'an, why don't you come to the residence and have a seat? Don't you care about little sister and brother Jing? The bearded man's current strength was less than 10%. How could he outrun the energetic Hong Fu-nu? In just a few breaths' time he was caught. Hong Fu-nu tugged at the bearded man's sleeve and said, Shoo! Big brother, please wait. At the same time, Lord Li Jing rode a horse and arrived late. He dismounted beside the bearded man and shouted loudly, Cough cough. Li Zixuan looked at this scene from behind. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly turned around and said to the surrounding students and guards, That's enough. That's enough. You've all seen what you wanted to see. Go back. Disperse, disperse. The guards and students naturally didn't dare to talk back to him and walked out of the forest. Li Tai smiled sinisterly at Sun Zifen in the crowd and said, Hee, I was right, right? Yamacho is in trouble now. If Duke Wei came alone it would be fine. But now that Aunt Hong Fu-nu is here, tsk. Chapter 823. Li Zixuan, what kind of grudge do you have with my big brother? You actually beat him up like this? A fight that had no reason to start had already ended. Now, the main parties involved were all in the principal's office of Yanhuang College. The reason why they weren't in the courtyard was mainly because Li Zixuan felt that their house was too small. If Hong Fu-nu were to cause a ruckus later, his house would probably be torn down. At this moment, Hong Fu-nu sat beside the bruised and swollen bearded guest and said angrily to Li Zixuan. In the end, she even touched the big bump on the bearded guest's forehead with a pained expression. Li Zixuan was still worrying about how to deal with this troublesome lady, but when he saw this scene, his heart burned with the flames of gossip for no reason. He couldn't help but glance at Li Jing beside him and vaguely felt that the latter's head was a little green. Auntie. Grandmother, this is… Cough cough Chu-chen, this isn't the Duke of Yong'an's fault. It's all a misunderstanding. Forget it. Forget it. Let's go, don't disturb the Duke of Yong'an's work. Li Zixuan was about to explain when the bearded guest hurriedly said unnaturally. This was because he felt that it was a little embarrassing. This scene was just like when he fought with other kids when his parents went to their house to ask for an explanation. Humph. I can't just let it go like this. Big brother, you gave in to him and didn't want to hurt him. Instead, he repaid your kindness with enmity and beat you up so heavily. I must teach him a good lesson today. Hong Fu-nu dragged the bearded guest who was about to get up back to the sofa and said unyieldingly. When she said that, the bearded guest was even more embarrassed. If there was a crack in the ground here, he really wanted to crawl into it. Because at the beginning, he did deliberately suppress his realm and gave in to Li Zixuan. However, he didn't expect Li Zixuan to be able to fuse 3 types of sword intent. If he hadn't forcefully broken through his acupoints, he would have been seriously injured by Li Zixuan. After that, he didn't dare to give in anymore. In the end, he still didn't win. This was too embarrassing. In the words of modern people, he failed to act cool and was beaten up by Toxistomia Girl. Don't. Forget it, Chu-chen, this injury has nothing to do with the Duke of Yong'an. Did that mean the Mo family's big son could beat him? I'm going to settle the score with him right now. Hong Fu-nu glared and was about to go out to settle the score with Mo Huai downstairs. The corner of Li Zixuan's eyes twitched, and he couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for old man Mo. If Hong Fu-nu really wanted to make a scene, there was nothing he could do. After all, women were unreasonable when they made a scene. Moreover, this woman in front of him was his grandaunt. Fortunately, the bearded man pulled her back. Don't Chuchin. This has nothing to do with emojuzi. Let's go back first. Big brother wants to see how you and apothecary have been doing all these years. TSK. The way they pulled each other made them look even more like a couple. Li Zixuan couldn't help but look at Li Jing worriedly. In his heart, he thought that if he wanted to live a good life, he had to be cuckolded. Even the Great Tang Army's god of war was no exception. In the records of later generations, when Li Jing brought Hong Funu out of the city from Yang Su's house, they met the bearded man. At that time, the bearded man was shocked when he saw Hong Funu and fell in love with her. Later on, when he found out that Hong Funu was married to Li Jing, he could only become siblings with the two of them and give all his assets to Li Jing and his wife to help Li Shimin unify the world. He then left quietly. I wonder if the actual situation is like this. Li Zixuan thought nosily in his heart. Cough cough. Alright Chuchin, Big Brother is injured now. Let's quickly bring Big Brother back to recuperate. Let's not delay here. Li Jing, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. The bearded man heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Yes. Medicine Master is right. Let's go out first. Although Hong Funu was unwilling, after thinking about it, she still obeyed and helped the bearded man up. She said, All right, Big Brother, let's go back to the residence. I will personally apply the medicine for you. After saying that, she glared at Li Zixuan and helped the bearded man out. Li Zixuan wiped the sweat off his forehead. He didn't know if it was because of his own dirty thoughts or because of something else, but when Hong Funu said that she would personally help him apply the medicine, it made some bad images appear in his heart. Little Xian, I have understood the cause of the matter. My big brother is used to being free on the sea. Just now when he was here he offended you. I apologize on his behalf. And Hong Funu's attitude just now. When Li Jing saw that Hong Funu had left with the bearded man, he came to Li Zixuan and said. Li Zixuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, Uncle Li, granduncle, please don't say that. I know that grandmother doesn't have any ill intentions. To be honest, Li Zixuan wasn't used to calling Li Jing and Hong Funu granduncle and grandmother. But what could he do? Seniority was there to control it. That was how helpless he was. In his previous life, he had seen a young man in his 20s or 30s call a child of a few years old grandfather. China was a country that emphasized clan and seniority. It had been so since ancient times. Haha, Hong Funu was just joking with you just now. You can address me like how you address Jijia and the rest. We will talk about seniority on our own terms. Seeing that Li Zixuan's expression was very unnatural, Li Jing understood after thinking for a while. He stroked his beard and laughed. All right, I will go back first. Don't take today's matter to heart. Big Brother might have done things the wrong way, but he didn't have any ill intentions. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Yes, Uncle Li, take care. Li Jing and Hong Funu came to pick them up. There was no reason for him to not let them go. His relationship with Li Jing's family had always been good. There was no reason for them to become enemies because of this. Besides, other than the cheap mouth of the curly-bearded guest, everything else was fine. No matter whether he admitted it or not, the reason why he could break through today had a lot to do with the curly-bearded guest. Li Jing smiled with relief and turned to leave. Li Zixuan looked at Li Jing's back. In his heart, he was still wondering if Great Tang's god of war had been cuckolded. Yamacho, the academy's dormitory manager, just said that His Highness King Wei had already finished carrying 20 buckets of water in the morning. Just as Li Zixuan was thinking, Mo Zhong came in from outside and bowed. When Li Zixuan heard this, he just remembered that there was such a thing. He straightened his body and said in surprise, So fast? Did Qing Ke ask his guards for help? No, but I heard from the dormitory manager that Sun Zifan helped His Highness King Wei carry 8 buckets. Mo Zhong hurriedly replied. If it were someone else, they might hesitate to tell Li Zixuan the truth. After all, Li Tai was the emperor's most favored prince. However, Mo Zhong did not have such worries. He had been in the Mo family for many years. How could he have such thoughts? Sun Zifan? When Li Zixuan heard this, he could not help but laugh. Haha, All right. He passed. Those two poor unlucky bastards. Chapter 824. After dealing with the bearded guest, Li Zixuan went home and planned to take an afternoon nap. However, he suddenly thought of something and couldn't fall asleep no matter what. What was the bearded guest's purpose in coming to Cloud Mountain? Li Zixuan wouldn't believe that this old fellow was here to give him pointers on martial arts and help him break through. There was no such thing as love for no reason in this world. Moreover, from what Li Jing said, the bearded guest had always been active overseas. Why did he suddenly come to Chang'an? Could it be that he came back with the imperial court's fleet? But that didn't make sense. He was a pirate leader. Why would he mix with the imperial court's army? Wasn't he walking right into a trap? Li Zixuan suddenly felt a headache coming on at the thought of this. Hubby, you're not asleep yet? At some point, Han Yushi walked in from outside. As the future matriarch of this family, she wouldn't sleep in at this hour. Yes, there are some questions that I can't figure out. Wife, come and talk to your husband for a while. Since he couldn't figure it out, Li Zixuan simply sat up from the bed and said to Han Yushi. Han Yushi smiled, walked to the bedside and sat down. She said, Hubby, what can't you figure out? Sai, I'm thinking about what Zhang Zhongjian's intentions are in coming to Cloud Mountain today. I was only focused on beating him up earlier. When I wanted to ask him, Auntie Hong Fu came over again. Li Zixuan hugged his wife's slender waist and said regretfully. Han Yushi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She said, I met Auntie Hong Fu at the entrance of the academy earlier. She looked very angry and said a lot of bad things about hubby to me. Li Zixuan touched his nose embarrassedly and said speechlessly, You can't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, blame the bearded guest for being too barbaric. Can't he just talk nicely? Han Yushi calmed herself down before getting to the point. I've heard of that senior. He was sworn brothers with granduncle and grandaunt a few years ago. After that, he went to the sea to roam freely. I heard that although he's a ferocious person, he's very principled in his dealings. He only snatches merchant ships from other countries at sea. Not only does he not snatch merchant ships from our Great Tang, he even helps us when we're in danger. Such a person is definitely not an evil person. Since he came to Cloud Mountain to look for you today, he must have a serious matter. As for what it is, he did not have the time to say it. He will definitely come again in the future. You will know his purpose when he comes. Why do you need to think about it? Li Zixuan thought about it seriously, then nodded and said, Yes, what my wife said makes sense. She is the female Zhuge of the present age. Han Yushi said angrily, Husband, you're talking nonsense again. I'm just a bystander. Ha ha ha. Li Zixuan had planned to go to the workshop in the afternoon to teach Faubert and the others the next step of the rubber regeneration and molding process. However, such a big thing happened at the last minute, and the original plan was definitely ruined. He ordered someone to pass a message to the workshop to let Faubert and the others continue to refine the rubber latex in the workshop warehouse. Li Zixuan stayed in the courtyard to consolidate his martial arts realm. He had just broken through to the middle stage of Grandmaster, and his realm was still very unstable. If he slipped back because of slacking off, he would have no place to cry. At dusk, in the Ganlu Hall of Taiji Palace. Your Majesty, this is the secret memorial from Commandery Prince Hujian. Li Er was flipping through the account books submitted by the Ministry of Civil Affairs when Zhao Song walked over quietly with a booklet in his hand and said softly, Xiaogong? Li Er raised his head and muttered in confusion. Then he said, Present it to me. Yes. Zhao Song handed the memorial to Li Er. Li Er took it and began to read it carefully. After a while, he closed the memorial, stood up and walked down. How is Yunshan now? Did the pharmacist go and take Zhang Zhongjian away? Li Er asked with his hands behind his back. Your Majesty, the battle on Yunshan has been settled. Duke Wei and his wife went to Yunshan personally after receiving the news and brought Zhang Zhongjian, who was covered in injuries, back to the residence. Zhao Song bowed and replied, Covered in injuries? Li Er was surprised when he heard that. Then what about Li Zixuan? Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong'an is unharmed. Seeing the surprise on Li Er's face, Zhao Song did not dare to keep him in suspense and quickly explained. According to the report, when Zhang Zhongjian was fighting with the Marquis of Yong, an Mo Huai, the master of the Mo family, rushed to help. His realm was actually at the peak of Grandmaster. The Marquis of Yong, and broke through and entered the middle stage of Grandmaster. He joined forces with the master of the Mo family to fight against Zhang Zhongjian. One attacked and one defended, and Zhang Zhongjian was beaten to the point that he could not fight back. When Duke Wei and his wife arrived, Zhang Zhongjian was already beaten beyond recognition. Li Er, who had always been calm in the face of changes, was surprised when he heard that. He broke through again? What kind of freak is this kid? He broke through 2 realms in a year. Was he born to be a martial artist? It was no wonder that Li Er was surprised. The strength of a middle-stage grandmaster was already at the threshold of becoming a famous general. The number of generals in Great Tang who had reached this level could be counted with one's fingers. If not for Li Zishuan's young age, with this strength and his relationship with the family of generals, even if he could not become the great general of the 16 guards, he could easily become a general of 1,000 bulls. Zhao Song smiled bitterly. I have never heard of the Marquis of Yong'an's talent in martial arts. His achievements in martial arts have already caught up with the martial arts seniors of the older generation. I'm afraid that I won't be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. Li Er pinched his chin and said happily, I wonder why Mount Longhu did not force this kid to stay. This way the imperial court will have another young talent. Haha. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for finding such a talent. Zhao Song smiled knowingly. Li Er waved his hand. He thought for a moment and said, Do you know why Xiao Gong sent the secret memorial? I don't know. Plead for leniency. Li Er's face was expressionless as he slowly said, Xiao Gong is pleading on Zhang Zhongjian's behalf. According to him, Zhang Zhongjian helped the imperial court when they were ambushed on the sea route back to the imperial court. Furthermore, Zhang Zhongjian protected him when they were in Fanio capital. He hopes that I will not blame Zhang Zhongjian for trespassing on Cloud Mountain on account of these 2 matters. Zhao Song's fingers trembled slightly, but he did not say anything. Li Er continued, Fine. Seeing that this fellow did not cause any major trouble, and that he has received the punishment he deserves, I will not pursue the matter. Your Majesty is wise. Li Er smiled. He had been having a good time recently. The imperial court now had money and food. Today, Li Zishuan's breakthrough made him sigh in admiration. Remember to bring that kid to the imperial court the day after tomorrow. For some reason Li Er suddenly ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 825. The Battle of the Pinnacle on Cloud Mountain only caused a stir in a small area, and not many people knew about it. For the ordinary people, martial arts were too far away from them. What they cared about on a daily basis was clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Zuaishan Restaurant was the food vein of the entire Chang'an city. As soon as the century eggs were launched, its special taste immediately conquered a large number of diners and caused a very enthusiastic response in a small circle. The next day, as expected, there was an advertisement about century eggs on Datang Daily. The words fresh taste, refreshing feeling, and fragrant but not greasy, refreshing the mind, made many people curious about this new food. Coupled with the word of mouth of those who ate century eggs at Zuaishan Restaurant yesterday, the sales volume of century eggs exploded directly on the second day of the market. At noon, the small window of Zuaishan Restaurant, which specialized in century eggs and soaring prosperity, had already sold more than 2,000 century eggs. It was only a little more than 2 hours after the opening of the Western market. Not to mention that Zuaishan Restaurant also sold a lot of century eggs, such as century egg tofu, century egg and lean meat porridge. Hey! It seems that the consumption power of the people is indeed huge. Now you don't have to worry that we can't sell those century eggs that we saved a while ago, right? In the courtyard, Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh after hearing Han Yushi talk about the sales volume of century eggs. Now, Han Yushi had begun to learn to take over the business in the mansion. There was no phenomenon of evil servants bullying their masters. After all, Han Yushi was not stupid and knew a lot of new arithmetic. Besides, Li Zishuan was now Marquis and had a great reputation. Which blind servant would deceive his wife? Han Yushi rolled her pretty eyes. She was already used to the strange words that often came out of her husband's mouth. Husband, I'm not worried that we can't sell the century eggs in the stock. Now I'm worried that our stock is not enough to sell. According to the speed in the morning, we'll sell at least 5,000 century eggs today. Besides, the flaming yellow chamber of commerce that you set up last time, except for the East Palace and the Wang family, all the other families are asking if they can distribute century eggs. Li Zixuan rubbed his chin and thought for a while. This is a good thing. This was the only way to quickly solve the problem of the farmers not being able to sell their eggs. Since the supply could not meet the demand, then expand the scope of the purchase of eggs. Now that your husband has many more fiefs, he can purchase all the eggs in the fiefs and transport them to the mansion in Chang'an City, so that all the servants in the mansion can participate in the production. Make sure they strictly divide the work. Each person can only do one process to avoid leaking the secret. Han Yushi's eyes lit up and she praised. Husband, this is a good idea. This concubine was worried that the formula would be leaked. Li Zixuan patted Han Yushi's shoulder and said with a smile, as for the other members of the Chamber of Commerce who want to distribute, of course we have to agree. This is a benefit they deserve. We can even sell all the century eggs to them. Wife, you can just hand it over to Uncle Wang to make the arrangements. Give them the corresponding number of century eggs at 80% of the market price according to the proportion of shares they subscribed. Yes, I understand. Han Yushi replied sweetly. Young master, the eldest son of the Cheng family is here. At this moment Xiao He came over and said, didn't this guy return to Chang'an City yesterday? Why is he here now? Li Zixuan muttered softly. Although he said so, he still went downstairs. Haha, Xiaoxian, you're good. I heard that you beat up that person yesterday and even had a breakthrough. What kind of medicine did you take? Why are you so fierce? As soon as Li Zixuan came to the living room on the first floor, Chang Chumo came up to him, grabbed his arm and said excitedly. Li Zixuan was not used to this kind of intimacy between the same sex. He quickly shook off someone's hand and said angrily, I took an aphrodisiac. Why do you want to take it too, Chonyo? Huh. Chang Chumo was stunned. An aphrodisiac has such an effect? Why didn't I know about it? This idiot. Li Zixuan was really speechless. Tell me, why didn't you stay in Chang'an City? Why did you come back to Yunshan? Chang Chumo hesitated for a moment, scratched his head and said, because you caused too much of a commotion here yesterday. My father was worried and asked me to come over and take a look. Sigh, it's a pity that I wasn't here yesterday. That's it? What? You've learned how to hide things now? Li Zixuan glanced at Chang Chumo and said meaningfully. He could tell at a glance that Chang Chumo was hiding something, which was why he said so. Xiaoxian, you can tell? Chang Chumo was a little dumbfounded. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. What he meant was, aren't you talking nonsense? It's like this. My parents want me to come over and ask you if you can bring along the 5 farms of my family when you collect eggs next time. My farm has a lot of eggs that can't be sold. Chang Chumo explained the purpose of his visit embarrassedly. Li Zixuan came to a sudden realization. Back when he had been promoting the idea of raising chickens, the Cheng family had been his staunchest supporters. As a result, they had raised the most chickens among the court officials. No wonder there had been a situation where they couldn't sell their eggs. That's it? No problem, but it's too troublesome. Moreover, I have limited manpower here. Why don't I teach you the method of making century eggs? Your family will provide the manpower, material and financial resources. Just don't spread the recipe. Li Zixuan thought about it and decided to rope the Cheng family in. The Cheng family had always been his staunchest ally. This could be considered as a form of repayment. Secondly, he did have limited manpower. The 2 farms under him had more than 100,000 chickens. There were also other farms in the new fief. It was even more difficult to get all the chickens. Therefore, he might as well rope in the Cheng family, who had a large business as well. No. My father said that we can't take advantage of you. Because of this, my father scolded my mother. Chang Chumo was shocked at first. Then he shook his head repeatedly. Li Zixuan didn't want to ask about his family matters. He said directly, if I say it's okay, it's okay. It won't make much money. Moreover, I really don't have enough manpower here. Later, you can ask the housekeeper of the Cheng family to come to my house to learn what assembly line work is. This can prevent the recipe from being learned by others. Seeing that Li Zixuan was determined, Chang Chumo could only agree gratefully. Although this brother of his liked to trick him sometimes, he was still very loyal at critical times. Right, Xiaoxian, when will you help me to improve my realm? If I don't break through soon, my father will kill me. Chapter 826. Do you think that raising your cultivation base is as easy as growing cabbages, cabbage? In the Yunshan villa, Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said angrily after hearing Chang Chumo's unreasonable request. Chang Chumo grinned and said matter-of-factly, Hey, it's not the same for others, but for you, isn't it as easy as growing cabbages? You were at the peak of qi refining at the beginning of the year, and now you're at the middle stage of Grandmaster. Even cabbages aren't as fast as you. Li Zixuan was speechless. The reason why he was able to break through 2 realms in a year, other than the constant life and death crises, was because of his special experiences and unique understanding of martial arts. This was also the reason why his martial arts improved so quickly. In other words, his fast breakthrough speed could not be replicated by others, because there could not be a second time traveler in the world, and everyone's martial arts were different. Chumo, you've been in military training for so long, and Uncle Chang has organized so many special training for you. Don't you have any premonition that you're about to break through? Nonsense. Every day, I feel nothing except that my body is hollowed out. Chang Chumo fell hard on the sofa and said with annoyance, Hey Xiaoxian, didn't you break through last time because of a set of swordsmanship? It's called Taiji sword, right? Oh, and Uncle Qin also broke through because of your Taiji fist. Why don't you teach me the fist and swordsmanship? Chang Chumo suddenly thought of something, quickly stood up and said excitedly. Li Zixuan asked curiously, Uncle Chang, don't you know how to do it? He had taught Qin Xiong Taiji fist and Taiji sword, and Chang Chumo later learned them from Qin Xiong, so he felt strange when he heard Chang Chumo's words. Chang Chumo immediately complained, Don't mention it. My father's Taiji fist is like a drunkard's. I don't dare to learn from him. Besides, even if my father learned Taiji fist and Taiji sword, he didn't break through. It means that he went astray. Little Xian, your teachings are still the most reliable. Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. This guy was getting bolder and bolder. He even dared to talk about old Chang like this. If Chang Yaoji knew about this, he would definitely beat him to death. All right then. Next week, I will find time to teach all the students Taiji fist. When the time comes, how much charm they can learn, and whether they can use it to break through will depend on your luck. Tai Chi combined the changes of yin, yang, and 5 elements of the Yi school, the study of meridians in traditional Chinese medicine, and the Daoyin technique and breathing technique of Taoism. It was a real boxing technique that cultivated both internal and external, and combined hardness and softness. Not only was it a martial art treasure for warriors, but it was also an excellent way to cultivate temperament and strengthen the body for ordinary people. Therefore, it was not impossible to implement Tai Chi in Yanhuang College. Schools in the future could carry out radiogymnastics, so why couldn't Yanhuang College carry out Taiji fist? Li Zixuan thought to himself. Haha, that would be great. In this way, even if I can't break through, my father will have nothing to say. Chang Chumo laughed proudly. This made Li Zixuan feel that this guy was purely doing it to complete the task handed over by Chang Chumo, and not really wanting to break through. In the afternoon, around 3:45 p.m., Li Zixuan brought a few blueprints to the new workshop by the Ba River. At this time, in the open space of the workshop, sheets of raw rubber could be seen drying everywhere. They looked like freshly crushed white paper, and it was a spectacular sight. Faubert, you're still busy. When Li Zixuan arrived at the original paper workshop, he saw Faubert instructing people to work. He quickly walked forward and greeted him. Hey young master, you're here. Faubert wiped the sweat off his forehead and replied, Young master, you brought back too much rubber before. We have to hurry up. Otherwise, we don't know when we can finish refining all the rubber. Now, the 3 paper machines in the workshop have all been modified into machines for crushing rubber. Fortunately, there was a lot of stock before, or else Chitsu culture would be anxious for paper again. Faubert's words were more or less complaining. It was really because Li Zixuan bought too much rubber latex from the Wang family this time. It was more than 500 tons. With the current manpower alone, it would take about 4 to 5 days to finish refining these latex. Faubert, take it slow. As long as those latex are stored in the cellar, there won't be any problems in a short period of time. You put down the work in your hands first, and I'll tell you how to use these rubber. Li Zixuan dragged Faubert out of the workshop and said. Faubert glanced at the blueprints in Li Zixuan's hands and said, "Young master, let's go in and talk." He knew that Li Zixuan was probably going to invent something. In order to keep the technology confidential, of course, he couldn't talk about it directly outside. Okay. After a while, Li Zixuan came to Faubert's office. He walked to the table, spread out the blueprints, and began to explain directly. Faubert, I told you before that rubber is a very plastic material. As long as the conditions are right, you can make it into any shape you want. Next, we have to do this. First, we have to crush the flaky rubber that we refined and crushed. This is a crusher that I designed for you. Its principle is very simple. You should be able to understand it after looking at it for a while. Faubert went forward to take a look. After a while, he was a little puzzled. Young master, we finally made the rubber as thin as paper. Why do you want to crush it? Isn't this superfluous? Li Zixuan heard this and laughed. Faubert, this isn't superfluous. In the beginning, we crushed the rubber into thin paper mainly to dry the water in it as soon as possible. Now we're crushing it into powder to make it easier to heat up later, and then form it. Look, this is a high-temperature steam generator that I designed. When the time comes, you put the crushed rubber into it and heat it up with a fire below. Then the water inside will start to heat up. The heat will cause the rubber powder to melt. Then pour it into the mold. After cooling, the rubber will become the shape you want. This was the first time that Faubert heard about the molding process of rubber. He couldn't help but listen with great interest. This rubber is so magical? I wonder what kind of rubber you want, young master? Li Zixuan chuckled and took out 2 blueprints from his sleeve. He said, After all, this is the first time that the workshop is using rubber to make products. Let's do something simple first. Faubert, get someone to make the mold according to this blueprint. When it's done, send it directly to Yunshan. Faubert couldn't help but go forward to take a look. He couldn't help but frown when he saw that there was only a big circle and a big ball drawn on it. What the hell is this? What use can it be? Young master, this. Chapter 827. Faubert, don't ask first. You'll know in the future. That thing in the back was just a plaything for people to amuse themselves with. The things at the front are more useful, but it's hard to tell now. We need to build something to carry it. The most important thing now is to build the crusher and the high-temperature steam generator. Li Zixuan saw Faubert's confused expression and knew what he was thinking. He quickly explained. Okay, this old man will arrange it now. These 2 machines aren't complicated. I'm sure they can be completed within 3 days. Faubert nodded and didn't continue asking. Oh right. Faubert. Li Zixuan patted his head and suddenly shouted. When you melt the rubber in the high-temperature steam generator, you can add a certain proportion of sulfur. As for how much to add, Faubert, you have to send someone to do an experiment. As far as I know, adding a different proportion of sulfur into the rubber will affect the hardness and wear resistance of the final rubber. The 2 things I want to make require a certain degree of hardness and wear resistance. Faubert, if you can't make up your mind, you can show me all the vulcanized rubber obtained from the experiment. I'll choose the most suitable one. The rubber extracted from raw rubber latex was called raw rubber. Raw rubber was a kind of linear polymer that was relatively soft and easily melted under heat. After adding sulfur, the rubber could be vulcanized under high temperature. A portion of the carbon-carbon double bonds in the raw rubber would open and form a disulfide bond with the sulfur. This caused the originally linear rubber to transform into a reticulated polymer structure. The vulcanized rubber would also have better physical properties. Raw rubber would crack under heat. Its mechanical properties were poor, its wear resistance was weak, and its texture was soft. After vulcanization, due to the cross-linking between the molecules, the melting point and strength of the vulcanized rubber would increase. Vulcanization of rubber was an indispensable step in the modern rubber manufacturing process. Vulcanized rubber was used in many industrial products, such as tires. Faubert didn't ask where Li Zixuan got all this information from. because he knew it would be a waste of time. His young master seemed to have been born with knowledge. He had too many secrets. Young master, will all the rubber in the future be processed like this? Faubert asked worriedly after pondering for a while. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and replied, most of them should be dealt with this way. What's wrong? Except for a few industrial rubber products that did not need to be vulcanized, most of them needed to be vulcanized. Faubert smiled bitterly and said, young master, in this way, I'm afraid we'll need a lot of sulfur. Where are we going to buy so many? This time, in order to refine the rubber latex, we have almost emptied all the vinegar shops in Chang'an City. As a result, the price of vinegar has increased. If we continue to buy sulfur like this, I'm afraid that the price of sulfur in all the medicine shops in Chang'an City will also increase. If that's the case, then we've committed a sin. In ancient times, sulfur was mainly used for medicinal purposes. The sulfur that Li Zixuan had used to make explosives to blow up the Snake Spirit Mountain was bought from a pharmacy. Sulfur was first used for medicinal purposes in Shenong's Materia Medica. In this book, sulfur was used as a traditional Chinese medicine. It was listed as the third medicine in the medium-grade medicine, and it could cure more than 10 diseases. Faubert was afraid that the large-scale purchase of sulfur by the workshop would cause the price of sulfur to increase. After all, the sulfur in the medicine shops was used to treat diseases. How could they prepare so much in stock? If the patients who needed sulfur for treatment could not afford it, it would be a sin. After listening to Faubert's words, Li Zixuan could not help but feel a little strange. He never thought that refining rubber would cause the price of vinegar in Chang'an City. Of course, he also did not expect that the necessary industrial raw material for the practical use of rubber, sulfur, would be so difficult to obtain. Then let's produce it on a small scale first. Anyway, the 2 rubber products that I drew for you, Faubert, are not in a hurry to be mass-produced. Faubert, do you have any trustworthy people who are willing to work hard? At this moment, Li Zixuan realized that even if he had a belly full of good ideas, without resources he would still have to give up. The Don't Touch Me carriage from before had not been mass-produced until now. Why? It was not because the workshop lacked manpower or technology, but because they lacked iron. Also, the horseshoes that he made before had not been promoted to the imperial court because of the lack of iron. According to historical records, during the Zhenguan period, the annual steel production of the Tang dynasty was only a few hundred tons. That's right, it was just a few hundred tons. What could a few hundred tons of steel do? It would probably be difficult to arm an army of 10,000 people. Therefore, steel was an extremely important strategic resource for the country. Most of it flowed to the imperial court, and only a small portion was left to the common people. Therefore, no matter how advanced Li Zixuan's workshop was, and no matter how high the production efficiency was, it was impossible to produce a few hundred to 1,000 Don't Touch Me carriages in a month. In the end, it was because he did not have a mine. Li Zixuan thought helplessly. Young master, what are you planning to do? Faubert asked with a strange expression. Look for ores, mine ores. Li Zixuan said fiercely. In his previous life he was a poor loser. In this life he was a rich second generation. He wanted to be a mine owner. As the saying goes, with a mine at home, one's heart would not panic. That was the logic. Look for ores? Faubert muttered and then asked, Young master, the world is so big, where should we look for ores? Even the most hard-working people would not be able to bear it. Li Zixuan's expression had returned to normal. He smiled and said, This is not a big problem. I know the specific locations of a few ores. We just need to send people to look around there. He had just recalled the geography books in his previous life. He knew that there were a few large pyrite ores in the Shaanxi area. The so-called pyrite ores were mainly the sulfide of iron. When the time came, he would find a way to refine it. Not only would he be able to obtain iron, but he would also be able to obtain sulfur. Wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Faubert's heart shook again. He thought that his young master really knew everything. He seriously thought about it, and his face revealed a rare embarrassed expression. He said, Young master wants to find someone to help find ores. This old man would like to recommend someone. Oh, Faubert, quickly say it. Faubert coughed twice and said, Cough, cough. Young master, this old man has a nephew called Fubin. His parents passed away early, and this old man raised him. This child, although he is usually a little playful, as long as it is a serious matter, he will definitely treat it seriously. Young master, if... Haha, that's fine. Tomorrow afternoon, Faubert, bring that kid to Yunshan to find me. I will also tell him the general location of these ores. Without waiting for Faubert to finish, Li Zixuan directly interrupted with a smile. Faubert said in surprise, Young master, you this. No need to say more. Faubert, I still trust the person recommended by you. Oh right, Faubert, if you have a way to directly buy the sulfur ores in other people's hands, as long as the price is not too outrageous, just tell me. I will buy it. Ooh. Chapter 828. After confirming the candidates for the mine exploration, Li Zixuan suddenly thought of two new things. Thus he walked to the side of the table, picked up a brush and quickly drew a simple blueprint. He said, Uncle Fu, I have two more things here. When the time comes, please help me get them out. The first one is to use latex as a pillow. Make a mold like this first, then directly inject latex into it, then heat it up in a high-temperature steam generator, pull it out and wash it. And this guy wants to make a latex pillow. After all, the reason he came to this world was to improve his living conditions. Now that he has the materials and technology, how can he not make something good for himself to enjoy? The pillows of the ancient people at the beginning were made with stones and bundles of grass. Bamboo pillows and rattan pillows appeared in the spring and autumn period, and in the Qin and Han dynasties, people started to use soft pillows like silk pillows. The Tang dynasty was a bit more ruthless. Porcelain pillows were popular in this era. That's right, made with porcelain, it was really hard. Although there were many different types of porcelain pillows, child-shaped, tiger-shaped, dragon-shaped, etc. And they looked good, they were obviously not Li Zixuan's cup of tea. The pillows on his bed had already been replaced with cotton pillows. But cotton pillows were definitely not as comfortable as natural latex pillows. Pillows? When Faubert heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He knew that the rubber in the workshop was brought back from Nanyang by the Wang family. It was very precious, but Li Zixuan used his position to abuse his position for personal gain. This made him want to criticize him. But he just recommended his nephew to Li Zixuan. How could he have the nerve to speak now? So he could only reply, Okay. Young master, how many do you want to make? Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, 5. Oh no, make 8 first. One of them is slightly smaller, it's for Lan Air. Counting the number of people, his father, mother, wife, sister, Xiaohe, Xiaoxi, and his father-in-law, wouldn't there be 8 of them in total? As for his brother-in-law, this brat had thick skin and flesh, and most of the time, he lived in the dormitory. Iron Egg fainted from crying in the toilet. All right, I'll remember that. What is the other thing that young master mentioned? Faubert made a mental note and asked. There's one more thing. Its structure is relatively simple, so I won't draw a blueprint for you. Do you still remember the thin tube I used for Uncle Qin's blood transfusion? This time I want to use rubber to make a batch of these thin tubes in case of emergency. There were many uses for rubber. In Li Zixuan's future industrial empire, rubber was absolutely indispensable. Things like latex tubes were also easy to make. Most importantly, it could save lives during critical moments. Li Zixuan didn't mind making a batch of them. What if they came in handy in the future? Faubert's eyes lit up when he heard that. Young master, if this rubber is really as soft and elastic as you said, then it's very suitable to be used as a blood transfusion tube. Of course. These were all experiences from his previous life. When he returned home from the workshop, he was informed by his parents that someone from the palace had sent a message for him to attend the court meeting the next day. Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel depressed. What court meeting? What did it have to do with him? What could he do if he went? Well, he definitely couldn't stay in Yunshan tonight. Under the urging of his parents, Li Zixuan and Han Yushi simply packed up and went back to Chong, and in the horse carriage. Lan'er, the little cutie, was used to living in the modern-style house in Yunshan. Of course, she was unwilling to go back to Chang'an. His parents had no choice but to stay behind to take care of the little girl. Of course, to be honest, the living environment in Yunshan was really better than in Chang'an City. In the evening, Li Zixuan and Han Yushi finally made it back to Chang'an City before the sky turned dark. Young master, you're back. Sanbao missed you so much. After not seeing Li Zixuan for so many days, Sanbao and Afu, who were standing at the porch, were about to cry when they saw him. The entire Li family moved to Yunshan. Other than Xiao He and Xiao Shi, they didn't bring any other servants. The main reason was that when the Yunshan residence was initially designed, it was only designed as a mini manor. Sanbao and the rest wouldn't have a place to stay even if they went there. They couldn't possibly stay with the owner like Xiao He and Xiao Shi, right? Speaking of which, Pang Feiji and the rest were still living in the academy. It seemed like he had to get the academy's construction team to expand the Yunshan residence. He could even soak in the hot spring there during winter. Go away. You're not a young lady. Why are you thinking of me? Li Zixuan stopped Sanbao, who was about to pounce on him, and said angrily. Ayo. However, it was this somewhat inappropriate words that provoked the beautiful lady beside him. Husband, what nonsense are you talking about? Haha. Nothing. Sanbao, ask the kitchen to boil some hot water. I'll take a bath first and ask Aunt Zhao to start cooking while I'm at it. Li Zixuan laughed and then led his wife into the residence. I'll go now. Young master, young mistress, please wait for a moment. Sanbao answered with a grin and then ran off into the distance. Let's go, my wife. Let's go back to the room and take a bath together later. Seeing that the servants were happy for a while and then went back to their own things, Li Zixuan suddenly leaned over to Han Yushi's ear and laughed mischievously. Stinky husband, you're being indecent again. Han Yushi's ears immediately turned red. We're already an old couple. My wife, why are you still shy? Li Zixuan said shamelessly. Speaking of which, it wasn't the first time that the two of them had taken a bath together under his urging. The next day, after the bell and drum had been struck 4 times, the Li residence was already lit up. The servants were busy lighting the fire and boiling water, preparing to wash their master and make breakfast. The coachman washed Big White clean and prepared a saddle. Li Zixuan was going to ride a horse for today's court assembly. There was no reason for him to take a carriage. Big White, who understood human nature, seemed to know that it was about to be put to good use. It shook its head excitedly and snorted. The Li residence's personal guards were still serving as instructors at Yun Mountain. However, Pang Feiji, the head of the personal guards, personally brought 2 people back before the city gates closed after receiving the news yesterday evening. Li Zixuan in the west courtyard finally got out of bed after Han Yushi's repeated urging. After putting on his court attire, he hastily washed up and drank some porridge. Li Zixuan rode on Big White and brought Brother Chicken out of the residence, heading towards the Imperial Palace in the north. Being a civil servant is really tough. I have to go to work so early in the morning. Looking at the deserted streets, Li Zixuan once again lamented about the ridiculous morning court assembly system. Until now, this fellow still didn't understand why Li Er had called him over today. Chapter 829. In the Tang dynasty, there was a morning court held every day. It was called Changshen. According to the system, every civil and military official in the capital had already reached the 9th rank. Every morning they would be Wang Chaoshan. The 5th rank had already reached the consecrated officer, Yuan Wai Lang, imperial censor, and Taichong doctor, and they would be Changshan. Normally, there was no need for a ceremonial procession, nor was there any extravagance. It was a real administrative day. The participants were called regular staff officers. There were few of them, but their ranks were high. They were all above rank 5 and held important positions. In addition to the daily reference, there was also the annual reference, which was on the 1st and 15th of every month. On the 1st and 15th of every month, there would be candles, banquets, incense burners, and other ceremonial rites. Under the leadership of the imperial censor, the officials would take their positions in the hall according to their ranks. The emperor would sit on the throne as soon as he appeared, and the officials would sing praises before bowing to him. The grandest was the imperial court assembly held on the Lantern Festival and the Winter Solstice Festival. It required a grand display, a display of the palace and the drums, and a display of carriages and imperial carriages. At that time the emperor would wear a ceremonial crown, the winter solstice dress reaching heaven crown and crimson gauze robe. The imperial carriage would be set out, the imperial bodyguards would be as usual. He would receive the congratulations of the officials and guests attending the imperial court assembly. What Li Zixuan was going to attend today, strictly speaking, was not called the Imperial Court meeting. It was called the Lunar Palace meeting because today was not the Lantern Festival, nor was it the winter solstice. Today happened to be the 15th of October. Entering the Imperial City, he saw that there was already a crowd at the bottom of the stairs of the Taiji Palace. Officials dressed in court attire of various colors were chatting in groups of 3 to 5. They were talking and laughing, looking very amiable. However, it was hard to say whether or not there was a knife hidden in his smile. In addition to the courtiers that Li Zixuan often saw in the past, he also saw a group of unexpected people today. A group of brown-skinned people. Aren't they the emissaries from the Southeast Asian countries who came back with Li Xiaogong last time? Hey, you're finally here? Out of everyone in the Imperial Court, you're probably the one who hates attending the Imperial Court the most. While Li Zixuan was still in a daze, Li Xiaogong walked over from the side and pointed at Li Zixuan with a smile. Your Highness. Li Zixuan came back to his senses and said awkwardly, "What are you talking about? I have always been very willing to participate in the morning court. It's just that the academy is usually too busy." "Hey you brat," Li Xiaogong said with a faint smile. "Do you think this king doesn't know you? Before you say that, you better wipe the boogers off the corners of your eyes before you speak." When Li Zixuan heard this, he subconsciously rubbed the corners of his eyes, but, "Sigh! Your Highness, you also have boogers at the corners of your eyes." Li Zixuan pointed at Li Xiaogong's face and shouted in all seriousness. He really didn't expect that he, a transmigrator, would be tricked by Li Xiaogong, a person from ancient times. Li Xiaogong did not fall for it at all. He laughed loudly and said, "Haha, interesting. You're really interesting. Alright, I won't joke with you anymore. I heard that you broke through again the day before yesterday. Not bad, not bad. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Right now, your martial prowess is catching up to the old generals of our generation. I reckon that even this king is no match for you now." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Your Highness has been through hundreds of battles. I am no match for you." Li Xiaogong smiled but didn't deny it. "Your Highness, today's court session should be mainly for the envoys from the various countries, right?" Li Zixuan glanced at the Southeast Asian envoys in front of him and asked Li Xiaogong. It should be. Since the founding of the Great Tang, it's rare to see so many envoys from so many countries. Logically speaking, today's court session should be mainly for these envoys to present their tributes." Li Xiaogong stroked his beard and smiled. "Oh, that's good then." Li Zixuan sighed in relief. As long as they weren't looking for trouble with him, it was fine. The time has come. All civil and military officials, enter the court for an audience. As the two spoke, a eunuch walked out of Taiji Palace and shouted in a shrill voice. The officials immediately fell silent. They stood in line, lowered their heads, and walked up the stairs into Taiji Palace. After the courteous formalities, the court session finally began. "Your Majesty, the fleet has not only brought back abundant resources for the Imperial Court, but also the friendship of the Southeast Asian countries toward our Great Tang. These envoys have brought various gifts to Your Majesty, and they hope that they can present them to Your Majesty today to continue the friendship between their countries and the Great Tang." Cui Shanfu had been in the Imperial Court for so many years, and for the first time, he was the first to speak at the court session. Li Er was elated to hear this. "Haha, good. The various envoys have traveled thousands of li to the Great Tang. Not only are they tired from the journey, they have also brought gifts for us. We are gratified. Beloved official Cui, make a record and return the gifts one by one." Cui Shanfu bowed and said, "This subject obeys the decree." The Chamberlain of Dependencies naturally provided a translator to translate Li Er's words into the languages of the various countries. An envoy stepped forward and excitedly said, after the translation, "Envoy Priatu of Zhenla pays respects to His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang. On behalf of my country, Priatu presents 20 pairs of top-grade ivory, 2 leopards, for top-grade jade, and 5 kilograms of top-grade spices to Your Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang. I wish Your Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang good health and longevity." Li Er was pleased with himself, but he smiled calmly and said, "I appreciate the kindness of the King of Zhenla. Priatu, how have you been in Chang'an these days?" After the Zhenla envoy heard the translation, he immediately smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, Puyata has been living very well in Chang, and these days, the prosperity and vastness of Chang, and are something that Puyata has never seen before. 10 Zhenla capitals are not comparable to it. Puyata hopes that the Great Tang can maintain friendly relations with Zhenla. In this era, as the largest city in the world, no one could resist the charm of Chang." Li Er smiled and said, "As long as the countries are friendly to the Great Tang, I will be friendly with them. Puyata, rest assured." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Puyata smiled and tactfully retreated. The second envoy came forward and bowed humbly, saying, "The envoy of Funan Kingdom by Inche pays his respects to Your Majesty. I present 10 pairs of top-grade white jade, 50 high-quality tiger skins, and 2 tiger cubs to Your Majesty. I wish Your Majesty good health." The envoy of Piao Kingdom by Weiu pays his respects to Your Majesty. In this way, the 32 envoys from the small Nanyang countries who came back with Li Xiaogong came forward one by one to present their gifts to Li Er. Each gift list was very long, mainly because they were already shocked by the huge fleet of the Great Tang when they came. After coming to Chang'an, they were conquered by the prosperity of Chang'an. In the face of such a powerful country, of course, they would try their best to please. Cui Shanfu, who was suffering, was sweating profusely just by remembering the list of gifts. The courtiers stood by the side, each of them feeling proud in their hearts. The arrival of tens of thousands of countries was a sign of the coming of a golden age. Li Er, who was sitting on the dragon throne, was overjoyed and full of pride. "When I deal with the Turks, I think it will be time to welcome the arrival of tens of thousands of countries." Chapter 830. Aranishan, the Grand Minister of Jianri Dynasty, pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor of Tang. "On behalf of my king, Aranishan presents 50 pairs of the best ivory, 30 precious Buddhist scriptures, and a golden jade Buddha statue to His Majesty. May His Majesty the Emperor of Tang be in good health and may Tang prosper forever." As time went by, the gifts presented by the emissaries gradually came to an end. Those who had finished presenting their gifts stood aside leisurely, waiting to see if the gifts presented by the emissaries were as valuable as theirs. For a moment, their faces alternated between joy and annoyance. It was a wonderful sight. What surprised many people was that the last person to present the gifts turned out to be the Prime Minister of a country. Other countries had sent emissaries. What was this Jianri dynasty up to? They had even sent the Prime Minister of a country. Sitting above, Li Er could not help but feel shocked. He straightened up and looked at the middle-aged man who wore a white turban and was as black as a charcoal ball. He said in a low voice, "King Jianri has troubled you. Aranishan, when you return, please express my gratitude to King Jianri on my behalf." Putting aside political factors, the Buddhist scriptures and Buddha statues brought by Aranishan were very much to Li Ernyan's liking. When Li Ernyan was young, he had formed an indissoluble bond with Buddhism because of his physical condition. Moreover, starting from Li Yuan, the entire Li family respected Buddhism very much. Of course, the Li family also respected Taoism very much. This family believed in both Buddhism and Taoism. As for the Buddhist scriptures that came from the Jianri dynasty, they were simply too precious. To a true Buddhist enthusiast, they were priceless treasures. This was not an exaggeration at all, because Jianri dynasty had a great background. In terms of land area, it was currently the largest country in Southeast Asia. In terms of geographical location, it was the later northern India. And India was the birthplace of Buddhism. Oh, speaking of Jianri dynasty, there was one person who had to be mentioned, Chan Xuanzang. Counting the days, it would be next year. This guy would start to go to the west to seek scriptures. This was not journey to the west, but a real trip to the sacred land of Buddhism to seek the true scriptures. In fact, this year Xuanzang had written to Li Er that he wanted to travel west to seek Dharma. However, Li Er did not approve of it. However, Xuanzang had already made up his mind. In the second year of Zhengguan, Xuanzang, who was 29 years old, started his journey west to seek Dharma. In the fifth year of Zhengguan, an eminent monk with a dusty face came to India. He traveled to the states of India and preached the teachings of Mahayana Buddhism. He became famous and attracted the attention of King Jianri. He was Chan Xuanzang from the Tang of the East. King Jairi specially held an open meeting for Xuanzang in Kunf City, the capital. More than 20 princes and more than 5,000 senior scholars of Mahayana Buddhism and Brahmanism attended the meeting. Xuanzang preached the doctrine of Mahayana Buddhism, and no one could refute him. Therefore, he was given the title of Mahayana Heaven. After the meeting, King Jairi invited Xuanzang to ride an elephant around the world and preach. For a time, the China fever in India started. In fact, it was also an opportunity to unify the doctrines of Buddhism and eliminate disputes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Aluo will definitely convey His Majesty's goodwill to my king. In addition, my king has entrusted you with a task, and I hope Your Majesty can agree to it. Aluo Nazhun bowed to Li Er and said with a smile. After hearing the translation from the translator of Honglu Temple, Li Er raised his eyebrows and said, "Please speak." Aluo Nazhun pursed his lips. Under the gaze of everyone in the hall, he slowly explained the purpose of his visit. Your Majesty, my king admires the culture of the Tang Empire very much, and is willing to build a good relationship with the Tang Empire for 100 years. I heard that Your Majesty has a virtuous princess, so my king sent me to propose a marriage to Your Majesty to build a friendship between the two countries. Silence. As soon as the translator of Honglu Temple translated Aluo Nashuan's words, the hall immediately fell into silence. The officials and envoys in the hall were all shocked. It was clear that they had not expected this. Li Changqian, who was standing in front of the officials, was stunned for a moment and suddenly became anxious. No. There was one person who was faster than Li Changqian, and that was Li Zishuan. This fellow was originally taking advantage of the time when the envoys were paying tribute, and was secretly sleeping with his eyes closed. Who knew that someone actually dared to cause trouble and set their sights on Chang'e? How could he sit idly by and do nothing? God had mercy on him. Chang'e was only a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Although he did not know much about the bullshit King Jairi, he should be at least 30 or 40 years old. Bah, even if they were close in age, Li Zishuan did not want the princess of the Tang Empire to marry a foreigner. Marquis Yong'an, don't be rude. In front of the envoys, don't be impulsive and ruin the friendship between the Tang Empire and the other countries. Cui Shanfu rolled his eyes and immediately jumped out and said in a sarcastic tone, "Impulsive, your mother. Get out of this marquis's way." For some reason, Li Zishuan, who had never lost his composure in court, felt a ball of fire burning in his heart at this moment. When he saw that Cui Shanfu still didn't forget to dig a hole for him to jump into, Li Zishuan was instantly enraged. He slapped Cui Shanfu to the side, and before that old thing could complain, he fiercely looked at the translator of the Chamberlain of Dependencies standing to the side and said, "You are not allowed to translate what this marquis is about to say, or else you will be betraying the Great Tang. Do you understand?" Li Zishuan had been made a marquis at a young age and was skilled in both the pen and the sword. He was extremely famous in Chang'an. When the interpreter saw that Li Zishuan looked like he was about to eat someone, he did not dare to refuse and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. In truth, when the foreign envoys had come to the Great Tang, they had brought interpreters with them. But today was a court session, and on such an important occasion, their interpreters naturally did not have the right to enter. They could only use the official interpreter from the Chamberlain of Dependencies. "Your Majesty, please forgive this official for being rude just now." After explaining to the interpreter, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said to Li Er, "Humph! You better give me a reason, or else I'll teach you a lesson." It was hard to tell whether Li Er was happy or angry as he spoke to Li Zishuan. After hearing Li Er's words, Cui Shanfu, who had climbed up from the ground, temporarily gave up on the idea of suing Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan raised his head and said firmly, "Your Majesty, the princess is still young and should not be married off to another country. Furthermore, this official believes that the Great Tang does not need to be married off to another country. Even if there is a marriage, it should be the other country marrying the princess to the Great Tang, not the Great Tang." Today, he had only wanted to be a bystander. But after encountering such a situation, he could no longer be a bystander. In the history books of his previous life, the Great Tang was the pride of all the descendants of the Yellow Emperor. However, there was a flaw in this otherwise perfect situation, and that was that the Great Tang's princess Wenqing was married to Tubo. As powerful as the Great Tang was, it also accepted the marriage policy. Now Li Zixuan would definitely not allow such a thing to happen again. Ooh. Chapter 831. According to the history books, King Jieri only began to send envoys to visit the Tang dynasty in the 15th year of Xingguan, and he had never asked for the Tang princess's hand in marriage. Now things had developed like this because of Li Zixuan the butterfly, who had flapped his little wings and caused the trajectory of history to deviate a little. If he had not urged the imperial court to organize a fleet to trade with the south, King Jieri, who was thousands of miles away and was racking his brains to unify the entire Indian peninsula, would not have seen the powerful fleet of the Tang Empire, and would not have sent a minister to Chang'an to ask for a marriage. In the end, he wanted to get on Li Er's ship and quickly unify the whole of India. Ridiculous! What a load of nonsense! During the Western Han Dynasty, Zhao Jun went out of the frontier and created the eternal story of the Han people and the Xiongnu. Why can't the Tang dynasty marry the princess to the Jieri dynasty and repair the friendship between the two countries for 100 years? Cui Shanfu flicked his sleeves and pointed at Li Zixuan, scolding angrily. Li Zixuan glared and raised his hand to beat him. Seeing this, Cui Shanfu immediately took 3 steps back and kept a safe distance from Li Zixuan. T. Zhao Jun going out of the frontier is the greatest shame of the Han people for thousands of years, but you said it as if it was glorious. Li Zixuan resisted the urge to beat Cui Shanfu up. He pointed at the latter and scolded angrily. You only know that Wang Zhaojun brought 60 or 70 years of peace to the Western Han dynasty and the Xiongnu, but you haven't heard the Song of Sorrow at the 5 Watch, composed by Wang Zhaojun on his way out of the frontier, full of hidden bitterness and infinite sadness, right? The great Han dynasty actually needs to use women to exchange for peace, and you scoundrels are not ashamed but proud of it. It's disgusting. You don't deserve to be in the imperial court. Preposterous. Preposterous. You've actually turned this beautiful story into a great humiliation. Marquis Yong'an, you're talking nonsense. Cui Shanfu's old face was red with anger, and he pointed at Li Zixuan and trembled. Eternal story? T. You shameless scholars are just using it to cover up the cowardice in your hearts. When the Zhao Jun left the fortress, the Xiongnu people had experienced the internal strife of the 5 Chanyu, and their national strength had long been declining day by day. Emperor Yuan of the Han dynasty was enjoying the fruits of the Zhaojuan's resurgence. 3 years after the establishment of the Zhaojun, he had destroyed the Chanyu of Jiji in the western region. The Western Han dynasty could be said to be like the sun in the sky. Hu Hangxi only came with the mentality of joy and fear. Why would there be a need for a political marriage? It was because some cowards were insatiably greedy and satisfied with the status quo. They wanted the so-called eternal peace, and then ruined the life of a good girl for no reason. A Xiongnu leader who had been beaten into submission had come to the suzerain kingdom to pay a court visit. Not only did he enjoy good food and drinks, he even brought home a beauty. Don't you think this is laughable? That was fine. What was even worse was that after Hu Hangxi passed away, Lady Zhao went to court and became the emperor. She requested to return home but was rejected. She could only remarry Hu Hangxi's eldest son. In the end, she lost all will to live and died by poison. The swords of the Han people are not used against foreign enemies, but they are used against the women of their own country. Don't you feel ashamed? Furthermore, did the Han people manage to achieve peace through marriage? During the rebellion of the 8 princes of the Western Jin dynasty, the Xiongnu, Xianbei, Jie, Chang, and Di tribes took advantage of the chaos to rebel against the Jin dynasty. The Han people were almost wiped out by the foreign tribes. Reality proved that a wolf will always be a wolf, and will never become a loyal dog. It is because there are many people like you that there is such a so-called eternal story to deceive the people and fool the world. Li Zixuan's eyes were red and he was crying tears of blood as he complained to Cui Shanfu angrily. The eternal story that had been glossed over for hundreds of years was exposed by Li Zixuan, revealing the bloody scars of history. All the officials in the hall were silent. Even the righteous defender Wei Zheng, who always liked to nitpick, did not say anything. Instead, he had a thoughtful look on his face. Unlike the end of the Ming dynasty and the Manchurian Qing dynasty, most of the officials in this era had strong ethnic feelings. It could only be said that everyone's ethnic backbone was still there. Cui Shanfu wanted to say something, But when he saw that none of the officials stood up for him, he immediately felt a little scared. This was because the Chang Yaojin next to him was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. If he continued to speak, he would probably be beaten up again. Because the translator of the Chamberlain of Dependencies was stuck at this time, the envoys of the various countries could only see an extremely young official arguing fiercely with the official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies who had brought them here. But the sad thing was, they could not understand what the two were arguing about. They could only give the translator of the Honglu Temple a look, especially Alone Nazhan of the Jerry dynasty. At this moment he was like an ant on a hot pan, extremely anxious. If Cui Shanfu had not warned them not to speak carelessly in the court, Alone Nazhan would have jumped out to criticize the translator for not doing his job. But after receiving Li Zishuan's warning, even if the translator of the Honglu Temple was criticized by Alone Nazhan, he would definitely not dare to translate for the envoys. As the saying goes, spoilers may feel good for a while, but the whole family will feel bad. In order to preserve his life, he did not dare to spoil Alone Nazhan and the others. Good. Well said. I, Old Chang, have not read many books and do not understand many principles. But I, Old Chang, only know that those who use women to exchange for peace are definitely cowards without balls. Our great Tang does not need to use women to exchange for peace. The princess cannot marry. Little Xian is right. If anyone is to marry, it should be the princess of the Jerry dynasty who marries into the great Tang. Seeing that Cui Shanfu did not continue to jump out to criticize him, Chang Yaojin nodded in satisfaction. Then he stood out to support Li Zishuan. This old official agrees. Although the Marquis of Yong'an's words contain a lot of personal feelings, the current Great Tang does not need a political marriage. Besides, Her Highness is still young and her body is delicate. It is not suitable for her to marry outside. From the civil officials' camp, a slightly hunched old man walked out. He was the decisive Du Ruhui. If nothing went wrong, Du Ruhui would replace Li Jing as the Minister of War next year. For a civil official to be able to become the Minister of War, it was enough to show that old Du was a very courageous man. This old official agrees as well. Not to mention that the Jerry dynasty has no enmity with our great Tang. Rejecting the political marriage will not cause the two countries to fall out. Even if they fall out, our great Tang is not afraid. If they want to fight, then let's fight. The men of Great Tang are never afraid of war. Furthermore, Her Highness is of noble birth. How can she marry into a barren land? The commander-in-chief of this South Sea operation, Li Shaogong, also stood out to express his opinion. This old official agrees. Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, Li Jing, and the rest of the military officials unanimously expressed their support for Li Zishuan. This old official agrees as well. It is not suitable for the princess to marry far away. After hesitating for a moment, Fang Xianling also expressed his opinion along with Zhang Sun Wuji. At this point, the civil and military officials had basically reached a consensus. That is, no political marriage, no marriage to the princess. Ooh. Chapter 832. Your Highness, bad news. Bad news. In Changle Palace, a little palace maid hurriedly rushed into the palace and went up to the small attic where Changle lived. She said in a panic as she ran. Changle, who was sitting by the window and reading a newspaper, couldn't help but turn around when she heard the commotion. She frowned and asked, Lear, what happened to make you so flustered? Lear didn't even have time to catch her breath and hurriedly said, Your Highness, bad news. The Prime Minister of the Jairi dynasty proposed to His Majesty in the court. Their king wants to marry Your Highness as his consort. Clap. As soon as the little palace maid finished speaking, the newspaper in Changle's hand fell to the ground with a clap. Her little face instantly turned pale and her pair of lively eyes lost their luster. Political marriage. These two words subconsciously appeared in Changle's mind. Although she knew from a young age that she was born in a royal family and could never decide her own marriage, she had never thought that something like a political marriage would fall on her head. She couldn't help but feel a trace of sadness in her heart. Who was King Jairi? How old was he? What did he look like? Which country was he the king of? She didn't know any of the information, but she had to accept her father's arrangement and marry a person she had never met before. How sad. What did my father say? After a long time, Changle, whose heart was in a mess, raised her head and asked with tears in her eyes. Ah, your Highness, I don't know. I heard from Xiaolunzi outside Taiji Palace that King Jairi wanted to marry your Highness, so I immediately rushed over. When I came back, the Marquis of Yong'an was arguing with the Chancellor of the Honglu Temple? Hearing Changle's question, Li'er frowned and said with a bitter expression, Marquis of Yong'an? Li'er, you're saying that Brother Xiaoxian also went to court today? Changle, who had just felt that the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, heard the words Marquis of Yong, and from Li'er and immediately seemed to have found a faint light in the darkness. Her tone was not as desperate as before and seemed to have a trace of vitality. Yes, your Highness. It is said that His Majesty personally issued a decree for the Duke of Yong, and to attend today's court conference. Li'er wanted to say that even if Empress Zhongsun came, she might not be able to help in such a big matter as the political marriage. Li Zishuan, the Marquis of Yong'an, had even less hope. However, when she saw Changle's expectant expression, she buried these words in her heart. A glimmer of hope rose in Changle's heart. She hurriedly said, Then, Li'er, quickly go and find out what my father has decided. I don't believe father would be so heartless. I don't believe that big brother little Xian would watch with folded arms and remain indifferent. Of course, the last sentence was only said to herself in her heart. Yes, your Highness, please wait here. This servant will go right away. Li'er responded and immediately ran down the pavilion. Changle walked to the window. A pair of magpies happened to fly over from the branches outside the window. They were playing with each other on the branches, chirping noisily. Seeing this, Changle thought with some sadness, Bird, if only I could be like you, and find the one I like, and live with him freely all my life. Ooh! Taiji Palace. All the civil and military officials in the court had basically expressed their opinions. Now that things had developed to this point, they only needed to wait for Li'er's judgment. Great Minister Aluo Nazhan, my beloved daughter is still young and sickly. It is not suitable for her to marry far away. I have already felt the desire of King Jairi and the Tang Empire to build a harmonious relationship for 100 years. However, the political marriage still needs to be discussed at length. Li'er looked at Aluo Nazhan, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and the other envoys who were watching the fun and didn't mind blowing things up. Hearing Li'er speak in person, the bitter official translator of Honglu Temple knew that he could finally return to normal work. He quickly translated Li'er's words to Aluo Nazhan and the other envoys. Boom! After the Southeast Asian envoys understood Li'er's decision, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. Some were surprised, some were angry, and some were gloating. Of course, most of them were gloating, especially the envoys from the neighboring countries of Gouda, Mud, and Wallaby. None of the envoys sent to the Tang Empire were fools. Anyone with a little common sense could guess the reason why King Jairi wanted to marry the princess of the Tang Empire. If King Jairi really got his way, then the small countries around the Jairi dynasty would be in danger of being wiped out at any time. Therefore, when they heard that Li'er had rejected Aluo Nashuan's request, they heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel happy. Your Majesty, if Princess Changle's body is inconvenient, the other princesses can do it. My king is very sincere in building a harmonious relationship with the Tang Empire. Aluo Nashuan's face was red. He paused for a moment and still spoke unwillingly. This old bastard, is there no end to it? At the side, Li Zishuan couldn't help but frown. If it weren't for the fact that this was not the right place, he really wanted to beat this guy up and then throw him out. We have said that the matter of the marriage alliance will be discussed at a later time. Aluo Nazhan, if there is nothing else, please take your leave. Li'er frowned. To be honest, he was also a little irritated at the moment. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Aluo Nazhan was the prime minister of a country. Although the translator of the Chamberlain of Dependencies had translated Li'er's words very smoothly and naturally, he could still hear the displeasure in Li'er's words. Therefore, he decisively retreated to the side and no longer spoke. After all, he had only come to propose marriage, not to make enemies. Moreover, the Tang Empire was a colossus. Their Jairi dynasty couldn't afford to make enemies with it. Good. We are very pleased with the gifts that the envoys have brought us. Apart from the marriage alliance, if you have any other requests for the Tang Empire, you can speak freely here. After discussing with the officials of the court, we will take appropriate measures to resolve them. Li Er nodded and said to the envoys of the 32 countries of Nanyang with a smile. He had just rejected Aluo Nashuan's proposal, and now it was time to give some benefits. As the saying goes, give a slap and give a sweet date. As the monarch of the Celestial Empire, he still had to have this demeanor. After understanding the meaning of old Li's words, the envoys looked at each other, not understanding how sincere Li Er's words were. While the envoys were hesitating, a brown-skinned short man walked out and slightly cupped his hands to Li Er. Envoys of the Lini Kingdom reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang Empire, our monarch hopes to exchange trade and goods with the Tang Empire. The Tang Empire has vast territory and abundant resources, and its army is good at war. Our monarch also hopes that His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang Empire can send troops to ensure the safety of the sea route. We hope that His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang Empire can reconsider. Oh. Chapter 833. Your Highness, good news. In Changle Palace, Lear, who had just run out to scout for news, ran back. Unlike before, the little palace maid's face was brimming with an excited smile as she shouted while running. Changle had already come down from the attic. How could she still have the mood to quietly read the newspaper upstairs at such a crucial moment? Hearing Li Er's voice outside, she couldn't help but feel happy. She hurriedly stood up and looked towards the door. Your Highness, there's good news. His Majesty didn't agree to the Prime Minister's request for marriage. Your Highness doesn't have to marry to another country. In the blink of an eye, Lear ran in and said to Changle with a grin. Speaking of which, if Changle really married to the Jianri dynasty, as her personal palace maid, she would definitely have to accompany her. Thinking of the Prime Minister of the Jianri dynasty who was as black as a coal ball in the imperial court, Lear couldn't help but shudder. Now that there was such an outcome, she was sincerely happy for Changle and herself. Really? Imperial father really does love Changle. Hearing this, Changle's pair of beautiful eyes instantly glowed with a dazzling radiance. Lear curled her lips in her heart. She was clearly one of the insiders. However, there were some words that she wouldn't dare to say even if she had 10 times the courage. She could only change the topic and talk about something else. Your Highness, just now in the imperial court, the Marquis of Yong scolded Minister Cui badly in order to prevent you from marrying. But the Marquis of Yong and really good scolding. Listening to those words makes this servant feel relieved. Hearing Lear mention Li Zishuan, Changle's heart couldn't help but thump violently. She restrained the abnormal expression on her face and pretended to be calm as she asked, Oh, Lear, quickly tell me, what did Brother Xiaoxian scold in the imperial court? Yes, it's best if you tell me everything without missing a single word. Ah, do you want to tell me everything? Lear was instantly dumbfounded. Although she enjoyed listening to some words, how could it be so easy for her to repeat them without missing a single word? Lear, quickly tell me. Changle urged impatiently. Oh? Lear scratched her head and began to recall with a frown. Cui Siqing first compared Her Highness with Zhao Jun of the Western Han. Along with Lear's narration, Changle finally found out how intense the debate in the imperial court earlier was, and how much Li Zishuan had done for her. The dignified Dark Han dynasty actually needs to use women to exchange for peace, yet scoundrels like you actually don't feel ashamed and instead feel proud of it. Simply disgusting. An eternal story? Bullsh *T. You shameless scholars are just using it to cover up the cowardice in your hearts. The swords of the Han people are not used against outsiders, but you use them to deal with the women of your own country. Don't you feel ashamed? A wolf will always be a wolf, it will never become a loyal dog. It's precisely because there are so many people like you that there's such a thing as an eternal story to deceive the people and fool the world. Li Zishuan's hoarse shouts seemed to be ringing in Changle's ears. Changle couldn't help but be dazed. Brother Little Xian, thank you. Thank you for working so hard for Changle. Taiji Palace. The emissary of Lini Kingdom's request for trade made the other emissaries restless. Emissary of Funan Kingdom, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Tang. Before I left, our monarch also said that he hopes to trade with Tang. Everyone in Funan Kingdom loves the porcelain and silk of Tang, and hopes to use food and spices to exchange for them. Emissary of Zhenla Kingdom, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Tang, our monarch also hopes to trade with Tang. We can use food and elephants to exchange for goods with Tang. Emissary of Piao Kingdom, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Tang. The emissary of Lini Kingdom's request for trade immediately attracted many people to follow the trend. The Great Tang's southward fleet had not only brought the Great Tang rich profits, the imperial courts of the small countries that the fleet had passed through had also benefited greatly. This was because the fine porcelain and silk they had bought from the Great Tang could be casually resold in their own countries for astronomical prices. Therefore, these countries that had tasted the sweetness all hoped that Tang could give them a window of foreign trade, so that they could continue to profit domestically and maintain their leading position. Sitting at the head of the table, Li Er could not help but smile when he heard the requests of the emissaries. This was because even if these emissaries did not say anything, he had already planned to open up trade with Tang. In the end, it was the rich profits brought back by the fleet that moved Li Er's heart. Since sea trade was so profitable, why not carry it out to the end? Li Er, who was used to being poor, did not want to continue being poor. He had greater ambitions. Haha. Good. Since all the emissaries want to trade with Tang, I have decided to set up a department of merchant shipping. In Guangzhou and other coastal prefectures, there will be specialized trading places. At that time, countries that want to trade with Tang only need to send caravans to the Department of Merchant Shipping. The Navy of Tang will also patrol the South China Sea to protect the merchant ships of your countries from pirate attacks. Li Er laughed heartily and revealed the plan that had been brewing in his heart for a long time. The Department of Merchant Shipping was originally a government organization set up in the ports of China during the Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties to manage sea trade. To think that it would be brought forward 300 to 400 years in advance. This was truly an epoch-making matter. According to historical records during the Tang Xuanzong era, there was already an emissary of merchant shipping in Guangzhou. Usually, the position was held by eunuchs. It was the predecessor of the Department of Merchant Shipping. Li Er had taken a step further and completed the work that his great-grandson wanted to do. Furthermore, he had done it even more thoroughly and directly set up the Department of Merchant Shipping. The Ming and Qing dynasties had repeatedly banned sea trade, and the one that was banned and abolished was the Department of Merchant Shipping. Thank you, Your Majesty. After hearing Li Er's decision, the envoys all excitedly saluted Li Er with a babble. Li Er chuckled and said, "Haha, emissaries, please go and rest first. We will set up a banquet to welcome you later." Official Cui Shanfu quivered and hurriedly stepped forward. This old official is here. Li Er glanced at him indifferently, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He ordered, "Bring the emissaries to the side hall to rest first. Treat them well, understand?" Actually, Li Er was very unhappy with Cui Shanfu because this old man had just compared his most beloved daughter to Wang Zhaojun, and wanted to use this opportunity to marry Wang Zhaojun to another country. It would be strange if he was happy in his heart. If there was a good opportunity, he really didn't mind killing Cui Shanfu. This old official obeys the decree. Cui Shanfu didn't notice the cold light that flashed in Li Er's eyes and bowed with a businesslike attitude. Chapter 834. We wish to establish a left and right commissioner in the Bureau of Shipping to coordinate the maritime trade of the Great Tang. This position will be placed under the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but it will not be under its jurisdiction. If there is a problem, it will have to report directly to us and will have the authority to act first and report later. In Taiji Palace, after Cui Shanfu led the emissaries of the 32 Nanyang countries to a side hall to rest, Li Er looked down at the officials and asked, "The left and right commissioner of the Bureau of Shipping?" The officials couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. This emperor was truly too domineering. Earlier, he had announced that he wanted to establish the Bureau of Shipping without discussing it with them, and now he was directly informing them of the personnel structure of the Bureau. He was simply too domineering. But some people began to think. The imperial court had sent a large fleet south to trade, and the enormous profits it had made everyone understand just how vast the wealth of the sea was. If it was as Li Er said, the commissioner of the Bureau of Shipping would have far too much authority, and at the same time the profits from this position would be astonishing. It was clear that this was a lucrative job. Your Majesty, the Commissioner of the Bureau of Shipping is of great importance, and tens of thousands of dollars will be handled every day. Forgive this old subject for speaking bluntly, but this position is extremely prone to corruption. If Your Majesty really does decide to establish the Bureau of Shipping, this old subject hopes that Your Majesty will be extremely cautious in choosing the commissioner. It would be best if Your Majesty could choose someone with both ability and integrity. This will ensure that the Bureau of Shipping operates normally, and also increase the revenue of the Great Tang's treasury. Feng Xianling glanced at the buzzing officials behind him, then stepped forward and clasped his hands to Li Er. To be able to say these words was proof that old Feng was truly devoted to the country, and had no selfish motives. For the sake of the country, he was even willing to offend despicable people. Li Zixuan couldn't help but nod when he heard old Feng's words. The Bureau of Shipping was in charge of the entire country's maritime trade, and it was similar to modern customs. Just the taxes alone could bring in thousands of strings of silver every day. This was not an exaggeration at all, especially in this era when maritime trade had just begun. The imperial court had a monopoly on all maritime trade, and the Bureau of Shipping was even more profitable than a bank. And for Li Er to give the commissioner of the Bureau of Shipping so much power was simply a hotbed for corruption. Throughout the two dynasties of the Ming and Qing dynasties, the collusion with the local tyrants, corruption were simply too numerous to enumerate. Who knew how many coastal tycoons were created? And some of them were so rich that they could rival a country. These people were all parasites of the country because they earned money that originally belonged to the country. Minister Feng is right. We will carefully consider the candidates for the Ministry of Shipping. I wonder if Minister Feng has any suitable candidates in mind? Li Er narrowed his eyes and asked Feng Xianling kindly. Your Majesty, I have no ideal candidate in mind at the moment. Feng Xianling thought for a moment before replying. He knew a lot of officials who were honest, not greedy and upright. However, it was too difficult to find someone who could meet these conditions, understand sea trade, and have a strong view of the overall situation. For the time being, he couldn't think of anyone who could take on this heavy responsibility. What about the auxiliary machine? Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Li Er nodded and asked as he looked at Zhang Sun Wuji, who was like an old monk in meditation. Hearing Li Er's question, Zhang Sun Wuji tidied his clothes and answered unhurriedly. Your Majesty, Xuanling's concerns are extremely reasonable. Therefore, I think that there should be a place for Prince Hejian in the Ministry of Shipping. Prince Hejian is an upright person, and will not disregard the interests of the imperial court for mere money. Furthermore, Prince Hejian led a fleet to the south not long ago to trade. He is the most knowledgeable about sea trade. Therefore, I think Prince Hejian is the most suitable candidate. Surprise! Li Xiaogong, who was standing in front of the courtiers, couldn't help but feel surprised after hearing Zhang Sun Wuji's words. Logically speaking, he didn't have a deep friendship with Zhang Sun Wuji. Why would Zhang Sun Wuji praise him like this? More importantly, he didn't want to be the minister. Because he was a member of the imperial family of Li Tang, he had to avoid suspicion. He felt that his current position was enough. If he went any further, it would be a bottomless abyss. He understood that he couldn't participate too much in the imperial court to avoid being disliked or arousing Li Er's suspicion. Your Majesty, I also think that Prince Hejian is the most suitable candidate for the Ministry of Shipping. Hearing Zhang Sun Wuji's suggestion, Feng Xuanling's eyes lit up as he agreed. He didn't think of Li Xiaogong previously. Now that Zhang Sun Wuji said this, he instantly felt that Li Xiaogong was the most suitable candidate. Yes, that's right. Xiaogong is indeed suitable. Li Er's gaze turned and looked at Li Xiaogong. Just as he was about to speak, Li Xiaogong quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Shipping is very important. I don't have much experience in sea trade and have only traveled a few more miles. It is really difficult for me to take up this heavy responsibility. I hope that Your Majesty can choose someone else. To others, this position was a delicious fat piece of meat, but to Li Xiaogong, this position was a hot potato. With his current status and reputation, there was really no need for him to do such things. Not to mention that it would easily cause him trouble. It was also very tiring to be busy every day. Moreover, He had just returned from the sea and didn't want to go to a coastal city for a business trip so soon. How good would it be to stay in Chang'an? Xiaogong, why are you so humble? I know your ability the best. Don't worry, I won't let you go to Guangzhou so soon. You have just returned from the sea, so you should rest well for a few days. It just so happens that the Ministry of Shipping has just been established and needs to be staffed with many officials. I appoint you, Xiaogong, as the Left Minister of Shipping and give you 3 months' time to organize the members and court officials below the 3rd rank. After the Ministry of Shipping is established, you will head to Guangzhou to be in charge of the nation's shipping matters. Li Er smiled and without any explanation, he transferred Li Xiaogong to the newly established yamen of the city shipping department. Oh, Li Xiaogong was completely speechless. Li Er was simply acting like a hooligan. Who would force the position onto someone who wasn't willing to take it? He was too unreasonable. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Li Xiaogong knew that he couldn't reform someone who was purposely acting like a hooligan, so he could only accept this appointment. As for the right Minister of Shipping, I have decided to appoint Li Zishuan as the Left Minister of Shipping. What do my beloved subjects think? Li Er smiled with satisfaction and then used the same trick again. He extended his fangs towards Li Zishuan, who was leaning against the wall and half asleep. F***ck. Old Li, don't trick me. Your Majesty, I don't think so. I'm only 15 this year. I just celebrated my 15th birthday last month. My ability is limited and I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the masses. Moreover, I've been prone to seasickness since I was young. If I go to Guangzhou, I might lose my life. Furthermore, I still have to teach and educate people in Yunshan and nurture talents for the Tang Empire. I really can't leave. Your Majesty. Chapter 835. Shameless, lying through his teeth, shameless to the extreme. Li Er's mind was instantly filled with these words when he heard Li Zishuan's lousy excuses to evade the position of right supervisor of the Department of Shipping. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to maintain his demeanor as a ruler, he would have already kicked Li Zishuan's butt. Water sickness? Seasickness? You're a Grandmaster level expert. You can fly for half a day without getting dizzy, so how could you get dizzy from this? Li Er felt that if he believed Li Zishuan's nonsense, then he would really be a retard. Bastard. Jean saw that you had a good understanding of sea trade, so Jean gave you the position of right supervisor of the Department of Shipping. You better not fail to appreciate kindness. Moreover, you don't have to stay in Guangzhou for long. You only need to help set up the internal system of the Department of Shipping. Li Er glared at Li Zishuan and said frantically. Li Zishuan inwardly curled his lips. Old Li said so much just to give him a job? Seeing that this young master has a good understanding of sea trade, tsk, Li Zishuan really wanted to say, please don't look down on me. Just treat me like I'm invisible. That's right, this fellow didn't want to improve himself. Now that he was the founding marquis, what else could he ask for? In any case, it was unlikely that his title would rise during Li Er's reign. As for the actual position, what did he need that for? He was already busy enough managing such a large academy. He just wanted to be an idle marquis. However, the latter half of Li Er's words surprised him. He didn't think that old Li would make such a big concession in order to poach him to the Department of Shipping. Your Majesty's praise is too much. This subject's talent is shallow and cannot be worthy of Your Majesty's attention. I hope that Your Majesty can choose someone else. He couldn't agree. Even if he didn't have to go to Guangzhou, he definitely couldn't agree. He couldn't make himself uncomfortable. Marquis Yong and national affairs should be the most important thing. Since you have the ability, why don't you use it to your advantage and serve the court? His Majesty trusts you so much. You should live up to His Majesty's trust. Feng Xianling couldn't stand it any longer. He turned to Li Zishuan and earnestly said. In truth, old Feng also felt that Li Zishuan was quite suitable for the position. After all, Li Zishuan was the first person in the entire Great Tang to propose the idea of organizing a fleet. Li Zishuan's tease. Moreover, Li's wealth was so great that he probably wouldn't be tempted by the temptation of money. It could be said that apart from his age, apart from Li was the most was Li's. His court is dismissed. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, was furious at Li Zishuan's stubbornness. He immediately announced the end of the court session. Li Zixuan, you stay. The rest of you leave. Li Er stamped his feet and added, F***ck. What's the meaning of this? I'm going to be done for. Li Zixuan was dumbfounded. He could act shamelessly in the court as long as Li Er didn't catch him red-handed. That was because Li Er had to take care of Junyi. But now, old Li didn't play by the rules and wanted to have a one-on-one talk with him. Wouldn't he be done for? Seeing this, the officials all cast a sympathetic and pitiful look at Li Zixuan. Then they turned around and left the hall with smiles on their faces. Xiaoxian, in my opinion, you should obey my imperial father. Otherwise, when imperial father gets angry, I forget it. You're on your own. When Li Changqian passed by Li Zixuan's location, he whispered something to him before leaving without a word. Obey your imperial father? Obey your sister. Hearing such ambiguous words, Li Zixuan felt his chrysanthemum tighten. He really wanted to grab Li Changqian back and ask him what he meant. Could they still have a proper conversation? This fellow was still thinking about such messy things at such an important time. There was really no one else like him. Marquis, His Majesty wants you to go to the Sweet Dew Hall. After Li Er, Li Changqian and all the officials left the Taiji Palace, a eunuch walked out from the back of the palace and spoke to Li Zixuan. Oh, Li Zixuan replied unhappily. Then, he followed the eunuch to the Sweet Dew Hall. Speaking of which, he really wanted to sneak away. Cough cough, this subject greets your majesty. Not long after, they arrived at the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Zixuan was looking at the map on the wall with his hands behind his back. The eunuch who had led the way had long disappeared. Li Zixuan could only cough dryly and bow to Li Er's back. Do you know why I set up the Department of Trade? Li Er didn't turn his head and asked Li Zixuan with his back facing Li Zixuan. What's the matter? Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little confused. After a while he replied, the sea trade can bring a lot of income to the Great Tang. Your Majesty set up the Department of Trade to relieve the pressure on the national treasury. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Er seemed to have already prepared a question. He immediately asked, then do you know why I'm in such a hurry to fill the treasury? Why else? Isn't it because you want money? Li Zixuan cursed in his heart, but he replied, this subject doesn't know. Indeed, other than the reason in his heart, he really didn't know why Li Er suddenly liked small amounts of money so much. 3 months ago, Shuiyan Tuahueha, Baegu, and other tribes that had submitted to the Turks rebelled. Xieli Khan sent Tuli Khan to suppress them but failed to win. The rebel army flourished and Tuli Khan's light cavalry fled. Xieli Khan was furious and imprisoned him. Tuli Khan was resentful because of this. Just half a month ago, Tuli gathered his 30,000 troops and wanted to rebel against the Turks and return to the Great Tang. Xieli naturally didn't allow it. He personally led the remaining troops to encircle and suppress Tuli. At this time, Xieli was facing enemies from all sides. The Turks' civil war was raging. I wanted to take this opportunity to let the imperial court recover from last year's huge loss at the Wei River Alliance as soon as possible and accumulate the capital for a counterattack. When the Turks' civil war was at its worst, I would send troops to the Turks to avenge the enemy that year. The Department of Trade can quickly fill up the treasury of the Great Tang. That's why I value it so much. Do you understand? Li Er looked at the map on the wall and slowly explained some military information that Li Zixuan didn't know. Then he turned around and looked at Li Zixuan with a burning gaze. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Li Zixuan didn't expect that a small department of trade would involve the Turks. Was Old Li trying to trick him or was he trying to trick him? Ooh. Chapter 836. Your Majesty, since the Bureau of Imports is of such great importance, we must be even more cautious in selecting candidates. This lowly subject is still young and lacks experience. It is difficult for this lowly subject to take on such an important post. Within Dew Hall, Li Zixuan was silent for a long time before refusing. This wasn't because he didn't love his country, but because he felt that there was no need for him to personally take on this matter. With Li Xiaogong presiding over the Bureau of Imports, he could basically guarantee that no major corruption cases would occur. Other than helping to perfect the Great Tang's customs system, he really couldn't think of anything else he could do. In addition, he felt like Old Li was trying to trick him. The Great Tang's border situation had not yet reached the point where war could break out at any moment. Based on the normal course of history, Li Er would only send Li Jing and the others to attack the Turks in the 8th month of the 3rd year of Zhengguan. It was still too early. After all, the Great Tang still had to deal with the locust plague next year. Li Er's gaze abruptly darkened, and his face instantly lost its composure. Logically speaking, as the emperor, he was already giving a great deal of face to his subjects by personally advising them. However, Li Zishuan was still as stubborn as a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. Still young. Lacking experience? Brat, you've done so many things, but which one of them is something that someone as young as you can do? Based on what you're saying, shouldn't we also remove you from your marquis title? Since ancient times, has there ever been a 15-year-old marquis? Even Hua Tsubing, despite his illustrious achievements on the battlefield, was only made a marquis champion at the age of 20. Li Er walked down from above and stopped 5 steps in front of Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was a little anxious at these words. It was fine if he didn't become an official, but he had to have a title of nobility. This sort of thing was the foundation of a feudal society where one would not be bullied. Cough, cough, Your Majesty is the sovereign of the 9 and 5, so your words naturally carry enormous weight. How can you take back a title you've bestowed? Li Zishuan awkwardly smiled. Li Zishuan angrily flicked his sleeves. If it weren't for the emperor's prestige, he would have stripped Li Zishuan of his title. Tell me, what do I have to do to make you willingly take up a position in the Department of Shipping? As long as the request is not too excessive, I will consider it. Since ancient times, there was no lack of officials begging the emperor to become an official. But now he, the emperor, actually had to beg his officials to become an official. This made Li Er gnash his teeth in anger. However, in his opinion, if he wanted to build the Department of Maritime Trade from scratch, quickly establish it from scratch, and quickly display its proper functions, he must find someone with a long-term vision, a free mind, and a true understanding of maritime trade to manage it. Although Li Zishuan had personally gone to sea before, in terms of ideas, he was far inferior to Li Zishuan. Letting Li Zishuan be the head of the Department of Maritime Trade and overseeing the overall situation, and then letting Li Zishuan be the second head of the Department of Maritime Trade and be responsible for formulating the specific rules and regulations. In Li Er's opinion, this was the most perfect personnel allocation. Your Majesty, I am greatly indebted to the Empire. As long as the Imperial Court needs it, I will do my part even if I have to go through water and tread on fire. This kind of thing where I haven't even done anything yet is definitely not something I can do, Li Zishuan said with awe-inspiring righteousness. Li Er snorted and said, You brat, don't take it for granted. If you continue to dawdle, don't blame me for being impolite. Your Majesty, I want a few mines. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Li Zishuan hurriedly called out, Mines? You brat, you want iron ore? Li Er's face suddenly became serious. For a feudal emperor, iron ore was a very sensitive thing. During the spring and autumn period, Guanzhong of the state of Qi proposed the salt and iron monopoly policy in his Guanshan Hai theory. It allowed the state of Qi to quickly become rich and become the first hegemon of the spring and autumn period. However, although Guanzhong was highly respected by later generations, in the hundreds of years after his death, other than Xiangyang, who was determined to reform, there were very few people who followed his policy of strengthening the country. It wasn't until the time of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty that the imperial court, due to years of expeditions against the Xiongnu, that the central government's finances were gradually emptied. The rich people of China, smelting and boiling salt, could make a fortune of tens of thousands of gold, but it wasn't for the urgent needs of the government. Only then did Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty realize the importance of smelting and boiling salt to the country's tax collection. Thus, it gave birth to the salt and iron monopoly policy that was implemented intermittently in the history of China for more than 2,000 years. The so-called salt and iron monopoly meant that the right to smelt iron and boil salt was all taken over by the central government. However, it was important to note that the salt and iron monopoly was not the salt and iron official monopoly. In terms of smelting iron, it was implemented between the state and the private. The state generally implemented a monopoly policy on all mining resources. As long as the private found a mine, It would immediately be protected and sealed by the state. The ruler controlled the pricing power of the ironware and bought and sold all the ironware that was produced. Under these conditions, the imperial court opened up the smelting workshop industry and allowed the private merchants to operate it. The added value would be 70% for the merchants and 30% for the ruler, which was equivalent to a 30% income tax. However, due to the unavoidable problems of the bureaucratic system, the salt and iron official monopoly also had some serious problems. In order to complete their tasks, the official ironware only focused on production. Most of the ironware produced were large farming tools that were not suitable for farmers to use. Not only that, the official ironware also had problems such as high cost, low quality, not being able to choose, not being able to buy, and forcing farmers to work. More importantly, the price of the official salt and iron was expensive, and many poor people could not afford it. During the Eastern Han Dynasty, the ruler removed the salt and iron monopoly policy and implemented a tax system. The three kingdoms in Tujin focused on purchasing, and the tax system was implemented during the Northern and Southern dynasties. From the Sui to the early Tang dynasty, the salt and iron taxes were removed, and they were taxed like other goods. After the Tang-Ungshi rebellion, due to financial difficulties, the salt and iron monopoly was implemented once more. Since then, the successive dynasties strengthened the salt monopoly and implemented a tax system on iron, no longer treating it the same as salt. The salt and iron monopoly allowed the feudal country to gain considerable benefits, especially salt. It had always been the most important monopoly product that the feudal government firmly controlled, and the income from it was an important source of income for the successive governments. Your subject not only wants the iron but also a few sulfur mines. Your Majesty, please grant me this. Seeing Li Er's suddenly serious expression, Li Zishuan suddenly had a bad premonition, but he still braced himself and said. Previously, when he was in the workshop, he took it for granted that as long as he found the iron or based on the memory in his mind, he would be able to own it. Later, when he went back and told his father, he found out that he was wrong. Today he had such a rare opportunity to negotiate with Li Er. If he did not do so, he would be letting himself down. Ooh. Chapter 837. Li Zishuan had taken the ownership of the iron ore in this era for granted, and he hadn't thought about the extraction of pyrite when he was in the workshop. The composition of pyrite was mainly ferrous sulfide. At that time he wanted to extract sulfur and iron from it through a series of chemical processes. However, after he went home and calculated carefully, he found that it was easier to extract sulfur from pyrite, but it was too difficult to extract iron. It wasn't that it couldn't be extracted, but with the current conditions it was very difficult to do so. Even if it could be done, the cost was too high. It wasn't worth it. Therefore, if he wanted to get a large amount of iron, he would need some magnetite, which was mainly made up of iron tetroxide. However, other than extracting sulfur from pyrite, there was also an extremely important industrial material. He would talk about this later. What do you need iron for? Li Er didn't care much about sulfur. Besides, the imperial court didn't have much control over sulfur, but iron was different. During the early Tang dynasty, although the imperial court had abolished the special taxes on salt and iron, basically all iron mines that had been discovered belonged to the imperial court. In principle, private individuals weren't allowed to own iron mines. Your Majesty, my workshop is lacking iron. I've already bought all the iron that can be bought near Chang'an City, but it's still not enough. Addressing and using words was a very deep knowledge. Li Zishuan referred to himself as little brat here and not minister or little minister, to show that he was speaking to Li Er as a junior and not as a minister. Because the topic he was talking about was, after all, a business matter, it was very inappropriate to use the identity of a minister. Useless. Do you really think that your workshop is a treasure? I won't give you the iron ore because not only do you lack iron, but the imperial court also lacks iron. Do you think your workshop is more important, or my imperial treasury and northern capital military weapons supervisor? The Tang dynasty implemented the system of 3 provinces and 6 departments. The military weapons workshops were under the management of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War. They were called the Imperial Treasury and Northern Capital Military Weapons Supervisor respectively. After hearing this, Li Er flicked his sleeves and said in a bad mood, during the early Tang dynasty, The Tang dynasty adopted the prefectural military system. There were 574 to 800 prefectural prefectures throughout the country, and 627 of them were famous. This number was constantly changing, which meant that the lowest number was 574, and the highest number was 800. The House of Subjugation was split into 3 grades, with 1,200 men, 1,000 men, and 800 men respectively. Therefore, in the early Tang dynasty there were around 800,000 soldiers, of which 260,000 were from the Guanyi circuit. They were the main force, the 16 guards of the Great Tang. The weapons and equipment for these 260,000 soldiers were made by the Imperial Treasury and the Northern Capital Military Weapons Bureau. The equipment for the soldiers of the other prefectures were made by the local prefectures, but the metal they used was still provided by the central government. With such a huge consumption of ironware, the imperial court's demand for iron ore was also very high. Your Majesty, you misunderstood. This little one doesn't want the Great Tang's existing iron mines. What this little one means is that this little one will find an iron mine myself. After I find one, can this little one send someone to mine the iron mine? Li Zishuan explained carefully. Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise and said with some surprise, "Oh, you also know geomancy and gold mining?" In ancient times it was known as one of the 8 outer gates of Jianghu. It could be considered as the application of feng shui in the exploration of gold mines and other mineral deposits. The art of prospecting was known as the 9th gate, gold mining. Because the people of Jinmen served the government for a long time, they had very few descendants. But if they found a good gold mine, they would make a lot of money every day. In any case, Li Zishuan was also a member of the Dao sect. Of course he had heard of mining, but how would he know how to do such a thing? He didn't seem to have any knowledge of geomancy in this life. His confidence in finding ores came from the memories of his previous life, but he definitely couldn't say that to Li Er. Under the influence of my master, this little one knows a thing or two about this, a thing or two. Li Zishuan's mind turned quickly, and then he seriously spouted nonsense. Li Er glanced at him and after a while he said, "If that's the case, I will grant you an iron mine. But at the same time you have to help the court find a similar iron mine. When the time comes, you won't have to pay taxes to the court and can mine as much as you want. How about it?" At this time, although the iron mines were owned by the country, a large part of it was mined by the people. Old Tang Book, official records recorded, any mine that comes out of the Copper and Iron State Prefecture will be taxed by the officials. As the emperor, Li Er still had a lot of room for manipulation. When the time comes, he could ensure that the other officials couldn't find fault with him. Old Fox, Old Li's advantage wasn't something that ordinary people could take advantage of. Li Zishuan silently cursed in his heart. After a moment of consideration, he nodded and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The sulfur mine. Li Er smiled proudly and then said, "You can have the sulfur mine. As long as you can find it, it's yours. I won't ask about it." Although he didn't know what Li Zishuan wanted the sulfur mine for, he was too lazy to ask. This thing wasn't an important strategic resource of the country. He would just treat it as a benefit for Li Zishuan to join the Department of Commerce. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will do my best to help Commandery Prince Hejian manage the Department of Commerce well, and increase the revenue of the Tang Empire's treasury." Although this result wasn't ideal, Li Zishuan could accept it. He would treat it as a contribution to the country. The more iron the court had, the better the military's weapons would be, and the stronger the country would be. As for the right promotion of the Department of Commerce, he didn't have to go to Guangzhou to work. He only needed to use his brain. It wouldn't have much impact on his current life. "Humph! Get out of here." Li Er snorted in annoyance when he saw Li Zishuan seeing a rabbit. He immediately let go of the falcon look. Damn, Old Li is too disrespectful. Getting rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. Li Zishuan was a little unhappy, but he did have the upper hand in this matter. Therefore, he didn't argue with Old Li. He cupped his hands and left. "Humph, I don't want to stay in this lousy palace." After leaving Taiji Palace, Li Zishuan secretly gave Li Er the middle finger. Then, he walked towards the palace gate and prepared to go home. "Brother Xiaoxian." At this moment, A pleasant female voice came from beside him. Li Zixuan looked over and saw Chengel walking over with graceful steps. She was very dignified and elegant. Your Highness. The reason why Chengel was so dignified was that she was in the palace and had to follow the rules. Similarly, Li Zixuan had to follow the rules. Therefore, he cupped his hands and bowed. Brother Xiaoxian, don't be so polite. Chengel is here to thank Brother Xiaoxian. Thank you for speaking up for Chengel in the court just now. Chengel asked her servants to leave and hurried over. The little girl's eyes seemed to be made of water, which made her look very gentle. Chapter 838. On the stone arch bridge outside the Taiji Palace, Li Zixuan looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and thought that if he hadn't argued for her in the imperial court, Chengel would have been sent to northern India for a political marriage thousands of miles away. How sad and unfair it was. In his impression, the so-called Jianri dynasty did not last long. This was because in the history after Zhengguan, he had never heard of the Jianri dynasty. This meant that even if Chengel married over, she would only end up with a sad ending. It was true. According to the historical records, in the 21st year of Zhengguan, King Jianri drowned in the Ganges River and didn't leave any heirs. At that time the country was in chaos. Prime Minister Aluo Nazhun usurped the throne and the huge empire that was maintained by force collapsed instantly. Haha, Your Highness is too polite. What I did was just what a Han person should do. Li Zixuan smiled kindly. What he said was both right and wrong. In his previous life, Li Zixuan was a bit angry. After traveling to ancient times, he certainly didn't want his country to trade women for peace. If what happened today happened to any princess, Li Zixuan would speak up for her. However, if it weren't for Chengel, he might not have been so nervous and worked so hard today. The reason was that he didn't like Chengel. He did like her. But it was definitely not the kind of love between a man and a woman. After all, Chengel was only a 7 or 8-year-old girl. If he, a modern man, really had feelings for Chengel, it would be too abnormal. It was undeniable that Chengel, like her name, was born beautiful and charming. At such a young age, it could be seen that she would grow up to be a beauty. However, on the one hand, Li Zixuan only treated Chengel as his younger sister. Lan'er was lively and lovely, while Chengel was gentle and well-behaved. Li Zixuan felt that it would be perfect if he could have two sisters like her at the same time. On the other hand, Li Zixuan, who had a soft spot for the Tang dynasty in his previous life, felt that the two most respectable and pitiful women in the Zhengguan dynasty were Empress Zhongsun and Chengel. These two women were extremely virtuous, but unfortunately, their lives were very short. Compared to Empress Zhongsun, Chengel had completely inherited her virtuousness, but not her scheming and means as an empress. Therefore, Chengel was a gentle and weak woman who was extremely virtuous but not protected by a hard shell. Li Zixuan had traveled through 1,000 years. After seeing the real person, it was inevitable that he would feel pity and protect her. However, he was only treating her as his little sister and doting on her. He was not that perverted. This is what a Han should do. But why is it that out of all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, only you, Brother Xiaoxian, speak out for justice and argue for what is right? Chengel muttered in her heart. After that, she looked at Li Zixuan with her watery eyes and said with a smile, no matter what, Chengel should thank Brother Xiaoxian. All right, Brother Xiaoxian, you can go and do your work. Chengel should go and find father. She also knew that there were many eyes and ears here. If she chatted with Li Zixuan for a long time, it was inevitable that people would gossip. All right. Take care, Your Highness. Li Zixuan smiled and cupped his hands in salute. Li Zixuan kept addressing her as Your Highness so politely, which made Chengel slightly dissatisfied. She felt that it was very distant, but in this situation there was nothing she could do. She could only nod and sigh in her heart. Then she turned and left. Young master, you're back. When it was close to noon, Li Zixuan returned to the Li residence. Sanbao hurriedly took over the reins and greeted Li Zixuan warmly with a smile. Where's Yushi? Li Zixuan clapped his hands and asked casually. Young mistress is in the kitchen right now. Young master, you can go and wash your hands first. The food will be ready soon. Sanbao held Big White's hand and bowed. Li Zixuan nodded and walked into the residence. He thought to himself that his wife was really too good to him. Ever since they got married, Han Yushi had been making delicious food for him every day. She was simply raising him like a pig. If he didn't have martial arts in this life, he would definitely become a fat otaku again if Han Yushi continued to raise him like this. After a sumptuous lunch, the couple returned to the bedroom. Han Yushi asked, "Husband, is everything okay during the morning court today?" Han Yushi had never asked or cared about the matters of the imperial court. However, she saw that Li Zixuan was not in high spirits after returning today. She hesitated and asked. Li Zixuan thought for a while and replied, "Today, the main thing is that the small Nanyang kingdom is presenting tributes to His Majesty. It wasn't a big deal, but later, the Prime Minister of the Jedi dynasty proposed to His Majesty. Their king wants to marry Chang'e." Han Yushi was shocked and covered her mouth. "Ah, how could this be? Husband, did His Majesty agree?" She had always had a good impression of Chang'e. When she heard that Chang'e might be married to another country, she couldn't help but worry. Li Zixuan shook his head and sighed. "No, His Majesty is not muddle-headed. It's just that I have another task now." Hearing that Li Zixuan didn't agree to this marriage, Han Yushi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When she heard the second half of the sentence, she couldn't help but raise her head and ask, "Husband, did His Majesty arrange another task for you?" Li Zixuan nodded and roughly told Han Yushi about the matter of the shipbuilding department and the iron mine. After Han Yushi heard this, she whispered with a complicated mood, "Yes. Husband, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. His Majesty thinks so highly of you and has given you so many important tasks. Whether it's for the country or the people, you should treat them seriously. With me at home, husband, you don't have to worry." From a personal point of view, Han Yushi certainly hoped that Li Zixuan could foolishly do nothing every day and stay by her side. However, she knew that this was impossible. Her husband was so capable that he was destined to not be an ordinary person. Since the moment Yanhuang College was built, Li Zixuan spent less and less time at home. At that time, Han Yushi truly tasted what it meant to regret teaching your husband to seek the title of Marquis. "Thank you for your understanding, wife." Li Zixuan smiled. Han Yushi shook her head and asked again, "Husband, are we going back to Yunshan in the afternoon?" We'll go back to Yunshan after resting for a while. In the afternoon, Faubert still has something to do with me. According to yesterday's agreement, Faubert would bring his nephew for an interview this afternoon. He had to tell him the location of several magnetite and pyrite mines. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Zixuan took his wife out of the mansion in a carriage and went to Yunshan. Naturally, San Bao and Fu were extremely resentful. They didn't expect their young master and young madam to leave after only staying in the mansion for a day. Such a master was extremely rare in Chang'an. Chapter 839. Young Master, this is my nephew Fu Bin. When they returned to Yunshan, Faubert was already waiting outside the courtyard with a young man. Li Zixuan directly brought them to the study on the first floor. Faubert smiled and introduced the young man beside him to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan nodded and then began to size up the young man. This young man was about 25 or 26 years old. He had a delicate face, a high nose bridge, and a pair of eyes that were 70% clever and 30% timid. It was said that one's appearance was born from one's heart. Just by looking at his face, this young man was somewhat clever and somewhat timid. Fortunately, Li Zixuan didn't need someone who wasn't afraid of anything. He felt that a person should have a heart of reverence, so that they wouldn't overstep the rules when doing things. "Brat, why aren't you greeting young master?" Faubert slapped the back of the young man's head and scolded. The young man staggered 2 steps forward and hurriedly bowed to Li Zixuan and said, "Fu Bin greets young master." Li Zixuan smiled and said, No need to be so polite. I treat Faubert like an elder. Since you're Faubert's nephew, then you're family." Fu Bin lowered his head and said, "Young master is too kind. I don't dare." Li Zixuan didn't force him and asked, "You know martial arts?" He saw that Fu Bin's lower body was very stable, so he asked this question. Fu Bin scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "I don't know martial arts, but I know some boxing." Faubert couldn't help but interrupt at this moment. This kid didn't like to study since he was young. He didn't learn how to dance, but learned a lot of fancy boxing. If it weren't for young master's favor, he wouldn't have made a name for himself. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, Faubert, you can't say that. There are 360 professions, and each profession has its own master. Studying is not the only way out of a person's life. As long as Fubin is down to earth, he will definitely have his own future. Hearing this, Fubin's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but have a good impression of Li Zishuan. Speaking up to this point, Li Zishuan took out a map from the bookshelf and beckoned to Fubin. When the latter came over, he said, "Let's go. Fubin, as long as you can accomplish this task, I will arrange you to work in the workshop. If you do well, you might even take over the position of Faubert in the workshop. By then you will have a bright future." Fubin's expression lit up and he hurriedly said, "Many thanks for young master's promotion. Young master, if you need anything, just tell me. Even if I have to go through water and tread on fire, I will definitely complete the task given by young master." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "I don't need you to go through water and tread on fire. I have marked 4 locations on this map, corresponding to the 4 mines. They are not far from here, and they are all in Hudong Road. You can take some people there and look for the mines near the locations I marked. If the local government obstructs you, you can just show them my warrant." In the 2nd month of the 1st year of Zhengguan, Li Er divided the country into 10 roads, namely Guanyi Road, Hunan Road, Hudong Road, Hebei Road, Shannon Road, Longyu Road, Huainan Road, Jiangnan Road, Jianan Road, and Lingnan Road. The counties were abolished and replaced with provinces. The 4 mines marked by Li Zishuan on the map were all located in Shaanxi Province, which was Hudong Road in the Tang Dynasty. Among the 4 mines, there were 2 magnetite mines and 2 pyrite mines. The magnetite reserve should be at least 30 million tons, which was enough for Li Zishuan's workshop to squander for decades. At the same time, it could also alleviate the extreme shortage of iron in the Tang Dynasty. Fubin took the map and suddenly had a bitter expression. "Young master, this map." Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and said, "What's wrong? You don't know how to read a map?" Fubin had a long face and nodded. Faubert was furious and slapped the back of Fubin's head again. "Ignorant and incompetent. I usually told you to read more books, but you didn't listen. Now you have lost your face here. What a bastard." Li Zishuan smiled. As the saying goes, when one is concerned, one must be responsible. From this, it could be seen that Faubert was very concerned about his nephew. "Haha. Faubert, this map of mine is marked with the new method. It is normal that Xiaobing does not understand it. You just need to teach him these 2 days. Don't worry, the mining is not urgent." Faubert knew that Li Zishuan was purposely giving him face. He said gratefully, "Thank you, young master. Young master, don't worry. Even if this kid does not eat or sleep these 2 days, he will learn to read the map. He will not delay young master's work." "All right, it's not that serious. By the way, Uncle Fu, I have a few drawings here, and I've marked the detailed size requirements on them. They'll be used together with the thing I drew for you in the workshop last time. Can you make them for me recently?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and turned around to take out a few drawings from the bookshelf. He passed them to Faubert. Faubert took the drawings and glanced at them. "Young master, this is not a problem. Don't worry." Then Faubert, you guys can go back to your work." Seeing that there was nothing else to say, Li Zishuan sent him off with a cup of tea. It was not that he did not want to give face, but that he and Faubert had been very busy recently. "Then this old man will take his leave." Faubert cupped his hands and left with Fubin. Li Zishuan meditated for a while in the study before leaving for the academy. He had to check on the students' recent military training before teaching them Taiji Fist. After all, he had promised Cheng Chumo a few days ago. "It's you? Senior, what brings you to my humble abode again?" What Li Zishuan did not expect was that the moment he stepped out of the door, he met the uninvited guest from 2 days ago, the bearded guest who was beaten black and blue. Perhaps it was because Li Jing's medicine was too effective, or because the half-step Great Grandmaster's recovery ability was too strong. In just 2 days, the bearded guest's injuries were almost healed. "Why, Marquis Yong'an isn't inviting me in? Could it be that you're still angry with me?" The bearded man's aura was restrained and he looked just like an ordinary farmer. He didn't bring a saber today and just walked towards Li Zishuan empty-handed and said with a smile, "I wouldn't dare. Senior, please come in. Li Zixuan still had to give face to Li Jing during the Battle of Yunshan. Moreover, he had a breakthrough during the battle, and it could be said that he benefited greatly. If he followed the normal progress, he did not know how long it would take for him to break through. Therefore, although he had some complaints in his heart, he did not hate the bearded guest as much as he did in the beginning. Haha, Marquis Yong, if this is your humble abode, then there are no luxurious mansions in this world. Seeing that Li Zixuan's attitude towards him had improved slightly, the bearded guest laughed loudly. Chapter 840. Last time he was still shouting about killing, but this time he came to visit as if nothing had happened. It had to be said that the bearded guest's skin was really thick. However, no one in the Li family gave him a good face. Li Jingma only nodded at the bearded man in greeting before leaving. Han Yushi and Madame Li didn't even go downstairs or greet him. When Xiaohe came over to pour tea for the bearded guest, she heavily knocked the teacup on the table to express her dissatisfaction. Lan held a small wooden sword and quietly hid at the staircase. Her two bright eyes stared at the bearded man without blinking, as if she was ready to deal a fatal blow to the bearded man in the main hall at any time. This little cutie didn't know that her every move had been noticed by the two people in the main hall. Haha. Marquis Yong'an, even if I did something wrong last time, you don't have to be so stingy, right? This old man heard that you have good wine at home. Why bring out this tea to embarrass this old man? The bearded guest didn't care much about the Li family's reaction. In his opinion, Li Zixuan's family was already very polite for not cutting him with a knife. Now they were just a little cold to him, so what? He looked at the teacup on the table and said to Li Zixuan without any trace of politeness. He came to Chang'an with the imperial court's fleet. Counting the days, he had stayed in Chang'an for quite some time. Naturally, he knew of the Li family's reputation of drunken immortal and gentle village. Moreover, he had tasted it many times at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Although it was a little expensive, the bearded guest still felt that it was worth it. Besides, how could a pirate like him lack money? Spending money to buy enjoyment was what people like him liked to do the most. It's not that I don't want to, but my family's wine is extremely strong. If Senior has something to say, please talk about business first and then talk about other things. Li Zixuan replied indifferently. He didn't fall out with the bearded guest because he was giving face to Li Jing. As for the good wine and good dishes, it could only be said that the bearded guest was overthinking. Hearing the coldness in Li Zixuan's words, a hint of embarrassment appeared on the bearded man's face, but it disappeared in a flash. Ahem, I don't like to beat around the bush with people, so I'll be frank with you. I want your complete sea chart. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. If I can do it, I won't say a word. Li Zixuan was shocked. Only now did he understand that the dragon-bearded guest deliberately came to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble 2 days ago. He went through so much trouble just for his sea map. However, how did this old man know that he had the sea map in his hands? That's impossible. Senior, please don't mention it again. Li Zixuan didn't think too much about it and directly refused. The curly-bearded guest immediately asked anxiously, "Why is that? There should always be room for negotiation. Marquis Yong'an, why are you so heartless?" Feelings? Li Zixuan sneered and said sarcastically, 2 days ago, someone wanted to annihilate my entire family. Why should I care about feelings with such a person? I'm already giving face to Duke Wei by not sweeping him out of the door. When the curly-bearded guest heard this, his face turned green and white. The fight 2 days ago was a misunderstanding. I've already explained it to Marquis Yong'an. Although my words were inappropriate, I didn't have any ill intentions. Marquis Yong'an, why do you have to take it to heart? Some people don't mean much to you, but to me their lives are more important than my own. You'll never understand this. Li Zixuan stared at the curly-bearded guest and said word by word. The curly-bearded guest was speechless, and the hall fell into silence. After a while, Li Zixuan asked, "Senior, how did you know that I have a detailed sea map?" The curly-bearded guest suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. He was about to explain when he saw the servant girl who served him tea earlier walk over and said to Li Zixuan, "Young master, there's a person called Meng Yuliang outside who wants to see you." Meng Yuliang? Li Zixuan muttered to himself. Only then did he remember that Meng Yuliang was Meng Wenhao's father. He just didn't know why he came over at this time. Let him in. Yes, young master. Xiao He responded and then turned around to go out. The curly-bearded guest who was about to speak saw that Li Zixuan summoned Meng Yuliang without hesitation. He rolled his eyes and actually shut his mouth. Meng Yuliang pays his respects to Marquis. After a while, Meng Yuliang walked in. He saw the curly-bearded guest sitting in the main hall and a trace of joy flashed across his eyes. He then turned around and bowed solemnly to Li Zixuan. Uncle Meng, you don't have to be so courteous. Now that you're an official, you don't have to be so courteous. Li Zixuan helped him up and said with a pleasant smile. Don't worry. Marquis, you're too courteous. You've done a great favor for my Wen Hao, and you deserve to be courteous. Meng Yuliang said with a sincere face. Li Zixuan smiled and didn't insist. He pointed to the sofa beside him and said, What's there to be courteous about? Uncle Meng, take a seat first. Meng Yuliang paused and didn't sit down immediately. Instead, he turned around and faced the curly-bearded guest. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Today Meng Yuliang knew that Benefactor was here and specially came to thank Benefactor. Once again, I thank Benefactor for saving my life. Get up, get up. How can a man kneel just because he wants to? It's just a small matter for you in our hometown. You don't have to worry about it for so long. The curly-bearded guest quickly stood up and helped Meng Yuliang up. Benefactor? Li Zixuan saw this scene and was a little confused. How could these two people who didn't have anything to do with each other have an intersection? What kind of drama is this? Uncle Meng, you know each other? Li Zixuan frowned and asked aloud. Meng Yuliang turned around and replied, Marquis, the fleet was attacked by pirates at sea. I was seriously injured and almost died at sea. Fortunately, Benefactor came to my rescue and saved my life. Hearing Meng Yuliang's words, Li Zixuan suddenly thought of something. After a moment of frowning, he looked at the curly-bearded guest and said in surprise, Previously, Commandery Prince Hejian told me that when the army landed in Japan, there was a mysterious master protecting him. I didn't expect that person to be you. Haha, it's just a coincidence. It's not worth mentioning. Although the curly-bearded guest was proud, he still had an indifferent expression on his face. This old guy is really good at acting tough. Li Zixuan pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. He was now curious about how Meng Yuliang knew that the curly-bearded guest was with him. The curly-bearded guest had been staying at Li Zixuan's house recently. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't know his whereabouts. How did Meng Yuliang, who had no foundation in Chang'an, know? Oh! Chapter 841. Old Master, do you think Li Zixuan has agreed to Big Brother's request? Duke Wei Residence Study Room. Hong Funu held her hair with one hand and swayed in front of Lord Li Jing as she spoke wittily. Lord Li Jing held his forehead and sighed helplessly. Chuchen, I think you shouldn't have done that. Little Xian is also our junior. How could you scheme against him? When Hong Funu heard that, her eyes widened and she said loudly, Scheme? How did I scheme against him? I was only telling him the truth. Could it be that Big Brother didn't save that person called Meng Yuliang at sea? From the beginning to the end, did I make up any lies? So how can this be called scheming? Lord Li Jing was instantly speechless. He thought to himself that he really couldn't reason with a woman at any time. Forget it. Just take it as this old man owes that child a favor. Lord Li Jing sighed in his heart and thought to himself. Marquis Benefactor, you two go ahead. If there's a chance in the future, Meng Yuliang will visit again. Cloud Mountain Residence. Meng Yuliang only sat for a while before he stood up and bid farewell. He also understood that Li Zixuan and the dragon-bearded guest must have something important to discuss. It wasn't convenient for him to continue disturbing them. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the fact that the dragon-bearded guest was constantly drifting about and came and went without a trace, he wouldn't have rushed over immediately upon hearing news of the dragon-bearded guest. All right, Uncle Meng, take care. Li Zixuan stood up and smiled. Although he had many questions about how Meng Yuliang knew that the dragon-bearded guest was here, the dragon-bearded guest had saved Meng Wenhao's father. This was an irrefutable fact that couldn't be changed no matter what. Everything else didn't seem too important. After sending Meng Yuliang off, there were only two people left in the main hall. An old man and a young man. The two of them stared at each other for a while before Li Zixuan spoke. I can give you the map, but you have to promise me one thing. The bearded man was overjoyed. Previously, there was no room for negotiation. Now, although there were conditions, there was finally room for negotiation. The difference between the two was not small. Ultimately, it was because he had inadvertently saved the father of Li Zixuan's favorite disciple. Even though Li Zixuan did not say it explicitly, it was obvious that he had accepted this favor. Otherwise, his attitude would not have changed like this. What conditions? The bearded guest hurriedly asked. Li Zixuan stood up, clasped his hands behind his back and lightly said, in the previous martial arts competition, it should be considered as your loss, right? The bearded man thought about it seriously and then nodded. That's right, this old man lost. Although Li Zixuan and Mo Huai had teamed up to fight him in the end, he had already lost when Li Zixuan forced his acupoints open due to the threat of death coming from Li Zixuan. A loss was a loss. He, the bearded guest, had traversed the 4 seas. He would never do something so shameless as to refuse to admit his loss. Good. Before the martial arts competition, you said that if I lost, you would exterminate my entire family. But in the end you clearly lost, so it's a different story. Li Zixuan said with a smile. The bearded guest's face darkened. He said impatiently, Mark Yong, just tell me what you want. If I can do it, I will definitely do my best. When Li Zixuan heard this, he revealed a devilish smile, causing the curly-bearded guest, a great demon who had killed countless people, to tremble in fear. This marquis has always been kind-hearted. I won't do something like exterminating someone's entire family. But since you lost the martial arts competition, you should pay a corresponding price. Moreover, you want this marquis sea map, so the price you should pay naturally cannot be low. How about this? As long as you are willing to fulfill your responsibilities as a guard at Yanhuang College for a year, this marquis will hand over the sea map to you. In addition to this request, after you take this marquis sea map, you also need to help this marquis find a few things overseas. Once you find them, you will send them back to Chang'an. How about it? Do you agree to these 2 requests? Be a guard for a year. The bearded guest's eyes widened. If it was someone else who said this to him, he would definitely smash that person into a meat patty with his fist. What kind of person was he, the bearded guest? He was the overlord of the sea. How could he be someone's guard? If this were to spread out, how would he be able to survive in the south? However, he had no choice but to agree. First of all, he did lose the martial arts competition that day. Logically speaking, Li Zixuan should be the one to make a request. Moreover, that sea map was truly too important to him. After wandering the sea for so many years, no one knew better than him how rich the wealth of the sea was. If he had the help of Li Zixuan's sea map, where in the world could he not go? Can you change the conditions? For example, this marquis can use money to buy the sea map. The bearded guest said unwillingly. As for the latter condition, he didn't think much of it. At most it would just take some effort to find something. However, the first condition was asking for his life. As the island master of the 72 islands, he also wanted his face. Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, Do you think this marquis is someone who lacks money? Just these 2 conditions, there's no way to change them. Senior, you also know that I originally didn't want to negotiate with you. However, now that you're unwilling to agree to my conditions, this marquis is powerless to do anything. 2 days ago, other than threatening Li Zixuan's family, the bearded guest also committed another crime, which was to disrupt the order of Cloud Mountain. Accordingly, he had to pay the price and set an example to the people who came after him. He had to let them know that no matter who it was, if they dared to cause trouble in Cloud Mountain, they must be punished. The atmosphere in the main hall suddenly froze. The bearded guest's face was gloomy. He tapped the table with his finger and didn't say a word. Seeing this, Li Zixuan didn't rush him. He waved at Lan'er, who was hiding at the stairs. The little girl put away the wooden sword in her hand and ran towards Li Zixuan with a smile. The brother and sister played a childish game of rock, paper, scissors in front of the bearded guest. They were very happy. After a long time, the bearded guest coughed heavily and said, Marquis Yong, this marquis has thousands of brothers under me. This marquis is not someone who can do whatever I want. This matter is very important. Please give this marquis one day to consider carefully. Before sunset tomorrow, I will definitely give you an answer. Although his martial arts skills were basically unrivaled, he still had to listen to the opinions of his subordinates. Otherwise, what future could he have as a commander without an army?